Blank Slate, a sweet small-town romance by Heather Tullis. Chapter 1. Laura looked out the bus window at the rain, which grew worse every minute, and said yet another silent prayer that all would be well. She finished the text message to her sister on her cell phone. She listened to the hum of women chatting nearby, and more specifically, to the two women talking in the seats in front of her. "And here's one with my brother's family. Isn't his son cute? I just adore him. And the one next to it is me and my fiancé." That comment drew Laura's attention, and she craned her neck to see the picture Adrianna, the woman she had met just that morning, held up for the silver-haired woman seated beside her. She felt a yearning in her chest as she saw the happiness on their faces, then scolded herself. Of course, the picture was happy. No one carried around photos of people scowling. "He's beautiful," Laura said. Adrianna looked back and smiled at her. The comment could have applied equally well to any of those pictured, but it was the baby boy who charmed Laura. While her sister Sandra and best girlfriends had all married early and started families, Laura seemed no closer to the goal at 27 than she had been at 19. She felt a twinge of jealousy every time Sandra announced another pregnancy, and she just had child number 4. A lot of the people Laura worked with were still single and happy with their freedom, but she couldn't help wishing for something more. "What are you doing back there?" Adrianna asked, peering over the seat. Laura closed the message and passed up her phone. "It's my electronic brain. I swear I'd never be able to keep track of things without it. Between church meetings and the fall school booster club schedule, I'm always a bit distracted." Adrianna looked at it and shook her head. "My brother has something similar, but I've never been able to run the thing. I'm strictly a day planner woman. I have a cell phone, but I'm not really great at remembering to charge it." She scrolled through the menu but looked lost. "Do you have solitaire on here?" "Of course." Grinning, Laura set up a game for Adrianna. "Mind if I take a closer look at your pictures? Where were they taken?" "My parents have this waterfall and pond in their yard. It's the perfect backdrop." Adrianna handed back her wallet and flipped to the next photo, which showed her with her fiancé. "When Brock and I got engaged last spring, we and my brother's family went out for a visit. It was really nice. After decades of living in the city, my parents packed it all up a few years back and moved to Nebraska. Though their store keeps them plenty busy, Mom says she likes the slower pace there. After all the years she spent getting me into the symphony circuit, she claimed she needed a change. Their house already had the stream. They just shifted things around to make the waterfall. It's beautiful. They must really enjoy it." Laura glanced up as the bus swerved slightly, and again she hoped everything would be all right. There were an unusually large number of cars on the road tonight, a fact she couldn't miss as the driver sat directly in front of Adrianna's seat. Laura returned to studying the picture. She knew from asking earlier in the trip that Adrianna was 2 years younger than herself and was getting married in a little over a month to a symphonic conductor. Studying the picture only emphasized how much she and Laura looked alike. It wasn't just in their dark hair and eyes, height and build, but they could be sisters, maybe even twins. They both had oval faces with high cheekbones and rounded noses, though Adrianna's was slightly thinner. Their eyes were dark brown, and both wore their hair long, but Laura's was down to her waist, several inches longer than Adrianna's. It was no wonder they'd been mistaken for each other throughout the women's retreat to St. Louis. The only noticeable feature that differed for them was the scar that ran along the underside of Laura's right jaw, a remnant of a Little League softball game. No doubt Adrianna's life on the symphony circuit meant she also lacked the numerous other minor scars scattered around Laura's body, reminders of her many trips to the ER as a kid and some visits that were not so distant. Laura looked up when the woman seated next to Adrianna flipped the light off over them. Her gaze was drawn out the window when something large and dark flipped in front of a pair of headlights. She felt her fingers grasp tightly on the wallet in her hand as the bus driver called out for everyone to brace themselves. She clenched her eyes as a large white vehicle that had been heading northbound on the other side of the freeway slammed into the charter bus. As Laura was thrown from her seat, She heard the sounds of metal ripping, windows exploding, and screaming women before everything went blank.
Gavin worked on a permit for a new home he and his partner, Jake, had just contracted to build, an event that was becoming more regular in their growing business. Though he could handle office work and the endless stream of forms contracting required, he'd much rather have been on the job hanging sheetrock or installing windows. He rubbed his eyes and double-checked the numbers. He couldn't afford any mistakes on this form. If they were going to get the client into his new home on time, this plan had to be approved in the city planning meeting the next day. Holding back a groan as he shifted in his seat, he tried not to think of the football game he would have to watch by DVR or of his grumbling stomach. If he focused on the paperwork for another 30 minutes, he would be able to enjoy his leftover pizza and game with a clear conscience. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed his partner to clarify a detail on the contract. "Hey, Jake," he said when his partner answered. "I had a couple of questions." "Adrianna's been in an accident," Jake's voice said in a rush, jarring Gavin from his work. "Now's not a good time." Gavin immediately hit save and stood from his computer. "Where is she? What happened?" He was fond of Jake's little sister and worried for his friend. "I got a call from St. Tup Joseph Medical Center in Kansas City. Her bus crashed. I'll meet you there." Gavin pulled his keys from his pocket as he hurried out. Hours passed while Gavin sat with Jake and his wife Megan in the waiting room. He flipped through ancient muscle car magazines and listened to the clipped footsteps of hospital staff hurrying past the door. Jake turned on a local news station for a while, but other than the 45 seconds the reporters spent on the accident, no one listened to the television. The doctors hadn't let them see Jake's sister yet because she was in surgery. It sounded like she'd been banged up almost past the point of recognition. Since they'd grown up down the street from each other, Adrianna had always been part of Gavin's world, if only on the fringes. Her life as a well-known piano soloist was light years away from his world of cement and 2x4s. Jake, on the other hand, had been Gavin's closest friend for over 2 decades. When there was trouble, they were always there for each other, so he waited. Midnight came and went, and still there was no word. The clock ticked, and the cushions on the seats seemed to thin by the moment. Other patients' families came and went, while the three of them continued to count the ticks of the clock. Though Gavin tried to get Jake and Megan to eat something, neither had seemed interested. When he grabbed food for them anyway, Jake finished his almost absent-mindedly. Megan mostly picked at hers while she verbally reviewed good memories with her sister-in-law, interspersing her chatter with worries and fears. Jake took turns sharing memories with his wife and talking with Gavin about the construction jobs they were handling. He cracked his knuckles every 10 minutes, a nervous habit he'd had for as long as Gavin had known him. Finally, they all dropped into silence and waited while the clock hands slowly rotated around its face. When sleep dragged at Gavin and he wondered if he'd be able to pull himself out of bed when the alarm went off in 4 hours, a woman in a white lab jacket entered the room. "Jacob Mueller?" Jake and Megan jumped to their feet. Gavin rose more slowly, stiff from sitting so long. "I'm Jake. Do you have news about Adrianna? We've finished the first round of surgeries." "The first round?" Jake looked stunned. When Megan reached out and rubbed a comforting hand over her husband's back, Gavin shoved his fists in his pockets. He felt supremely useless. He saw the mixed relief and worry on Jake's face and wished there were something he could do to help. "There will be more if she recovers, but she needs to get stronger before we finish the basic plastic surgery. She was really beaten up. It's a miracle she lived at all with the amount of damage the accident caused. They had to restart her heart several times before we got her to the operating table." Jake turned ashen at the news. "If she recovers?" The brunette removed a pair of glasses and slid them into the front pocket of her lab coat. "She has an amazing will to live or she wouldn't have made it this far. I have to warn you, though, it might be a while before she wakes. She was unconscious when she came in, and she may remain in a coma for some time. The surgery went well, but it'll be touch and go for a while yet." "For how long?" Gavin wondered if Jake would be able to stay upright and stepped closer, taking his friend by an elbow. Jake leaned against him. "There's no way to know." The doctor looked solemn. "I think her chances of recovery are at least 50-50, but it's a waiting game for now. Come with me." A few minutes later, the three of them arrived at the room where Adrianna lay. She would be moved to the ICU in a while. Gavin had never seen her looking so vulnerable before, not since she was in elementary school. No, he told himself, not even then. Weak was not a word one generally used to describe Adrianna Mueller. Her face was swathed in bandages, her hair had been cut short, nearly to the nape of her neck in some places, and she was deathly still despite the beeping noises and flashing lights of the machines all around her. A lump filled his throat as he wondered if he'd ever see her laughing brown eyes again.
Chapter 2. Machines beeped around her, and light speared through the slits in her eyelids as she tried to open them. Her whole body ached, her hands felt heavy, and there was something on her face making a hissing noise. She moved a shoulder and moaned as a jolt of pain shot through her. "Adrianna, come on, honey, wake up. We've been waiting for you to finish your beauty sleep for ages." The woman's voice was young and gave off the impression she was teasing, despite the emotion that filled it. Her grip was tight, and she gave the invalid's arm a slight shake. Blinking and trying to adjust to the light, Adrianna, that must be her name as the woman seemed to be speaking to her, peered around the room. Her eyes were gritty, but though she couldn't remember how she got there, or why, she could tell it was a hospital room. She tried wetting her lips, but her mouth was dry. Turning, she focused on the brunette hovering near her as she reached to touch something at the top of the bed. A voice came from a speaker above Adrianna's head, startling her. "Can we help you?" "She's awake. You said to let you know," the woman said. "Yes, thank you. We'll send someone right in." The woman looked back at her, tears in her eyes and a smile on her face. "Jake's going to be so disappointed he wasn't in the room when you finally woke. We've all been taking turns sitting with you as much as possible. Brock was here for days before he had to return to New York for rehearsals. He's been on the phone every few hours asking for updates. Your dad finally dragged your mom back to Nebraska only yesterday. She's going to be so ticked you waited until she left before you woke up." Searching her fuzzy memory, Adrianna couldn't remember anyone by the name of Jake or Brock. A nurse walked in and started poking and prodding, asking her to move her fingers and feet to squeeze the nurse's hands. Then she gave Adrianna something for the increasing pain. Before Adrianna had time to ask questions, she slipped back to sleep.
Gavin walked into the construction office and saw Jake headed toward him. For the first time in nearly 2 weeks, Jake wore a genuine smile. He stopped to pound Gavin on the back. "Adie's awake. I was starting to wonder if it would ever happen." He rushed out. The door closed on the sound of Jake's truck gunning out of the parking lot. A grin covered Gavin's face until he looked at Tara, who was emptying her personal belongings from the desk. Her mouth was set, and she avoided his gaze as she shoved papers into a bag. "What's going on?" he asked. She flashed green eyes up at him. "I'm wasting my life here. I'm an excellent office manager, but I've always known my future was on the big screen." He'd seen the way her eyes glowed over the past couple of weeks whenever she talked about acting, ever since she'd gotten a nice write-up for her performance as Ado Annie in the community theater's production of Oklahoma. Still, this was a shock. "Hold on. What? I'd planned to give my notice a couple of weeks ago, but with Jake's sister in the hospital, I couldn't do it to you. Now she's awake, and I'm not waiting another day. I'm sorry to leave you in the lurch like this." She grabbed the bags and slung her purse over her shoulder. "I'm heading to LA in the morning." "Whoa, hold on. You can't be serious?" Tara ought to give him at least a week's notice, considering how many times he'd let her flex her work hours around musical practices. "Please, just give me another week. I need time to find a replacement." He wasn't above begging. She shot him a smug grin. "Good luck with that." She sailed past him and out the door with a "chow" called out behind her. Gavin felt a headache coming on.
When Adrianna woke again, there was a man by her side. Tall, dark, and handsome, she thought, but completely unfamiliar, despite the fact he held her hand. She felt a little stronger this time, though she still couldn't remember what had happened. She moved to pull her hand from the stranger's grip, but the movement called his attention to her. "Hey, Adie, how are you feeling?" It took 2 tries to make her vocal cords work at all, and when she did speak, they ached and her voice sounded like sandpaper. "Awful. Water?" "Of course. I'll see if I can give you some. Just a minute." He feathered his fingers down her arm as if afraid he might hurt her, then gave her wrist a gentle squeeze. "I'll be right back." A nurse bustled in with him when he returned. She asked Adrianna questions, poked and prodded, and adjusted her IV drip. She allowed her patient some ice chips, but nothing more. "Can you tell me what happened to you?" Adrianna tried to think back, but couldn't. She shook her head, instantly regretting it. "No, I don't remember anything." Her throat ached, and she didn't think it was only because it was dry or because she hadn't spoken lately. "Do you remember your name?" What had they called her? It was all fuzzy. She shook her head again. "I don't know." Her voice was still scratchy, and it hurt to talk. Instead of continuing to speak, she chose to shrug, which sent pain shooting through her shoulder. She sucked in a breath, feeling helpless. The man squeezed her hand. "You're Adrianna." His voice was filled with emotion. When she looked back at him, she saw tears in his eyes. "Adrianna?" The name sounded foreign, but she liked it. It was a pretty name. "Can you tell me what month it is?" The nurse brought the attention back to herself. Adrianna looked out the window to see a few yellow leaves on the tree outside. "October?" It was a reasonable guess. The nurse smiled. "What about the President of the United States?" That one she thought she remembered, and judging from the relieved look on the man's face, she must have been right. Several more questions followed, most of which she couldn't answer. But she did know money was green and she lived in Kansas. However, she didn't think those were noteworthy accomplishments. By the time the nurse left, Adrianna felt drained and ready for another nap, but the man began talking to her. "Everyone's been asking for you. We were all sick with worry, not knowing if or when you'd wake up and how it would affect you." He held her hand in his and ran his thumb over her palm, as if he couldn't stop reassuring himself she was really there and awake. "How long have I been asleep?" "More than 10 days." 10 days? When a search of her all-too-blank mind turned up no identity for her companion, she looked up at the tanned face, which was tired and full of worry lines, despite the fact he couldn't be more than late 20s, if that. "I'm sorry." She paused to clear her throat and immediately regretted it. "I don't know who you are." His hand stilled on hers and he let out a low breath. When he spoke, his words were halting, as if it hurt to speak them. "They warned me there might be temporary memory loss, but that it's not common. I hoped, well, I'm Jake, your brother." His voice broke and he swallowed, his eyes glistening with tears that didn't fall. He closed his eyes and his lips pressed together for a long moment before he spoke again. "It's okay. We'll help you remember." Adrianna felt powerless in the face of his pain. What was she supposed to do or say? "I'm sorry" seemed terribly inadequate. She frantically tried to find any reference to the man in her memory. She wished she could take away the pain she saw on his face. How long would this last, and would anything feel right again? She closed her eyes and sank back into darkness. When Adrianna became conscious again, she learned it had been a day and a half since she first woke. A woman who introduced herself as Dr. Fiennes entered shortly after Adrianna finished lunch. "How are we today?" the doctor asked as she looked over the chart. "I'm okay," Adrianna said, her voice still raspy. "If you forget about the fact that I ache all over, it hurts to talk. I seem to have lost most of my hair and don't remember anything." She tried for a wry smile, but wasn't sure she succeeded. Just sitting up long enough to eat had taken a lot out of her, even though the head of the bed had been raised to support her. She shifted the air tube taped to her face so it was more comfortable in her nose. "How bad is the pain on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the worst you've ever felt?" "I don't remember feeling pain before," she joked. The doctor chuckled. "All right, let's try the worst you can imagine then." "About a 3 when I move around, less when I'm still. I don't want to try going without the painkillers yet, even though they make me loopy. I don't think I'm really a fan of pain. My ribs are incredibly sore." Dr. Fiennes smiled. You let me know if the aching grows worse and we'll up your dosage, but you're probably at a good level now considering how hurt you were. You had some internal damage that's healing nicely, including many broken ribs, both from the accident and the CPR, and head trauma, including a lot of damage to your face. The sore throat was caused by the accident and the tube they put in your throat to keep your airway open. Then I guess I should thank someone for making my throat hurt, Adrianna joked. She touched the bandages covering most of her face. She didn't want to scare young children. Will I have bad scars? We'll arrange for a plastic surgeon to take care of that when you're a little stronger. He's seen you once to take care of the worst parts, but you'll need another surgery. With today's advances, there should be minimal scarring after everything heals. That will, however, take quite a bit of time. Time she could live with. Adrianna smiled in relief and touched the shorn ends of her hair, cut almost to the top of her neck where it was uneven. Moving her arm to that position was like trying to move it through molasses. She figured the latest dosage of pain medication must be working. My hair? Did it used to be long? She felt her brow furrow. I don't remember much, but I think so. It feels wrong so short. It doesn't feel like a salon cut either. She tried for a note of levity. The ragged ends felt more like the type of cutting job you'd expect from a 4-year-old. I think I remember something in the report about it being stuck under the bus frame. The ambulance crew probably cut it on scene to extricate. It'll grow back, and that handsome man in the waiting room doesn't seem to mind. Dr. Fiennes flashed Adrianna a grin. She checked one of the machines positioned at the top of the bed. You're doing really well. I expect we'll move you out of the ICU tomorrow. Then all your adoring fans will be able to visit. Adrianna looked at the abundance of get well cards stacked beside her. I seem to have a lot of friends. Too bad I don't remember any of them. She flashed the doctor a weak smile, trying not to let the reality unnerve her. She wasn't sure if the doctor could tell she was smiling, what with most of her face still being covered in bandages. Who's in the waiting room? My brother? No, your fiancé. He's anxious to talk to you, but we kicked him out for a few minutes. I'm sure he'll be back soon. I have a fiancé? She searched her memory. Surely if she was marrying the man, she should remember him. The thought gave her hope until she realized if she was going to remember anyone, wouldn't it have been the brother she'd grown up with? Yet, there had been no hint of recollection when she'd met Jake. The doctor laid a hand on Adrianna's shoulder and looked her in the eye. Give it time. In nearly all cases like yours, the memory returns after a while. Your family will help you along. You're very lucky to have so many people who care about you. And honestly, you shouldn't have survived that wreck. Not completely sure she wanted the answer, Adrianna decided she had to know. Someone mentioned it was a bus accident. Was anyone else badly hurt? Dr. Fiennes set the clipboard on the table, then turned and looked Adrianna in the eye. The couple in the SUV that hit you didn't make it, and I understand 2 women in the bus died as well. Many others were hospitalized, but most have been released. I don't have any more specific information than that. Your family may know more. Adrianna nodded, but asked no more questions as the doctor completed her visit. Adrianna, I've been so worried about you. She looked up to see a tall blonde man enter the room wearing a black pinstripe suit she instinctively knew didn't come off the rack. He settled on the chair next to her and took her hands. His were soft, unlike Jake's. Did he have them manicured? Her curiosity overcame her desire to remove her hands from this stranger's grasp, and she looked at them more closely. They were. Without pausing to introduce himself, he began to make excuses. I can hardly believe you're awake. I'd have come the moment you woke up, but I had a rehearsal this morning I couldn't get out of. Not with Lockwood making time in his schedule to play with us. Chandler will take care of tomorrow's rehearsal, so I can be here with you. He leaned over her. I've missed you so much. Adrianna wished she remembered anything about this man. She'd been uncomfortable when he took her hands, but when he moved in to kiss her, she tried to shift away. He didn't seem to notice, closing in on her. She turned her head and he ended up brushing his lips against the bandages on her cheek. When he backed up enough that she could get a closer look, she studied him for a moment. He appeared to be the type who was active, but not rigorously so. His face was probably what one would refer to as heart-shaped, but was marred by dark smudges under his eyes, making it clear he hadn't been getting much sleep lately. His brown eyes watched her, as though he needed reassurance she wasn't going anywhere, and his brow was furrowed. Apparently, he didn't understand why she'd turned away from his kiss. I'm sorry, who are you? She didn't care if he was the fiancé the doctor had mentioned. She didn't know him, and she wasn't comfortable with his touching. He sat back in his seat in consternation. His lips moved for a moment before any words came out. When he spoke, he sounded baffled. They told me you had some memory loss. I thought we're getting married in a few weeks. Or we were supposed to. Everything's on hold now, of course, but... His hands released hers and returned to his lap. I'm Brock. I'm sorry, Brock. I'm sure this is as awkward for you as it is for me. Adrianna tried to soothe him as she searched her mind for something, anything, about this man that felt familiar. Nothing. It made her head ache, or rather, made it ache more, wondering when she'd remember these people who obviously cared for her. Could you tell me how we met? He wet his lips and stared at her. You play the piano for the Kansas City Symphony. I'm a conductor. I worked in town here for several years before being offered the job in New York, which is where we're moving after we're married. Actually, I moved there a few months ago. You're coming after the wedding. You've already made promises to appear with a few groups. I've put a hold on all of your appearances for now, but we can reschedule them as soon as you're up to it. His voice dropped off at the end. She bit her lip and twisted her fingers on top of the blankets. You must be quite good at what you do, to be a conductor when you're so young. I play classical music on the piano. I do appearances in other cities, in front of large crowds. What am I, a masochist? Yeah, well, I started young, like you. Our love for music is one of the things that drew us together. He reached for her hand again, this time more tentatively. Tell me about us. Adrianna flexed her hands. She didn't move away from his touch, though she considered doing so. He was still a stranger to her, but she didn't want to offend him. She wanted to know about her life. He told her of their first meeting. You had just gotten back from your European tour. I toured Europe? Adrianna interrupted, shocked and pleased at the thought. It sounded exciting and scary all at once. Yes, well, it was your second time over there, but you didn't have as much recognition the first trip, so you managed to get into more and better concert halls this time. You came back flush with success. I'd been living in Kansas City for about a month when you returned, working with the normal conductor. Henry had done nothing but sing your praises since my arrival, and I was starting to think no one could be as incredible as he claimed you were. I'd heard your tapes and enjoyed your performances, but hadn't expected you to be so down-to-earth or fun to be around. Adrianna understood that. She didn't feel all that incredible after all. Down-to-earth seemed much more likely. So how did we meet? She noticed he didn't really meet her gaze most of the time, keeping his eyes averted as if her appearance was difficult for him to handle. She hadn't seen a mirror yet and wondered how horrible she looked. We had our opening night for the Messiah performances with a local choir and held the annual opening night party, which you came to, of course. Henry pulled you over to meet me about an hour after your arrival, but I'd had my eyes on you all night. You were gorgeous with that long fall of dark curls down your back. He reached out and touched the uneven chunks of hair at her cheek, looking wistful. Your eyes shone and your smile charmed. His lips curved as he looked in her eyes. You charmed everyone in the room. That was when you had a business manager, before I took over a few months back. He was always bringing important people over for you to meet and ensuring the right donors had a chance to make your acquaintance. He took her hand in his and pressed a kiss to the back, his lips no more than a light brush across her skin. Adrianna thought she ought to have felt a thrill at his touch, but she only felt a heightened curiosity. When he looked back at her bandaged face, she saw pain in his eyes, and he looked away again. Finally, when I thought I might have to walk to you myself, extract you from James Fletcher's grasp, Henry called me over for introductions. I took your hand in mine. He squeezed her hand again, looked you in the eye, and knew you were the one for me. I asked you out that night, and the rest is history. Adrianna thought it sounded sweet and romantic, practically love at first sight, or at least a strong attraction, according to his version of the story. She wondered what she had thought and felt that first night. Had she written it down? She hoped so. She looked at her hands, which were crisscrossed with mostly healed wounds from the accident. When Dr. Fiennes had mentioned her fiancé, it had occurred to Adrianna that she didn't have an engagement ring. Surely this man would have given her one. "I'm sorry if I lost the ring you gave me. It must have come off in the accident," Brock smiled. "Don't worry about it, baby, you didn't lose it. It was my grandmother's, and we decided to have the garnets replaced with rubies. I picked it up from the jeweler's just yesterday. It could get stolen here, but the day you're released, I'll make sure you get it back." Relief swept through her. Wanting to change the subject, Adrianna asked him more questions about their relationship, and he was happy to fill in all the details. He stayed for 2 hours, talking about the past. It sounded nice, comfortable, except for the bits where she played solos in front of large audiences and mingled with the elite. That sounded terrifying, but she felt Brock was a good man who loved her. Her life seemed so foreign, she hoped she remembered it soon, for both their sakes. Chapter 4. Later that evening, Adrianna woke from a nap to find Jake, quiet and looking tired, sitting beside her bed. He worked on a laptop, not seeming to notice her movements. She watched him for a minute and decided he wasn't typing. She couldn't see the screen, but from the way his fingers moved on the touch mouse, she thought he might be playing a game. "Are you winning?" she asked, then touched her throat when soreness reminded her to take it easy. He jumped slightly and looked a bit abashed as he closed the computer. "I thought I could work on some bids while you slept, and got distracted by solitaire." She smiled. "Having trouble focusing on work?" "Quite a lot of trouble just lately. How do you feel?" He reached out and pushed the hair out of her eyes. "I have to say, you've looked better." "Gee, thanks. I'm all aflutter from your compliments." He laughed. "I can't tell you how good it is to have you awake again. You had us all pretty worried for a while there." "I'm glad your concerns are all gone now," she said as she turned and looked pointedly at the bank of monitors that were still attached to her. "Brock mentioned you were supposed to stop by tonight. He said you've been here a lot, actually. The staff mentioned it too. Thanks for that." "I couldn't stay away." He squeezed her hand. "How are you feeling now? Do you need more painkillers, a drink, anything? I could use a little water." She watched him fill the glass from a pitcher of water on the table beside her and hand it over. She took several sips and felt her throat soothed by it. When she put the glass down, he watched her anxiously. "I think there was a woman here when I first woke. I'm kind of fuzzy. Dark hair, pixie cut, cute, reprimanded me for sleeping so long. Was that a dream, or do I have a fairy godmother?" He laughed. "That's my wife, Megan. She was here when you first woke, but we weren't sure if you'd remember her. You were pretty out of it. I'll tell her you asked. She's been pretty busy finishing her degree and juggling things at home, but she's been here part of every day since your accident." A long silence stretched between them, though Adrianna didn't find it uncomfortable. When she spoke, she brought up the subject that had been foremost on her mind. "Can you tell me about the accident, about the others involved? The doctor didn't say much, and I wondered what you know. I can't stop thinking about the others and wondering what happened. I asked Brock, but he didn't want to discuss it. He was pretty upset. We all were, of course, but I think it made him a little crazy. He worships the ground you walk on." He rubbed his chin. "It was really hard watching you lie there, not moving, knowing you might never wake up. I think that's why he returned to New York after only a few days. It was too hard to watch. Now we're just happy you're recovering and don't want to think about why you're here." Adrianna wondered if that meant he wasn't going to tell her about the accident, but he shifted in his seat and began talking again. "Far as we can tell from reports, an SUV hydroplaned on the northbound road, hit the edge of the pavement, and began to roll. It hit the bus right where your seat was. The roads were slick, and the driver tried to maneuver out of the way of the SUV, but it knocked over the bus, which slid down the road a few feet until friction brought it to a stop on the wet pavement. Your hair got caught under the frame just before it came to a stop. You were lucky. If it had traveled much farther, You could have been crushed." His voice broke, and he paused for a moment to gather control again. She reached out a comforting hand to him, seeing the emotion on his face. After a moment, however, she withdrew her hand, uncomfortable. She was relieved when he pulled himself back together. "You got pummeled with baggage and other people as the bus rolled. It sounds like there was total chaos. The emergency people arrived and you were transported to the hospital here. I guess a couple of women sitting near you were killed in the accident, as well as the couple in the SUV. Most everyone ended up in an emergency room somewhere for a while at least. A few women had to stay in the hospital overnight or for a few days, but I think you're the only one who hasn't been released. There were so many injuries that the women were sent to at least 6 different hospitals in the region." Adrianna thought about that, imagined the scene in her head, though she couldn't remember even a hint of that night. It must have been so terrible for everyone. What a shock. She tried to remember it, but came up blank. It was. We've had lots of support, though, from friends and neighbors. And of course, there's been lots of extra press about your involvement because you're such a big-shot musician, which means the phone has been ringing almost constantly from people you know from France and Germany and wherever else. He bumped his fist against her arm and shot her a wry smile. "We left you the get-well cards, but had to take the flowers home since they don't allow them in the ICU. We donated a bunch to nursing homes and women's shelters, but the house is still like a flower shop. Oh, and the mail is stacking up. It'll take you a while to dig through. Everyone's so happy to have you back with us again." Adrianna studied him for a long moment. "And you've been hiding from the press, haven't you?" She didn't know why she thought that, but he didn't seem comfortable with media attention, which made 2 of them. "Reporters are your forte, not mine. Mom and Brock have both been handling that, though, so Megan and I have referred everyone to them. I don't care what the world thinks or wants to know. I'm just worried about you." Adrianna asked him about work, needing a change of subject. He'd given her plenty to think about when she was alone again. The midpoint of October passed before Adrianna was released from the ICU into a regular hospital bed. The woman who'd been in her room when she first awoke, her sister-in-law Megan, Adrianna reminded herself, popped into the room only an hour after the room change. "Hi, I hoped you'd be awake. There's so much to talk about. I stopped in yesterday for a while, but you were sleeping." Megan carried a large binder under one arm and a clear plastic container of cookies. "Jake said you asked who I am," she continued without pausing for a response, her dark, pixie-cut hair flaring around her face. "I wasn't sure if you remembered waking up with me in the room, so I'm glad you did. You seemed a bit out of it." "I remember, vaguely. You got after me for making everyone worry. It was kind of funny. It wasn't as if she'd had any control over the coma." "Yes, well, you always did like to make an entrance." Megan pulled a chair next to the bed and settled the photo album on the rolling cart the nurses set meals on. "I imagine you'll want to look at some pictures of before. You know, they might jog your memory. And even if they don't, it doesn't hurt to learn more about yourself, does it?" She popped open the container of cookies, chocolate chip. Adrianna watched as Megan picked out a cookie, then gestured to the container, as though to say she should help herself. "You're lucky to have a private room. When my mom had her hysterectomy a few years back, she got stuck with a crazy lady who made a fuss around the clock and had to be restrained." She took a dainty bite. "As for our friendship, I haven't exactly known you forever, but we've spent quite a bit of time together. I mean, I'd always wanted a sister, and you've lived with us for over a year now. Thankfully, we bypassed that awkward teenage angst most sisters endure, so we've gotten along well enough. Why am I living with you and Jake?" That didn't seem like something she would do. She felt a little too independent for that. "You moved in shortly after I had Aiden. He's our little boy and a bundle of crazy energy. I was still in school, am still in school, studying interior design, and you moved in to help us out. I admit I wasn't sure how it would work out at first, 2 cooks in the kitchen and all that. We settled in real nice, though, found a rhythm right off. And can I say how much I appreciated having you around to help out? Seriously, you're a lifesaver." Megan took another bite of cookie and closed her eyes as she chewed, ecstasy filling her face. These are so good. I'm definitely keeping this recipe. She used a hand to cover her mouth since it was full. Anyway, your parents were here for several days after the accident, but they couldn't run the business from Kansas, so they went home last week. Your dad practically had to pry your mom away with a crowbar. I spoke to them yesterday, and they said they'll be back tomorrow to visit for a few days. They were frantic when they heard about the accident. Your mom's a serious fusspot. In all of Adrianna's discussions with people, no one had made more than a fleeting reference to her parents. Even Jake had avoided the subject. Where do they live now? Where did I grow up? They've lived in Alliance, Nebraska for several years, but you grew up in Kansas City. Alliance is in the northwest corner, so it's a good 10-hour drive. We all went up for a visit just a couple months ago so your parents could see Aiden. Megan bit her lip as if undecided about something, then nodded. Things have been somewhat strained between you and your mom since you moved in with us. They're kind of distant with us, too. She studied her cookie for a moment before taking a bite. She never approved of me. Why not? Do you have a criminal record? Do you have a not-so-secret life as a cocktail waitress? Megan's laugh exploded with surprise and she choked on her cookie. No, give me a break. She coughed a few times, trying to clear her throat. Trying to keep you secrets quiet? There was little chance the demure Megan ever did anything half so wild, but her reaction had been priceless. Okay, seriously. Megan helped herself to some of the water from the pitcher at the side of the bed. Sipped. I'm not sure what it is. On the one hand, I think she blames me for not making a name for myself professionally before starting my family, like she thinks Jake deserves someone with more ambition. On the flip side, she seems to think I'm a terrible, neglectful mother because I send Aiden to the sitter while I'm in school. Oh, and she thinks you're not touring right now because you moved in with us because I'm too incapable to take proper care of her son and grandbaby. So you're wasting your potential. The words held more than a tinge of bitterness. Megan tapped a finger on the photo album for a moment, then lifted her gaze back to Adrianna's. I know our visit this summer helped smooth out the rough edges some, so I wouldn't be concerned about it if I were you. She opened the binder and pointed to a picture of a blonde woman in a 50s costume. Your sister, Natasha, lives in New York City, where she's trying to break into Broadway. This picture was of her in Bye Bye Birdie. She has your singing talent, and acts and dances too, though I don't think she can play the piano worth spit compared to you. She sighed. Unfortunately, your mom agrees and always made a big issue about your skill, and didn't give Natasha enough credit. She's quite talented, just not as impressive as you in that one area. She looked a bit wistful as she broke her cookie in 2 pieces. I wish I'd gotten some of those skills. We could use more people to play the music in church. Brother Lawrence does a reasonably decent job with the 5 hymns he knows, but no one compares to you. It's been interesting the past few weekends with you in here. I'm sure you have plenty of your own talents. With a tip of the head and a frown, Megan nodded. Such as they are. Jake seems to love me in any case. She turned to the photo album. Now, here are pictures of everyone from your engagement party. Brock insisted on making it a major event, and all of the musicians attended, along with the best patrons of the arts and community leaders. Dismissing the previous subject, she told Adrianna about everyone. Chapter 5. Adrianna looked up from the scrapbook later that afternoon when Brock came in carrying a white paper bag and 2 styrofoam cups. I come bringing something decent to drink. I'm sure you're more than ready. He set the offerings on the side table and kissed her on the now unwrapped bit of skin at her temple. Her bandages had been reduced the previous day as her skin continued to heal. He handed her a cup bearing the name of a trendy coffee shop he'd mentioned the previous day. I added extra milk to your hot cocoa and a shot of amaretto just the way you like it. And he dug into the bag and pulled out 2 cupcakes. Orange cardamom with cream cheese frosting, your favorite. He set the confection on a napkin in front of her. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a pink MP3 player with matching earbuds, and music to go along with it. Actually, he said as he took the chair beside her and scooted it closer to the bed, not giving her time to respond. "The music is for you to listen to later. I wanted your take on the lineup I'm considering for next April's concert. We're going with all Baroque composers. It'll be fantastic. I'm just not sure which Scarlatti cantata to feature, but you're always brilliant, and I'd like to hear what you think." A bit bemused, Adrianna took a sip of the cocoa and wanted to moan with appreciation. The man obviously knew what she liked. "I'll be happy to listen, but I'm sure you'll make the right decision." Interested in the cupcake he had brought, she unwrapped one side and took a large bite with plenty of frosting. It was good, not nearly as good as the cocoa, and, in fact, she eyed his German chocolate cupcake enviously, but didn't complain as she finished off the one he had brought her. "Do you remember going to the bakery with me?" he asked her after she took a second bite. "I know they're your favorite." She shrugged, not a glimmer of memory coming to her. "Don't worry, I'll help you." He ran a hand down her arm. "I know everything about you, babe." Adrianna smiled as well as she could around the mouthful of cupcake and nodded, listening closely as he changed the subject to music. When she was allowed out of bed that evening to visit the bathroom, finally not being forced to rely on a tube and bag, Adrianna spent several minutes in front of the mirror comparing her features to the ones in the pictures. What she could see of it around the bandages that still swathed her nose and cheeks. Her face was puffy and red and still crossed with rows of stitches, even though it had been 2 weeks since the accident. She wondered how everyone must have felt watching her, unsure if she would wake from the coma, seeing her battered body slowly healing. It scared her to look at the unrecognizable face in the mirror even now, when the swelling had gone down so much. The stitched areas of her face were slightly puckered in a couple of spots. It was terrifying and disheartening. She was ugly. Would it get much better? Beyond that, how could she look at herself and not know her own face? She had viewed smiling pictures of growing up and at a party, hand in hand with Brock, kissing him, holding Aiden on the day he was born, but none of them were familiar. There wasn't the faintest memory from her past. She was so discouraged by the lack of memories, and looking like this didn't help her feel better about it all. Tears welled in her eyes, and she prayed it really would get better, that the plastic surgeon would be able to make her look a whole lot less scary. She touched the lines of stitches on her forehead and wondered if she'd ever remember her life. When Adrianna returned to her room, Jake sat in the chair beside her bed. "You're up and around. It's good to see you looking so well." He walked over and touched her arm. Adrianna thought she looked awful, but she wasn't about to correct him. "Finished with work for the day?" She lowered herself carefully onto the bed. Her whole body was exhausted from the effort of walking to the bathroom. Her previous forays had all been with a nurse at her side. It was amazing how much harder it was by herself. Megan's vivacity had been tiring as well, though Adrianna thought her sister-in-law would be a lot of fun when her energy level was back to normal. "Yeah, Gavin's still covering for me. He's been shouldering most of the load lately." Jake grimaced a bit at that as he sat in the chair beside her bed. "Tomorrow I'm going to bring Aiden to see you, or Mom and Dad will if they get here early enough. He's over his cold, so the doctor said it's safe." He looked so excited at the prospect of bringing his child to see her. She didn't want to disappoint him, but she thought of the toddler reacting to what she'd just seen in the mirror. "I'm not sure if that's a good idea. I mean, look at me." She gestured to her face. "I'll probably scare him." She tried to make a joke of the comment, but couldn't quite manage it. Jake reached out and squeezed her shoulder. "No, you won't. We told him you were hurt, and he'll know you. He's missed you so much. He's been asking about you every day. You're his favorite aunt." "I'm the only aunt he sees regularly," she reminded him. Despite her words, she smiled and thought of holding the sweet-faced toddler she'd seen in so many pictures over the past few days. "I can't wait to meet him." She paused when she saw a pained look cross his face. "I mean, I know I've spent plenty of time with him before, but it's like meeting him all over again, you know?" Jake smiled weakly. "I suppose it must be. Hey, I brought this back. They said you were clutching it when they found you at the crash site. I thought you might like to have the pictures with you. and your ID in case you forget who you are again." He said this last with a half-hearted laugh. He handed over a brown leather wallet with her identification and several family pictures in it. She turned it over in her hands. It seemed vaguely familiar. Then again, it was her wallet. "Thanks, I've worried about that." She rolled her eyes at him. "It seems to be habit for me to forget myself lately." She flipped through the wallet and saw snapshots of several people she didn't recognize, then one of Brock and herself in front of a waterfall. One of Jake's family was filed beside it. She had a memory flash. She had seen these pictures before. She was sure of it. That fact relieved her immensely. "Oh, look, there are pictures of everyone in here. We should mark them with names so if I forget you again, I can flip through and see you're my brother." They shared weak smiles before he changed the subject. "Megan said she'd bring the photo album after her classes today. Did she make it?" "Yes, we spent a couple hours talking while she told me every embarrassing story she knew about you." At his mortified expression, she laughed. "I've wondered if she embellished them a bit. Seriously, how could you think fishing and prom dresses were a good mix? I can't believe she told you." He ran a hand over his tired face. "It's bad enough to be teased about things by one woman without bringing another into the mix. If you have to lose memories, that would be one of the things I'd prefer stayed forgotten. By everyone." She laughed, low and throaty. "Don't worry about it, Jake. It was good for me to see you aren't this infallible man of steel. I've heard so many times about how often you've been here, what a devoted brother you've been. It's almost intimidating. How's a sister supposed to keep up?" Taking her hand in his, he gave it a squeeze. "How could I possibly do less? You've been there for us through so much." Love shone in his eyes, making Adrianna wish she had any memory of him at all, even an embarrassing one of herself. She saw him glance around the room. "So, where's Brock?" "He was here this morning, but he had errands to run, orchestra things to do, people to talk to. I get the feeling he'll be convincing a lot of musicians to keep me company when he's gone again. It'll be a parade of strangers filing through here, and if he has his way, they'll all bring their instruments." She was trying not to be bothered by this idea, but she'd rather not be constantly surrounded by new people. It was hard enough dealing with the handful she'd met. Adrianna picked up the tiny MP3 player Brock had given her. "He brought me some recordings of songs he wants to do in the spring. He asked me to listen and give my opinion on them when he calls tomorrow." She pulled a face. Brock had spent quite a bit of time with her over the past couple of days, but needed to return to New York to direct a big performance. "What's the problem? So you'll help him pick some classical songs, probably play a solo. You've always been incredible on the piano. It's not like it'll be anything new. The doctor's hopeful you'll have your memory back by then. It's a long while off yet." "Brock said we were doing Baroque composers, not classical ones. Apparently there's a difference. I recognize a few of the songs, as in, I think I probably heard them somewhere once before, but I'm not ready to discuss composers or the relative merit of one song over another." She shook her head and semi-reclined on the bed. Perhaps she shouldn't have been so irritated with Brock, she thought, but it was disorienting to have people tell you that you should know something and not to remember anything about it. "How are things going with Brock anyway?" She shrugged. "He's very charming and friendly, but nothing he says sparks a memory." When Jake nodded but didn't comment, she tipped her head in question. "What do you think of him?" Jake shoved his hands in his front pockets. "He's a nice guy. He's always been good to you." He didn't meet her eyes. And she sensed there was more and wanted him to spit it out. "It's not like you won't remember my feelings on the subject eventually." He pressed his lips together for a moment. "He's kind of arrogant and talks down to the rest of us as if we were peons. I swear I heard him call us musical Philistines once when he had to educate us about some composer." He met her gaze. "You've teased us now and then, but you were never a snob about it. Except sometimes when you're with him, you spend so much time trying to impress him, you seem to forget yourself." Adrianna bit her lip as she took that in, pain filling her chest as she considered his words. She didn't want to be a snob, not to her family or anyone else. "I'm sorry. I'll try not to let that happen anymore. I can't ask for more than that." He gave her hand a squeeze. She smiled back at him, but wondered what kind of person she was. Did she really treat her family badly when Brock was around? The next morning, Adrianna sat in bed, wishing there was something besides talk shows on at 10 in the morning, when a salt-and-pepper-haired woman came to the door. A vaguely familiar woman. When she grinned and entered with a giant of a man, also gray-haired, and a toddler boy, Adrianna realized it was her parents and Aiden. The child, at least, was unmistakable. "There's an improvement now. It's good to see you, sweetie." Her mother hurried over and wrapped her in a hug. She pressed a kiss to Adrianna's temple. Adrianna fought the urge to pull away, unsure what her response would normally be. She sure didn't feel very friendly at the moment. She blamed it on the drugs that made her feel out of sorts and the stress she was under, and tried not to take it out on her parents. "Hello, Mom, Dad, and this little bundle of energy," she said, holding out her hands to the toddler who was crying and trying to reach her. "You must be Aiden. It's good to see you, Aiden." She tried not to act as befuddled as she felt. Aiden clung to her, burying his tear-filled face in her neck, and something deep inside her felt an instant bond. She'd begun to worry when everything seemed so foreign to her. What if it was all some mistake, some cosmic joke? She cuddled him close, ignoring the discomfort she felt as her muscles protested. She just wanted to slide into her old life and have something feel comfortable again. "You do remember us, then?" her mother asked, her face full of hope. With a shake of her head, Adrianna disillusioned her parents. "No. I knew you from the photo album Megan brought me yesterday." She motioned to the table beside her bed. She'd looked through it again that morning. "She said you'd be in town today. You're earlier than I expected. It's a long trip from Nebraska." "We drove most of the way yesterday," her mother said. Her father sat uneasily in one of the visitor chairs. Her mother pulled another over by the bedside and began to fuss. "Are you comfortable? Maybe you shouldn't have him on your lap. He might pull out a tube or something. Do you want something to drink? Juice? Water? A soda?" Already feeling weary, Adrianna shook her head. "No, thank you. I'm fine. Aiden's fine, too." Aiden patted her on the cheek in response, perhaps a little harder than necessary, even without the damage to her face. "Anna." He yanked at the top of the bandage, and she decided to redirect his attention. Her eyes watered from the pain, but she gritted her teeth and said nothing. She handed him her plastic water cup, and he started crinkling it in his fingers. "Anna." He was delightful. "You sweet boy, aren't you just the cutest?" "Down," Aiden demanded, pointing to the ground. "Want a cookie?" His grandmother asked when he struggled. That perked him up. "Tookie, tookie, tookie." He reached out with his chubby little hands to grasp the mini chocolate chip cookie. "When do they take off the bandages?" her mother asked. Adrianna wet her lips and smiled, though it took a great deal of determination to do so, and she doubted it looked sincere. "The doctor said they plan more plastic surgery soon, now that I'm doing so well. They may not be able to put me back together again quite like I was, but it should be fine." She sent up a prayer every time she thought about it. She'd seen pictures of herself before, and while she wasn't movie star gorgeous, she'd been pretty enough. She didn't want to believe she was so vain she couldn't live with scars. It would be a reminder she'd survived something horrible, an accident that took 4 lives. There must be a reason she'd lived when others had died. Still, she prayed often that minor scarring was all she would have when it was over and done. Not wanting to dwell on that subject anymore, she turned to her father. "So, how are things going at the store? I imagine it's slowed somewhat with the tourist season ending." Apparently, that had been the right question. The man who had yet to say one word began rhapsodizing over the items in their store, the way the season went, projections for the next year, and much more. By the time he wound down, lunch was delivered, and Aiden slept in her arms, clinging to the last gooey cookie with a plump fist. After she told her mother repeatedly that Aiden was fine, wasn't hurting anything, and she could leave the child be, Adrianna finally allowed her mother to take him back. "I know he's been a trial for you, no matter how you dote on him, spoiling him rotten, but children always are a trial at this age. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's good you're marrying Brock and getting away. In New York, you won't be a constant babysitter for her instead of using the talents you worked so hard to develop, especially after we paid so much money for your lessons." Her face was disapproving, but Adrianna didn't have the strength to ask why. "We got a hotel room in town, so we'll see you this evening. Jake said his wife would stop by after class." Her mother's apparent animosity for Megan, who had been nothing but sweet to Adrianna, didn't make any sense. Her mom was a bundle of nervous, flighty energy, constantly trying to plump pillows or go for something, yet she didn't like a woman who obviously loved and cared for her son. Not in the mood to figure it all out, Adrianna looked forward to a quiet lunch and then a long nap.
Chapter 6. Gavin didn't mind carrying the extra load at work for a few weeks. Jake hadn't complained once about taking over both their duties last spring when Gavin's last living grandparent had laid dying in the hospital. And it had been busier then. Of course, things weren't exactly slow right now, but Gavin could endure this a little longer. Still, it would have been much easier if Tara had stuck around a few more weeks. He was grateful when Jake started picking up more of the slack, but knew it would take ages to get through all of the paperwork that was piling up. What he couldn't put up with was having Adrianna's pompous fiancé dropping by the office to send faxes and use the internet. Brock seemed to care for Adrianna and had a lot in common with her, both in musical skill and temperament. It was obvious he worried about her. However, that didn't mean Gavin wanted to deal with him on a regular basis. He was relieved when Brock returned to New York to plot the Philharmonic's course of greatness. "Hey, you're headed into Kansas City to file that paperwork, aren't you?" Jake asked, poking his head into Gavin's office around 11. "Yeah, it should have been mailed in over a week ago. It was stuck in the wrong pile when Tara deserted." This last was little more than a mumble as he sorted through a stack of papers on his desk. A lot of things had been left in disarray when Tara quit. "Could you do me a favor? The sitter backed out on us, and my parents said they'd watch Aiden this afternoon. Would you take him into them at the hospital? I'd really appreciate it." No problem. So long as his exposure to Jake's parents was minimal, he could deal with it. Mrs. Mueller had never forgiven Gavin for suggesting her son work with him at his uncle's construction company when they were 15. Jake had fallen instantly in love with the trade, much to his mother's disgust. Gavin felt the mother's disdain every time they met. Not that Gavin cared what she thought, but it did make their occasional encounters uncomfortable.
After 2 days and several long visits from her parents, Adrianna sat quietly in her room, grateful for the break from the chatter while her mother and father went out for lunch. She had completed her meal and wished she could be released from the hospital and return home. Not that she remembered her home, but it would make a nice change. At least then she wouldn't have nurses waking her up at all hours of the night with the flimsiest excuses. She thought anyone going into nursing must have a sadistic streak. In addition, there had been several visits by some old colleagues of hers from the symphony, people she didn't recognize, of course. They'd held stilted discussions on topics she had remembered little to nothing about. It had been a wearing couple of days. Adrianna clicked off the television, wondering if she had time for a short nap before her parents returned. If she feigned sleep when they arrived? Would they leave again, or sit quietly so she could rest? She appreciated that they loved her and wanted to make her comfortable, but the constant questions from her mother about whether she needed something, water, snacks, a new book to read, a movie to break the monotony, was more than she could bear. She held her tongue, knowing her mother was just happy to have her alive and healing, but she needed a little room to breathe. "Good, you're up. We weren't sure if you would be." A male voice said from the doorway. Adrianna looked up and saw a tall, sandy-haired man standing in the hall outside her door with Aiden in his arms. "Unless you've had some major plastic surgery and a hair color change overnight, you couldn't be my brother. How'd you come across his boy there?" She smiled as Aiden turned to look at her. "Anna, Gav. Aiden clapped his hands. "Gav?" Adrianna asked, recognizing him from the photo album, which still sat on a nearby table. She had studied it several times now. As in, the amazing Gavin who's picked up the slack at work? His picture hadn't done him justice, she thought, as she took in the breadth of his shoulders, the raw bone structure of his face, which looked like it hadn't seen a razor in a couple of days, and the hugeness of his hands as they gently cradled the toddler. She noticed his hands were not soft or manicured, then felt guilty and wondered why she cared. There was nothing wrong with a man being meticulous about his appearance. I'm not doing anything he wouldn't have done in return, or hasn't done for me when I needed it. The man tickled the little boy, then set him on the side of the bed. Aiden wrapped his arms around Adrianna in a hug. I appreciate it all the same. She noticed a bag covered in ducks slung over one of Gavin's shoulders. Diaper bag? She asked. She couldn't help but be amused by the sight of this very virile male carrying a bag covered in cartoon birds. Oh, yeah. He didn't seem the least embarrassed to be toting around something so cutesy. She couldn't see Brock doing that. Then again, she hardly knew Brock. Maybe she was wrong. Her eyes returned to Gavin's face when he spoke again. Your parents were supposed to be here all afternoon. The babysitter had a family emergency, and I needed to run to town for the business, so I agreed to bring him along. Your mother said it wouldn't be a problem. She watched Gavin, noticed how he seemed uncertain about her reaction. It's fine. I appreciate your willingness to bring Aiden. I don't imagine you get a lot of practice pacifying a child on a car ride. No, but he's no trouble at all. I thought you might be getting sick of television, and I know you can't play the piano here. He chuckled lightly. So I brought you a book. It's in the side pocket. Taking her eyes from his face, she found the pocket and unzipped it, discovering a thin, ragged volume of Agatha Christie. She looked back at him, a little confused. I know books aren't usually your thing, but she's brilliant. I think you'll be surprised. He flushed, and that tinge of embarrassment only made him more appealing. Adrianna looked at the book in her hands. She turned the pages and felt the old paper between her fingers. Thank you. She looked up and met his eyes, experiencing a feeling of kinship. Still, he seemed uncertain. He nodded. There are several stories in there. They should keep you interested. Hercule Poirot is a great character. When he moved to draw away, she reached out and grabbed his wrist, then met his brown eyes. Gavin, did we get along okay? Was it awkward like this before? She wasn't sure where she was getting the courage to ask him point blank. Something drew her to him, though. They must have been friends. She felt something around him she didn't notice with anyone else. No, it was fine. He shrugged and averted his gaze. So why are you acting like you think I might bite? He smiled and visibly relaxed. I know I'm a stranger to you now. I'm not sure where your boundaries are and don't want to make you uncomfortable. You've been like a sister to me for years. Finally, someone who doesn't assume I'll remember them when I didn't remember anyone else. That fact alone made her more comfortable with him. Then for heaven's sake, please don't treat me like I'm about to break. I have a mother for that. She rolled her eyes and muttered, and she does go on. He grinned and only took half a step back when she released his wrist. Yes, she has for as long as I've known her. I ought to go as soon as your parents return, but Aiden has eaten plenty. Not that chicken nuggets and fries is exactly a healthy meal. Better than manned Emmas. If my parents don't go home soon, I think my mom will have him converted strictly to chocolate and cookies. She spoke low, almost conspiratorially. It was lucky she had lowered her voice, she thought, as her parents rounded the corner into the room just then. Oh, you're here already. You can't count on good child care anywhere these days, I swear. And heaven forbid she miss one of her precious classes. Her mother settled her hand on her hip as she spoke. Gavin, see if you can cut Jake loose a little more often, would you? He has family responsibilities to see to. She turned to Aiden. And there's my baby. Grandma has candy. She pulled a package of Mandems from her pocket and waved them in front of him. Adrianna glanced at Gavin, who covered a smile with the wipe of his hand. It was good seeing you again, Mrs. Mueller. Mr. Mueller. I better get going. Adrianna, I hope you continue to improve. He waved and left. Adrianna smiled as he left the room, then turned to her mother, half wishing she could escape with Gavin and take the oversugared toddler along. Chapter 7. Adrianna's parents stayed the better part of a week. Though she was glad to have met them, and for the chance to get to know them again, She was relieved when they left. Her mother was suffocating and oppressive in her anxiety to do everything for her daughter's comfort. She spoiled Aiden rotten one moment, then talked about what a hassle children were the next. Her sister, Natasha, was apparently working off-Broadway, a fact her mother derided as a waste and foolish dream compared to Adrianna's actual success. It made Adrianna feel bad for her sister. She was following her dreams, wasn't she? Natasha called to talk to her once, but the conversation had been awkward and mercifully short. When Megan and Aiden arrived in her room that night, Adrianna had a new question for her sister-in-law. "So, Paola, not that I have anything against the town, but..." Megan grinned at Adrianna as she transferred Aiden to his aunt's open arms. "You love Paola." She put a slight sarcastic edge on her voice. "Sure, of course I do. I must. But why? Why did you move there of all places, and why did I move with you? Isn't there plenty of building going on in Olathe or Kansas City?" "Of course, but there's also more competition in cities, higher business expenses, more bureaucracy to deal with, and don't underestimate the power of bureaucracy." Megan shuddered. "Paola has a nice family-friendly atmosphere to it. It's close enough to the city for your music, and Brock can fly in and out easily enough. You agreed it was ideal." Adrianna cuddled Aiden close and listened to Megan wax eloquent about their home, neighborhood, church, and the school her son would attend in a few more years. She talked about the house she and Jake had owned before Aiden was born, and how the need for space had prompted them to build their new place. "You must be overwhelmed with school, a baby, and our parents here for a nice long visit." Adrianna infused sugary sweetness into her voice, trying to imitate her mother. Megan laughed weakly. "No doubt about it. As much as your mom wants to help, she does cause a lot of stress." She played with her purse strap, wrapping it around her fingers before pulling them free again. "I think I took for granted how much you've been helping around the house until you weren't there. We'll be glad to have you home again, and not just because you babysat for us. It'll be good to get out of here." Adrianna twisted the blanket in her hands. She knew she wanted to ask, but worried about how to do so. I noticed that you and my mom, You mean she thinks I'm the daughter of Satan who is lazy? Finding excuses to go to school instead of caring for my child and keeping you from achieving your full potential while we're at it?" That seemed like a fair summation. Yeah. I mean, you talked like things between all of us and them were better." Megan pushed hair out of her face and settled more comfortably into the chair. "No, I said things between you and her were getting better, and things between her and Jake are a little less strained. But that's only because she's learned not to talk down about me to him. I don't think she'll ever forgiven me for making you stay here, to help us out when I was bedridden with Aiden, instead of taking an opportunity to perform with some fancy Swiss symphony. In comparison, they think Brock is a genius, not only because he's a talented and famous conductor, but because he was less than thrilled with your choice." "So I stayed because of the baby?" Adrianna loved Aiden to pieces already, but it seemed overkill. "Of course you said that you were tired of traveling and wanted to take a break. You'd just come off a U.S. tour a few weeks before the offer and claimed you wanted to stay in one place for a while." Megan untangled Aiden's fingers from her hair, then passed over a sippy cup of water. "I always wondered if it was really me you worried about. Jake was going crazy with worry about me being home alone during the day, and the two of you were always so close. She thinks you only stay here because I can't handle Aiden without you." "Ah, that explains the comment about me babysitting instead of living up to my full potential." "Yes, she's big on not wasting potential. She still thinks Jake should have been an attorney." She shrugged. "So what's the latest news from the doctor?" "I go in for my plastic surgery tomorrow. It's official. Did Jake tell you?" She paused while Megan shook her head. "Also, Brock called a while ago, full of news from New York. He'd called at least once a day to check in with her and fill her in on the symphony scene. How's that going?" "Well enough, I suppose." Adrianna picked at the blanket that was spread over her legs. "I don't remember him at all, but he's been very understanding and even sweet, despite his frustration. I'm sure it's been difficult for him, with me living so far away." "Your wedding date is next week." Megan stood and snagged Aiden before he could toddle into the hall. I guess it was a hassle to change everything. Your mom told me at least 3 times how inconvenient it was for her sister to cancel her flights. She sighed as she settled back into the chair and handed Aiden a stuffed animal. Yes, she mentioned that to me, too. I'm sorry to inconvenience her when I have so much choice in the matter. Adrianna made herself stop fidgeting. She didn't have any control over it, but she still felt guilty for the lost deposits and canceled plans. Your mom is your mom. She isn't going to change, but she means well. Megan smiled, then got up to grab Aiden, who had slid from her lap and was trying to make a break for it again.
The nail gun jerked in Gavin's hands, and he continued pounding more nails into the house's outer wall. The man he worked with slid another board into place, and Gavin noted it needed trimming. He put down the nail gun and pulled out a pencil. He really needed something other than work to occupy his mind, because in the dead moments between physical labor and filling out forms, he kept seeing Adrianna's bandaged face. There was something different about her when he'd talked to her a couple of days earlier, something that appealed much more than it had before. He tried to tell himself he was being stupid. It was only that she was vulnerable now. He actually hoped when she was healed and back on her feet, he would no longer feel anything for her but vague brotherly antagonism. Even if she were free, which she wasn't, and he decided he did feel something more for her, highly unlikely in his estimation, he was hardly ready to get involved in a relationship. And why was he even thinking about it? Stupid. "Hey boss, think we can stop for lunch sometime before 3?" Glenn asked him. Gavin looked at his watch and realized it was an hour past the usual lunch break. "Yes, sorry, I guess I'm just in a hurry to get this done." "Trying to kill yourself, if you ask me. Working with power tools without your head on your job." The old man gave him a slap on the shoulder. "But I remember what it was like to be young, full of plans for Friday night." He cackled and hurried to his truck. Glenn was right, of course, Gavin thought as he rubbed sweat from his forehead. Power tools and distraction didn't mix, but at least he was getting something done here, which was more than he could say for his latest attempts to file papers at the office. Tara had always been able to put her hands on any paperwork in a matter of seconds. But with the busy summer season, Gavin had let some of the paperwork pile up, and Tara's system had always left the guys baffled. When he added the constantly reappearing image of Adrianna in his mind, and the never-ending ringing of the phone, he thought he'd be lucky to get everything straightened out before the new year.
Chapter 8. After 10 days in a regular hospital bed and nearly a month since the accident happened, Adrianna was more than happy to be released. It was 4 days before Halloween, and decorations hung in yards and businesses all over town. Those trees that still had leaves sported a host of red, orange, and yellow, and the smell of autumn permeated the air. The city seemed alien to her, though they passed the occasional familiar business. Brock kept up a running commentary about the places they shopped and restaurants they patronized as they passed. He took a long route through the city to drive by the theater where the symphony rehearsed. It seemed he had a memory about each and every corner, while she had almost nothing. The few things that did seem familiar would have been familiar to millions of people. Fast food chain restaurants, grocery stores, and gas stations. She smiled at Brock. He'd been so kind to her. She couldn't think of him as a stranger anymore, not when he'd spent hours visiting with her each day, even if he had to do so over the telephone. Since he'd come back to town, they'd played checkers and Monopoly. He'd shown her pictures of their life together, or they sat side by side watching television. Invariably, he held her hand as they sat quietly. She became reasonably comfortable with the touching, though it felt very awkward at first. He tried to keep up a positive attitude, but she could sense his desperation growing as quickly as her own, and she saw the strain around his eyes and mouth when he was reminded of her limitations. She had been awake 2 weeks now, but still remembered nothing of her former life, except vague images that rarely made sense. "Bet you can't wait to sit at a piano again. Your mom said you latched onto it like nothing else from the first. She said you played on it when you were only 3, so she decided she needed to get you into lessons, and you just took off from there. With all of the other orchestras who wanted you, It's a miracle you chose to stay in Kansas City. Adrianna didn't know why she'd stayed when there appeared to be so many offers. I must have liked it here pretty well. Maybe it was because you were here. She held back her sigh of relief when he smiled. Trying to meet his expectations, and always coming up short, was exhausting. She glanced out the window and caught a glimpse of herself in the side mirror, then grimaced. It was good he could smile at her, considering what she looked like. She'd undergone plastic surgery to repair the damage to her face earlier that week, and still sported several bandages. The puffiness was bound to linger for a couple of weeks, and the scarring would take months, even years, to heal. She sucked in the fear of permanent disfigurement that haunted her. She touched her face again and remembered the way she'd felt when she looked in the mirror that morning. She didn't need scary makeup to fit in great on Halloween night. Everyone was bound to think her face was part of her costume. Tears welled in her eyes, and she tried to blink them back before her throat closed up with emotion as well. She was going home. It was something to celebrate, not a time to be sad. What was wrong with her? Immediately she knew the answer. She was tired, still in pain, and on meds. She'd been studying her life for weeks now, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't dredge up any of memories of those she loved the most. "Honey, are you all right?" Brock squeezed her hand. "Fine, I'm just fine." She wiped at her right cheek as discreetly as possible, praying he didn't notice the tears trickling from her eyes. If she let them fall, they would soak into the bandages, and someone might be able to tell she'd been crying. "You were saying something about the performance next week?" He smiled and picked up the conversation again. Adrianna only half listened as she studied the world around her. The ride to Paola took about half an hour, and Brock talked the whole way. "I wish you were coming home with me instead of staying with your brother." Brock turned the car down a quiet side street. Adrianna studied him for a long moment. He was handsome, a good man who'd been so patient, but she didn't love him, and she couldn't imagine moving in with him, married or not. Since their current status was not, and she didn't feel driven to change that, she simply answered, "I know," and let him draw his own conclusions. Neither of them spoke the final few minutes of the drive. She wondered if they simply didn't know what to say. Her stomach felt shaky, her hands clammy, and she couldn't help wondering what would happen next. Would there be people waiting to see her? The thought of her swollen face made her pray no one would be home. When they reached the house, there was a large banner stretched across the front porch. "Welcome home, Adrianna." A bunch of helium balloons waved from the upper corners of the banner. Jake pulled weeds in the flower beds while Megan sat on the porch bench, playing with Aiden. Though Adrianna felt remarkably better, she was grateful when Brock took her by the arm to assist her up the walk. She used that time to study the two-story home's rock-laden facade, the casual but well-planned landscaping with flower beds and bushes. The trees out front stretched their branches to meet the bottom of the dormer windows. She couldn't help but find herself charmed. "Do you like it?" Jake asked as they neared the front porch. "Of course. Didn't I like it before? It's lovely." He seemed relieved, and she wondered just how unlike herself this amnesia must have made her if he was so worried. Her eyes darted everywhere, desperately seeking something that would jar a memory from her past. Nothing. She pushed away the despair brought on by that realization. "Do you remember anything? Is it even a little familiar?" Brock asked. She shook her head. He couldn't possibly be more disappointed than she was. When they reached Megan, she hugged Adrianna, and Aiden touched her bandaged face. "Owie?" he asked. "Yes, owie, it'll be better soon," she told him, scooping him into her arms. From their first meeting in the hospital, she had felt a special bond with this little one. "He's been asking about you for 2 hours," Megan said as they made the transfer. Adrianna kissed his head and snuggled him close. "He knows where to come for auntie kisses. Don't you, baby?" She brushed her bare chin against his downy head as Brock guided her inside. When Aiden began to wriggle, she set him down, and he made a beeline for the only toy she could see. As she straightened back up, she decided she wouldn't be ready to chase him around anytime soon. The inside of the house was well put together, classy and homey, comfortable and showroom quality all at once. She loved the living room with the baby grand piano, soaring ceilings, and the way the great room spilled into the dining room and then the kitchen. The place was spotless, and she wondered how on earth Megan had time to clean with her busy schedule. Jake certainly hadn't had the time to help much. Wow, the place looks great. It smelled great, too. The aroma of fresh baking wafted in the air. Then she spied the plate of cookies across the room. Thanks, we're so happy to have you home. Megan pulled several glasses from the cupboard and set them on the granite countertop. A pitcher of pink lemonade joined them a moment later, and she poured 4 drinks. Brock settled Adrianna on the sofa and claimed the spot next to her. I had the piano tuned. I know it's been a while, and you mentioned it wasn't quite perfect anymore. Thank you, all of you. I appreciate the support. Adrianna took the glass of lemonade Megan handed her and took a sip. Everyone's just glad to have you home. Jake came back into the house with her bag of belongings and carried them to a room down the hall. You're looking good today. Adrianna smiled at the obvious lie. She looked horrible and pushed back the awkward feeling. It was so nice, so comfortable, but it just didn't seem right. Maybe she was the one who didn't fit properly. Megan brought over the plate of cookies, and Adrianna recognized the gingery scent in the air a moment before she took her first bite. She moaned as spices exploded onto her tongue and the cookie melted perfectly. This is so good, she mumbled around the food in her mouth. Glad you like them. It's a new recipe. I guess we'll keep it. Megan finished off her lemonade and stood, returning to the kitchen to put the cup in the dishwasher. I'm sorry. I really have to go. I can't miss this class. Is there anything you need before I leave? Unable to think of anything, Adrianna shook her head. I'll be fine. Go learn something. Megan squeezed Adrianna's shoulder. Welcome home. I'll see you tonight. There's a casserole in the fridge if you're hungry before I get back. Just pop it in the oven for an hour. Thanks. Adrianna watched her sister-in-law walk out the door after a quick hug and kiss to her husband. Well, as much as I hate to do it, I really need to get back to work. You have my cell number, of course. Jake pointed toward the white cordless on the counter. All of our numbers are posted by the phone. Call if you need anything. He walked past and ruffled her hair. Just eat when you get hungry. Don't worry about us. I'll take Aiden to daycare. I've been behind these past few weeks, so I might be a little late smoothing out some snags. Then he scooped up Aiden with his toy, shouldered the duck-covered diaper bag, and exited the house, leaving Adrianna feeling like her head was in a blender. It all happened so fast. When she heard the truck engine start, she looked over at her remaining companion. She and Brock were alone. She met his eyes, and the room seemed to close in on them. The quiet echoed as she sat on the sofa, her hands clasped around her drink. He looked awkward and uncertain. Adie, I'm going to try to be patient for your memory to return. I know you're confused and... He rubbed his hands over his face. How does one even begin to deal with something like this? Tears rushed to Adrianna's eyes. I really appreciate your patience. Everything's so unfamiliar. I don't remember anything here. It's completely throwing me. You didn't have to be so good to me. She shifted her whole body to face him. After a brief hesitation, she placed a hand on his upper arm. The doctors said it could be months. There was so much sadness in his eyes. Or never. The words were barely a whisper on her lips, but they both knew it was true. There was no point ignoring the possibility, however slight. He took her free hand and moved it to his chest, reaching out to touch her shoulder with the other hand. Let's not worry about that for now. How about if you try out the piano? I'd love to hear you play the Mozart piece you were working on. Panic welled in Adrianna's chest, and she shook her head. Not today. My fingers are still pretty stiff. I'd rather practice a few times before I play in front of anyone else, limber them up. It was true enough that her fingers were a bit sore still, but she was afraid to play in front of anyone else. The thought made her insides quiver with fear. There was a pause. That's fine. A smile broke on his face. Speaking of your fingers, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a blue ring box. I said you'd get it back when you were home. He popped the box open, revealing an oval diamond that was well over a carat flanked by 2 rubies on each side. Adrianna felt her breath catch. Wow, it's gorgeous. You said it was your grandmother's. Yeah, now adapted for you. He plucked the ring from the box and slid it onto the appropriate finger, then twisted it so it caught the light. The glittering diamond helped draw the eye away from her scars, she thought. She looked at Brock when he touched her upper arm. His thumb ran over the curve of her shoulder and he leaned in. Avoiding his kiss, Adrianna buried her face in his shirt when he pulled her close. She was almost relieved a few minutes later when she truthfully had to tell him she was exhausted and needed a nap. Though he'd been nothing but kind to her, she didn't want to be alone with him. She didn't know what to do about him, or more, about herself. She'd seen the happy pictures of the two of them. He'd told her dozens of stories about their time together, but she just couldn't feel tingly in his presence. That realization made her wonder if she ever had felt that excitement, that little thrill in the chest that she felt when she watched a sweet romance on TV. Was that all smoke and mirrors, something that only happened in shows, or had that been between them once? If it had, where had it gone? Shouldn't she be reveling in the excitement of discovering love all over again? She wasn't, though, and she didn't know what to do about it. Chapter 9. Adrianna smiled as she let Brock through the front door the next morning. She had already bathed and dressed for the day. Her hair had been combed, but considering the condition it was in, there wasn't really anything that could be done with it. And with bandages still covering much of her face, makeup was out of the question. It was a wonder Brock didn't cringe every time he saw her. He bent over and pressed a kiss to her temple. "Everyone in the symphony is asking about you," he said as he slid into the chair next to hers. "You've already been in touch with them this morning? You have been busy. I hope they're all doing good." She stood and opened a cupboard door. "Care for a glass of juice? It's orange pineapple." "Sure." He gave her a funny look. "I spoke with them after you went to bed yesterday. They're all doing well. They want to know when you'll be back with us, of course." Adrianna realized from his emphasis that she had misspoken. Was she always the model of proper grammar in her former life, then? Of course. There was no point discussing when she'd return to performing. "Did you have some time to work on that Mozart piece after I left yesterday?" He accepted the glass of juice she poured him. "No. I slept most of the afternoon, and then everyone came home. With dinner and everything, I didn't get to it." She thought about it whenever she saw the piano, but there was no way she would make her first attempt at playing while in front of others. She still had trouble believing she ever performed on a stage, even if she could play the piece flawlessly. He pressed his lips together at her comment, but then he donned a forced-looking smile. "Well, plenty of time for that. I'm sure you'll want to wait until you're stronger before you begin touring again. They'll miss you during the Christmas performances, but you know they had to replace you while you were still in the coma. There was no telling when you'd be better." "Of course. I'm sure the director," she hoped that was the right word, what was the correct terminology anyway, "had to make the best decisions for the good of the group." "You don't seem upset." He gave her a sidelong glance as he sipped his juice. She forked up some scrambled eggs, searching for an excuse that would diffuse the defensiveness she heard in his voice. "You already told me you had to postpone or reschedule all of my events in the immediate future." "Why? Did you expect me to be upset?" He slanted a look at her. "You've always been kind of competitive. Honestly, I thought you'd at least pout a little." Adrianna considered his words and tried to imagine herself pouting over not getting to perform in front of hundreds of people. Nope. She decided after a couple of seconds she wasn't feeling the slightest hint of a pout. "Maybe I've just rearranged my priorities since the accident." He looked as though he wasn't sure that was a good thing. A couple more days passed before Adrianna dared look in the mirror without her bandages. Megan had been changing the dressings for her since she arrived home and had reassured her that the swelling and bruising were going down every day. Still, Adrianna wasn't sure if she dared see for herself. The brochures and other papers the doctor had provided before she went in for surgery were very clear about the drawbacks and possible complications of the surgery. Thursday morning before her shower, Adrianna stood in front of the mirror, looking at her reflection, uncertain if she was ready to see her face. she would still need to wear some of the pressure dressings around the clock for a couple of weeks. And others she would continue to wear at least part-time for a while yet. A section of the counter was taken up by an array of camouflaging makeup that would help conceal the bruising and uneven skin tones she may have to live with for the rest of her life. She lifted her hands and removed the wraps, wincing slightly as the discomfort, which had at least reduced to the point that she didn't need prescription pain medication anymore. Compared to her first glimpses of her face in the hospital, she did look better, she decided as she uncovered her cheeks. There was a long scar on her forehead, but it wasn't too thick, considering the swelling. She imagined it would lighten and become unnoticeable with the right makeup in a little time. Her cheeks were still bumpy and red, but not as bad as before, despite the lingering green and blue bruise spots. She pulled off the pressure bandage from her nose and studied it. It no longer appeared hamburger-like, though there was a long way to go before it looked exactly normal. She tried to remember the picture her plastic surgeon had shown her of the end result, and hoped it was accurate. She climbed into the shower. Her tears mingled with the water. Though she didn't want her vanity to take over, she desperately wanted the healing to speed up, so she could go out of the house again without feeling too self-conscious. Brock's eyes widened when Adrianna greeted him at the door a couple of hours later. He carried insulated cups and a pastry bag again. She still had a few bandages on, but most of them were gone, and she had played with her new makeup to smooth over the newly uncovered areas. "Hey, sweetheart." He studied her for a long moment. She stepped back, motioning him in. His perusal made her uncomfortable. "There's still a fair amount of swelling. It could last a couple more weeks, but it looks a little better, don't you think?" "Yes, it does." He stepped close and pressed a kiss to her temple. "I'm sure you'll be back to my beautiful Adrianna in no time." Though she knew he hadn't meant his words to hurt, they still left a small wound. She reasoned that he was right, even if it had come out badly. She definitely wasn't beautiful now. It wasn't like she needed the reminder, though. He pulled his coffee and her cocoa from the drink carrier and removed the cupcakes again, both German chocolate this time. "Sorry, they didn't have your favorite flavor today, so I got us both chocolate ones." Adrianna snatched hers up with glee, thankful for the change, and her eyes nearly rolled back in her head with pleasure when she sunk her teeth into the confection. "Oh, I think this is my new favorite. These are awesome." His brow furrowed. Whether at her change of tastes or something else, she wasn't sure, but she wasn't about to argue as she took another bite of the cupcake. By the next day, Adrianna was running out of ideas for things to do with Brock. How had they ever expected to keep a marriage going when they couldn't spend 3 days together without getting bored? They seemed to drift from one thing to another, more for the need to do something than for the enjoyment of the activity itself. Even their silences, which should have been fairly comfortable, were awkward. Worse still was the growing frustration she sensed in Brock as time passed. It was clear he expended a lot of effort trying to understand where she was coming from, but the continued lack of progress wore on them both. She looked across her Scrabble pieces and back to the board again. There was just enough room, and with Q, U, and ARY added to your "and" to form quandary, and the Y with the M on the other word forms MY. Plus I get the double word score for quandary. She began adding the numbers. 49, she thought with more than a little satisfaction. Not bad at all. His brows formed an irritated line. "I had no idea how good you'd be at this game." The words were almost an accusation. His mood had been growing darker for the past hour, and she was torn between annoyance at his mood and wanting to pussyfoot around it. Brock in a snit was a new thing for her. She opted for irritation, but pretended she didn't hear the heat in his tone. "I played it with a couple of girls at school sometimes when I was growing up," she said as she pushed the letters into place. She froze as her words registered and looked into his surprised eyes. "You remember playing this before?" His lips lifted at the corners. A smile bloomed across her face. "I do. Can you believe it?" The stereo switched to a new CD and he came around the table. "Every step is that much closer." He leaned in to kiss her and she turned her head so his mouth landed on her jaw. He paused after his lips brushed against her skin and she could feel the tension in his shoulders as the muscles tightened. The next song began, awash with string instruments. "What a lovely song!" Adrianna tried to redirect him as she slid from his embrace. "Is it classical?" She was still trying to figure out which songs fit into which musical style. He released her as if he'd been burned and looked her in the eye. "This is Giovanni Gabrieli, the Italian Renaissance composer, and the song isn't simply lovely." He threw his hands up and turned from her, taking 2 steps away, then flipped back around to face her. "Who are you? I swear you got a total personality transplant in that accident. You won't kiss me. You refuse to even try playing the piano. You can suddenly spell words I didn't think you'd ever even heard before. And worst, you know absolutely nothing about music that was your entire life before the accident." A long moment of silence hung between them as tears rose to Adrianna's eyes. She had to swallow down the lump that blocked her throat, and the despair she had been working to keep at bay swamped her. "I'm sorry I can't live up to your expectations right now." "I don't want to expect more than you can give. I just want everything to go back to normal," he cursed under his breath. "I need a break. I'll talk to you tomorrow." He pivoted and headed for the front door, slamming it behind him. Adrianna steadied herself against the kitchen table where they had been playing. After a moment, she began picking up the pieces strewn across the tabletop. He was right, of course. She probably wasn't acting like herself. She didn't know what they all wanted her to be or expected of her. Could have been worse. Adrianna nodded as she heard Megan approaching from behind. I suppose he didn't throw anything, yell, scream, or, well, he did cuss, but still. Her hands shook as she put away the tiles. "Want to talk about it?" "If it would help, I'd love to." She rubbed her hands through her hair and was struck again by what a mess it was. She really needed a trip to the salon. "Unfortunately, I don't remember why he's important to me. I don't recall the music and jokes and fun we had together. He's a great guy, but I feel like we're on completely different wavelengths." "Honey, I'm sorry to tell you this, but even if you are head over heels in love and think you've got everything in common before you marry, you still have times when you wonder who this guy is you're with. You know I adore your brother most of the time, but he can be a real jerk sometimes too." Megan helped slide the board and game pieces back into the box. "You can't expect perfection from anyone." "Not Brock and not yourself. You're both going to make mistakes, and this had been a stressful month." "So I should overlook it?" Adrianna turned to face her sister-in-law. Megan took a moment before she answered. "I think you're both trying too hard to force something that will return with your memory. Stressing out over it isn't going to fix the main problem, so you might as well let it come on its own." "Easy for you to say. You know where you belong." Adrianna looked around at the kitchen and dining room. "This is your home." Megan picked up the box and carried it to the game cupboard. "I haven't always felt that way. You know, it may have seemed like you were the third wheel when you moved in to help out when I was on bed rest. But it wasn't easy for me either. You and Jake have always been so close. I sometimes felt left out of the loop when we were dating and first married. But he's your husband. You belong more than I do." Megan smiled. "You've had decades together when we'd only known each other a couple of months or even after a couple of years. It can take a while to adjust to new situations, and your situation is about as strange as it could be." The phone rang and Megan walked over to pick it up. When Adrianna overheard her apologizing that she couldn't do whatever was being asked of her because she didn't have a sitter, Adrianna walked over and tapped her sister-in-law on the shoulder. She waited for Megan to focus on her. "What am I, wallpaper?" She had done nothing but rest and sit around watching everyone else work since she returned home, or at least it felt that way. She was far stronger and wanted to be doing something. After what had happened with Brock, it was necessary. Megan placed a hand over the receiver. "You're recovering from a major accident. How long will you be?" "An hour and a half, 2 at the most, but I can't." "Of course, you can. I insist. Aiden's taking his nap, yes? He'll sleep quite a while. When he gets up, I'll put in a movie for him. Please give me something useful to do so I don't feel like a complete failure." She did her best to make her face look as pathetic as she felt. At the moment, she doubted anyone could look that pathetic, but she made a valiant effort anyway. "You're sure?" Megan looked skeptical, but hopeful. "Absolutely. Go ahead, we'll be fine." Chapter 10. Adrianna flipped through the TV stations, trying to find something to distract her for half an hour after Megan left. She tried not to think about Brock's behavior because it only made her feel worse about her situation. She was grateful when Aiden began to call from his crib, letting her know he was up. "Hey there, baby cakes." Adrianna greeted him as she lifted him from the crib and caught a potent whiff of his diaper. After dealing with that issue, she took him to the kitchen and settled him in his high chair. A search of the cupboards and fridge produced graham crackers and apple juice. "How's that for a snack, huh?" She caressed his silky hair while he took a few bites. It looked pretty good to her, so she joined him at the table. She had done no more than take a sip of her own apple juice before he turned his gaze back to her. "Nana? You want a banana too?" She wiped mashed cracker from his chin. "Nana?" He pointed to the island where a bunch hung from a stand. "I don't see why not." She stood and pulled out a banana, sliced half of it into pieces for him, then took a bite of the other half. A couple more minutes passed in peace before he pounded his tray again, his banana and juice nearly gone, but with most of his crackers still left. "Tookie?" Adrianna knew there was a package peeking from behind the toaster across the room, but was still surprised he'd noticed it. "Eat your cracker." "No cacker, Tookie. No cookies right now. Eat your cracker." "Tookie!" He threw the cracker across the room and started to wail, pounding his fists on the high chair tray. "Sorry, kid, not this time." She polished off her snack while he continued to throw a tantrum. She cleaned up and put everything away, picked up the cracker he had thrown, and wiped down the messes on the floor around the high chair. Finally, he calmed down and ventured to ask, "Cacker?" She looked at him and saw big crocodile tears trickling down his cheeks. His face was no longer red, though his nose and eyes would be for a while. "You want another cracker after you threw your last one?" She suppressed a smile. "Cacker." "Okay, this is it, though, so don't throw it again." She handed him another half a cracker and added a little juice to his sippy cup. After he finished, Aiden settled down to play with some toys on the living room floor. Adrianna slowly cleaned up the messy high chair and put away the food. When she was nearly done, she realized the room was quiet. Too quiet. She looked up and saw no hint of her nephew, an ominous sign. She sighed and went looking for him, following a giggle down the hall to the bathroom. She stopped and put her hands on her hips when she saw Aiden standing beside the toilet, unrolling the toilet paper with great gusto. He giggled again whenever he got the roll spinning. A pile of paper grew at his feet while the roll shrunk. "Aiden, you little stinker." Irritation and humor warred within her at the sight, but she settled on pulling him away gently. "That was very naughty of you. Don't do that, honey." She took him to the living room and interested him in a movie, then returned to the bathroom and re-rolled the paper. With a sigh at his mess, she pulled the mangled roll from the holder and switched it with the neat one from her own bathroom. She wasn't sure yet if she was going to admit to losing track of him for that long. By all accounts, she often watched him while Megan was in class. Was it always this hard? Back in the family room, Adrianna found his toy box had exploded. A plastic chicken and horse from a small farmyard set held a long conversation under a kitchen chair, while other animals from that collection were strewn from the toy box across the carpet and onto the ceramic tiles of the kitchen. Miniature cars and blocks were everywhere. She sank carefully into the sofa to avoid causing herself any more pain in her still sore ribs and watched Aiden push a red sports car along the edge of a nearby chair. She just needed to rest for a few minutes before putting the room back to rights. He turned and looked at her, flashing a happy grin, and Adrianna couldn't stay irritated with him. "How did it go?" Megan asked when she returned home a couple of hours later. Adrianna felt like she'd been run over by a truck, rather than a 1-year-old. She'd had fun and wanted to tear her hair out all at once. "Great. I'm afraid the house isn't as clean as when you left it. Aiden is playing quietly with blocks in his room now." Quiet wasn't the word for it, actually, since they could hear him well in the front room. Adrianna had a dirty diaper in her right hand. and toy farm animals in her left. Megan smiled and Adrianna returned the favor. "I think by Monday when you're in class, I'll be a pro again," she yawned. "You mind if I take a nap?" She crossed to the kitchen garbage can to empty her hands. She wasn't sure she would ever be a pro at this, but once he had settled with some toys, Aiden had calmed significantly. "You're more than welcome to. Are you sure you're ready to deal with him again so soon?" After washing at the sink, Adrianna turned back to face Megan. "For once, I felt as if I was doing more than taking up space. If you can stand a few minutes of cleanup at night, I can take care of things." She thought of finding Aiden in the hall bathroom. "No problem. And what if you get too tired and can't handle him? I'll call Jake and he or Gavin will come bail me out, but I'll be fine. It's only a few hours, and it's right during his nap time." There was no way she would call Jake and complain that she couldn't take care of Aiden unless she was on her deathbed, but she needn't tell Megan that. Adrianna knew finances were tight for them and that things had been difficult for the family while she'd been in the hospital. She wanted to be helpful again. "If you're sure?" "I'm sure." Megan didn't look convinced, but accepted Adriana's help anyway.
Gavin dropped a flat of sodas on Jake's desk to refill the mini fridge. It had gotten down to nothing but cran apple juice and bottled water. His client that morning hadn't been impressed with the choices. Tara normally kept the fridge full, but she hadn't been around, and the last little while she hadn't done her work all that well anyway. He pulled out the money box in the bottom drawer of her desk and opened it to find nothing but a couple of receipts. The slips of paper only added up to $12, a far cry from the $75 they usually stocked in there. He groaned. The cash had come up a little shy here and there over the past 6 months, but never more than a few dollars at a time. Unless Jake had forgotten to turn in a receipt, Tara had to have cleaned it out this time. He didn't want to think she'd been shorting them, but what else could he believe? He decided not to jump to conclusions, though. After he talked to Jake would be soon enough. Jake walked in a few minutes later with pursed lips, looking more than a little distracted. "Hey, what's going on?" Gavin asked as he hung up the phone, where he'd been listening to voice messages. "I just don't get it. My sister's like a stranger sometimes. She's been home for days, and as far as I can tell, she hasn't even sat at the piano. She's even—" He lifted his hands as if stopping himself and shook his head. "Sorry, I just talked to Megan. She's worried about 80. He eyed the list of messages Gavin had written. "What have you been up to today?" Gavin gave him a quick rundown on the projects he'd checked on that morning, then casually turned the subject. "So, I was about to cut a check for a little more money for the cash box. You don't have any receipts to turn in, do you?" He had to know if it had been Jake or Tara who'd emptied it. "No, I haven't bought anything in ages. Is something wrong?" "Nothing serious." Gavin saw no sense in bringing it up right now when Jake was upset and Tara was long gone. They would discuss it later, but for now, he had other issues to deal with. "I got an email this morning. Keith Lauren is working on another subdivision and would like to talk to us about cutting a deal. Want to look it over with me?" He stood and moved toward his office.
After sharing a nap with Aiden, who fell asleep in her lap while they watched a movie after lunch, Adrianna did some basic cleaning. She was bored, and television didn't interest her at the moment, so she searched through the bookshelves in Jake's home office. Noting that 4 short shelves seemed to hold everything in the house, she took a closer look. The shelves contained a few scrapbooks and some construction texts. Besides that, there were only a couple dozen books, a mix of novels and nonfiction. "Not much for reading, are we?" she murmured to herself. The paperback Gavin had lent her had been read and returned ages ago. She glanced at her watch and tried not to think about the fact that Brock still hadn't called her in the 3 days since he'd rushed out of the house. Would they be able to put things back together? Was there even a point in trying if she didn't remember what it was about him that she loved? Her bedroom had another shelf of books, including a few music history books and some journals. She ran her fingers along their spines as she skimmed over the titles, then turned her attention to the journals. There were 3 or 4, and she checked the first pages and learned they were in consecutive order. Picking up one dated the previous calendar year, she flipped to a random page. Brock Chellister took me out again last night. We went for dinner and dancing after the symphony performance. He's so witty and charming, yet down to earth. He's incredibly brilliant, and I could sit for hours talking to him about music. He's been everywhere. Brock makes me feel so special, like a rare orchid. Just being with him makes me tingle inside. I've never felt this way before about anyone. Adrianna set the open journal in her lap. So once he made me feel like a rare orchid, and he made me tingle. She admitted that Brock still treated her well. He'd been very gentle, sweet, and considerate. His burst of frustration notwithstanding, but he didn't make her tingle. Shutting the journal, Adrianna set it on a nearby table and continued searching through the stack. She pulled out a more recent journal and carried both to her bed. What better way to revive her memories than to read about her recent past? Perhaps it would help her understand things, or maybe even help her fall in love with Brock again. Adrianna spent a week at home babysitting, sleeping off her Aiden-induced exhaustion, and letting her face heal more before venturing into the real world. Other than the occasional calls from fellow musicians checking up on her, she was left blissfully alone. Brock didn't contact her once. She'd left a couple of messages on his cell phone, but he didn't return them. She looked down at the ring on her left hand and wasn't sure if she wanted the relationship to be over or not. Her strongest feeling was that of failure. Monday morning, she rose and found Jake in the kitchen eating a slice of toast and jam. "That doesn't look very filling," she said. He smiled good morning to her and swallowed his mouthful of food. "I always have milk and toast for breakfast. I'll have a snack before lunch." "Oh, all right." Adrianna pushed her jagged cut hair back from her face and leaned against the counter, one arm tugging her robe tighter over her pajamas. "So, do you have any idea what I do all day? I mean, I haven't the slightest clue what I'm supposed to do, besides keep Aiden out of the toilet paper." Jake laughed, spitting some milk out in the process. He covered his mouth with his hand and coughed, then quickly swallowed and reached for the dish rag in the sink to clean up the counter. "Sorry, we should have warned you, but didn't think of it. He has a thing for toilet paper." "Yeah, so I noticed." "And while I'm asking about my usual routine, do you have any idea where I go to get my hair cut? This mess has got to be shaped up a bit before I go out in public." She realized as soon as she asked that Megan would probably know more about that than Jake. He named a salon, however, and gave her basic directions. "You'll want to call as soon as they open and see if you can get an appointment. You're always complaining you have to schedule 3 weeks out to get in with your favorite hairdresser." She poured herself a short glass of milk and settled beside him. "I don't think they're called hairdressers anymore." "Whatever." He waved it away, then pointed back to the family room. "You usually spend a good part of the day practicing on the piano too, I think. At least you did all those days I was sick last spring. Since you're supposed to play the music in church this weekend, you might want to test those stiff fingers." "Wait, this weekend?" The idea was appalling. She hadn't even sat at the piano yet. "Unless you need a little more time. You also sing in public, but then you're scared stiff giving a speech. I never quite figured you out." He reached over and tapped her on the forehead. "I gotta go now. I have inspections of several projects to conduct and paperwork coming out my ears. Tell Megan I'll try and make it back for dinner tonight." "Yeah." Disconcerted, Adrianna saw him grab 3 sandwiches, an apple, and some chips, and disappear through the door that led to the garage. As she wandered back through the house, she came upon the piano. The book of Mozart sat on the stand, and she ran her fingers across the title. "No better time than the present, I guess." She sat, tugged her robe closed again, and opened the book. The notes looked vaguely familiar, as notes would be if she sang any songs, ever. However, nothing on the page looked like it could possibly have anything to do with the keys on the piano. She knew the keys corresponded to the letters A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and that each line on the music determined which note you played, but had no idea how they matched up. No way is this going to work. No way. She stood, shook her head, and returned to her room. She'd try to get some more sleep, since she heard no stirrings from Megan or Aiden. Chapter 11. Since Adrianna had no idea who her usual cosmetologist was, she ended up with an appointment for later that morning with the first person who had an opening. At least, she told herself she would have her hair looking somewhat better by the time she went to church Sunday, even if she couldn't read a lick of music. She thought it should have come as easily to her as reading books had done. After all, she had no trouble making it through several more volumes of Agatha Christie. If she'd been playing the piano for as many years as everyone said, shouldn't she have remembered that, too? To her embarrassment, Adrianna found several weeks of lying in the hospital bed made most of her clothes tighter than she was comfortable with. Before she went to her appointment, she dug through her closet for something that fit right. What she found when she looked closely surprised her. Did she really buy a pumpkin-colored pantsuit? When she tried it on, she was stunned to realize it looked fabulous on her. It even fit properly. The color and cut were more flattering than she'd expected, and all those slinky black dresses for performing in the symphony, she could think of no other reason why she would have purchased them. They were reasonably modest, but Adrianna couldn't imagine a need for 6 of them. 6. The red, strappy heels were gorgeous, but she wobbled when she tried them on, and yet the soles looked like they've been worn several times. The trip to the salon restored a good deal of her self-confidence. The light, breezy hairdo felt distinctly unlike her, but it was smooth and chic and made her feel like $1 million. When she got home for the afternoon, the phone calls from other members of the symphony began in earnest. Instead of one a day or so, as she had experienced the previous 2 weeks, they seemed to pile up all at once. "Hello, Adrianna. This is Bonnie Harward, first chair clarinet. I wondered how you were doing. We sure have been worried about you." And 10 minutes after hanging up the first call, "Hello, Adie. This is Penny Lawrence. I just had to call and check in on you. Now you're home." If it wasn't concerned musicians, it was reporters wanting interviews, or at least quotes about her condition. Each call drove Adrianna more batty, but Megan's teasing grin flashed every time the phone rang. She slung her laptop bag over one shoulder and turned to Adrianna as the phone call ended. "You sure you're up to watching Aiden? We'll be fine, I promise," Adrianna assured her before Megan hurried out the door. A moment later, the phone rang again. "Hello, Adrianna. This is Callie. I was just checking up on you to see how you're feeling today. We're all so glad you're home." When Adrianna finally hung up, she knew she couldn't take much more. She was grateful for their concern, but seriously, did the phone have to ring every 5 minutes? Finally, desperate to escape, Adrianna grabbed the car seat from the hallway that led to the garage. 15 minutes and 5 breaks to check on Aiden later, she had the car seat secured. Should that have been like riding a bike, she wondered as she trudged back into the house to grab the toddler and find her purse. She must have done it dozens of times before. Getting Aiden into the car seat didn't prove nearly as hard, but when she tried to slide the key into the ignition, she couldn't get it to fit. She tried 3 more before one on the ring turned in the lock. "If I have to go through this every time we leave the house, Aiden, we're not going anywhere ever again. Got it?" She sighed as she heard the echo of the telephone. "But in that case, the phone is definitely coming off the hook." Aiden only clapped his hands and shouted, "Truck! Truck! Yes, Daddy has a truck." She pushed the remote control above her head, and the garage door opened. Aiden had taken to calling out "truck" every time any vehicle drove within his sight, a fact she found amusing, especially when the automobile in question turned out to be an old VW Bug in pink. Thankfully, driving was something she remembered as she slid easily back into the routine of turning, signaling, and wending through traffic. Paola wasn't a large city, but though she had an address for Jake's office, it was still difficult to find among all the unfamiliar streets, even with a map. There was only one truck in the parking lot when she pulled to a stop in front of the building, sporting a sign declaring it the home of Mueller and McFadden Construction. She didn't think the vehicle was Jake's, but she might have been mistaken. She shrugged, checked her lipstick, bandages, and makeup in the rearview mirror, and exited the car to pull Aiden from his car seat. The front office door was open, so she let herself in and found a reception desk piled high with papers, the phone ringing off the hook, and no one in sight. She set Aiden on the floor to play with the miniature truck he must have left in the car's back seat on a previous trip, and walked around the desk, snagging the phone before it stopped ringing. Mueller and McFadden Construction, can I help you? I need to speak with Gavin right away, a male voice demanded. I don't know if he's in. Hold on, I'll check and see who's here. She pushed the hold button as she heard boots pounding up a set of stairs she hadn't noticed when she walked in. Hello, can I help you? A masculine voice asked. Not Jake's. Is that Gavin? His head poked above the half wall that separated the stairs from the rest of the reception area. Adrianna, what are you doing here? Just popped in to see where you two work. Someone's asking for you on the phone. Crud. He shoved his hands through his hair. I guess Jake forgot to forward the phone. Hold on a minute. He snagged the receiver and pushed the button to talk. Seeing Aiden begin to wander, Adrianna lured him back to play while she waited for Gavin to finish his conversation. Curious, she took a look around the room, noticing details she missed when she first entered. There were a dozen pictures of beautiful homes framed on one wall of the office, the usual filing cabinets and fax. The back was filled by the desk and a couple of doors. The room felt surprisingly spacious, despite every inch of wall being flanked by business furniture. Finally, Gavin hung up, finished scribbling his message, and turned to her, shoving the paper into his pocket. I'm afraid Jake got called out. One of our clients came back into town early and wanted to discuss some changes this morning. His fingers tapped on the phone receiver. Geneva Clark called a little while ago to ask if you'd be well enough to start playing again in church Sunday. I guess she couldn't reach you at home. It'll sure be nice to have you back. Though she seriously considered spouting off the baloney about her fingers being too stiff, when she looked in his eyes, she found the truth slipping out. Yeah, well, here's the thing. You see, I can't remember how to play the piano. It was embarrassing to admit it to him. To anyone. If she used to be so good at it, everyone would expect her to play. But she couldn't. His eyebrow lifted in surprise, then glanced into the parking lot. You could remember how to drive a car. She twisted her fingers together in front of her. Yeah, apparently driving is just like riding a bicycle. You never forget. But playing the piano is not. The music looks vaguely familiar, but none of it really makes sense to me. I'll see if Geneva can find someone else for the next while. Maybe it'll come back to me with my other memories. She bit her lip and felt an embarrassed flush spread over her cheeks. He studied her for a long moment, then pulled out his phone. I have her number. The office phone rang, and he reached for the receiver. Yeah, I have the plans in my office. Hold on, he told the caller after a couple of minutes. He covered the receiver and pointed to the cell. Larry Clark, look it up and call while I take care of this. Then he disappeared into his office. Adrianna walked around and picked up his cell. It was one of those fancy BlackBerry phones, like the one she'd seen Jake carrying. In only a few seconds, she worked her way through the menu to the number she needed. I'm sorry, I forgot Jake said you couldn't. Gavin stopped speaking at the doorway when she started to talk into the phone. Hi, Geneva. This is Adrianna Mueller. Adrianna, I'm so glad you've come home. We've all missed you so much. I'm sure your family is thrilled. Everyone is. The voice was soft and thin, that of an old woman. Yes, well, it's really nice to be out of the hospital. I'm not quite up to full strength yet, and there are other issues I'm still dealing with. She wasn't sure exactly what to say about her memory loss. There was no way to know how far the story had spread, or whether this woman might be in on the facts, or rumor tinged with fact, as the case may be. She really didn't want to explain it all right now. I understand you have a few holes in your memory. That must be very confusing. You poor thing. And on top of all the other healing that needs to be done, too, it's no wonder you needed another week to recuperate. We certainly have missed hearing you play. That's the trouble, actually. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to play the piano in church this week, or any time in the near future. I'm finding my skills decidedly rusty. Not strictly a lie, but not honest either. Oh, bother. Tears stung her eyes and she covered her mouth with her fingers, willing her voice to stay steady. When she felt Gavin's hand settle on her shoulder, she took strength. I promise to let you know when I feel up to it again. Geneva clucked her tongue. Well, I hope you're feeling much better soon. We've all been real worried about you. Is there anything you need? Anything I can do for you, dear? No, nothing time and a return to my normal routine won't accomplish. Whatever normal means. Well, all right then. Let me know if I can help. I'll see you Sunday, though. Yes, we'll be there. Adrianna said goodbye and ended the call. She stared at the phone for a moment, pushing back her frustration. I'm sorry. It must be hard to know you can't play right now. She shrugged, and Gavin's hand slid away from her. I don't remember loving it, so it isn't like I broke my hands and long to play. I just feel embarrassed everyone expects me to do it, but I can't. When she heard him step away from her, she turned to face him. The compassion in his eyes made her heart skip. Thanks for letting me dig through your phone. She picked it up from the desk and handed it to him, avoiding his gaze. Jake said you had trouble navigating his phone, that you could never figure it out. You found the number pretty quickly. He returned his phone to the holder at his hip, then slid his hands in his pockets as if unsure what to do with them. The move made his t-shirt ripple across his muscled chest and his biceps flex slightly. She couldn't help but notice. Had she always found him this attractive? She still felt the heat of his hand on her shoulder. Again, she shrugged. It's fairly basic. At least finding your list of contacts is. I must have played with his since he said that. Where's your receptionist? You do normally have one, don't you? Yeah, she quit a few weeks ago to run off to L.A. Apparently she had a secret dream to be an actress. He looked as though he were trying to smile, but she could see he was tired. How on earth have you kept up with everything, then? Lots of extra hours. Jake's been coming back here in the evening a lot, and I think he's taking paperwork home. He brought Aiden to work with him several times when you were in the hospital. The playpen is still in the closet. Hopefully we'll get someone else hired soon. He glanced at the clock and shifted his weight to his other foot. I really need to go, and Jake's likely to be at least another hour. You can stay if you like, but there's not much point. There are drinks in the mini-fridge in Jake's office if you want to wait. He gestured to the open door to his left. Feeling tired from her short trip, she turned and scooped Aiden off the floor, where he had been banging his toy truck on the desk. Then I guess I'll see you later?
Chapter 12. Gavin rubbed his eyes as he looked at the stack of statements, deposits, check stubs, and projects sitting on his desk. Tara's record-keeping had been even more haphazard than he'd thought. There seemed to be a reasonable amount of money in the account. Low, but reasonable. There was no way to know how it would turn out until he dug through the stacks and entered it all onto his money management program on the computer. Tara had done a good job with the paperwork until about 6 months earlier, at which point things started to get lax, with fewer entries since then, and it was even worse in the past 3 months. Oh, she'd recorded payments and checks. She wanted to get paid after all, but the invoices and notes weren't there, and nothing seemed to be in a recognizable order. Jake came in the front door, calling out to Gavin, "Hey, you're still here? Don't you ever go home? I've got tickets to the Kings game tomorrow night. I'll leave early. What's going on?" He noticed the way Jake ran his hands through his hair, making it stand on end. That had always been a sign he felt frazzled. Turnbaugh decided he wanted to change the layout of the master bedroom and push the wall out another 5 feet after we got the foundation poured. I just spent an hour explaining the delays and extra costs involved if he does that. He doesn't care. It's what he wants. He dropped into the chair across from Gavin. I told you he'd be a pill, a lucrative client, but a pill. You're going to earn every penny of that paycheck. Gavin sat back in his chair and prepared to listen to the full details. The stack of papers would still be there tomorrow.
Adrianna sat in bed, reading from the journals again when she heard Jake come in a little after 8. She put the book away and went out. She needed to get her mind off Brock, and the journals had talked about him incessantly. She'd been worse than a love-struck teen. She found Jake putting leftovers from dinner into the microwave. "Another long day, huh?" He looked over at her and smiled. "Yeah." One problem leads to another until a 10-minute walkthrough on a site turns into a 4-hour mess. It's good to be home again. He set the cooking time. And then there's paperwork. And then there's paperwork. he echoed and opened the fridge, pulling out the milk. That's the part that never ends. I spend way more time pushing papers than swinging a hammer these days, especially with Tara quitting on us. He unscrewed the cap on the milk and looked over at her. I heard you popped by the office. Adrianna made herself stay and smile, though she was a bit uncomfortable with the affection radiating from his eyes. She'd really come to care for his family since she woke up, but she didn't feel the same sibling love he showed her. Gavin gave me a phone number so I could have them arrange for someone else to play the piano Sunday. He set the milk jug back on the counter and turned all of his attention to her. What's wrong? Why aren't you going to play? Adrianna considered for a moment being as honest with Jake as she'd been with Gavin, but knew it would hurt Jake to know the truth. She might yet mysteriously realize she did know how to play. She flexed her fingers, which were mildly stiff, but not seriously impaired. I'm not quite back up to par, but I'm sure that will improve. Her hands had been beat up pretty badly in the accident, though thankfully it had been mostly cosmetic, no broken bones. She nearly sighed in relief when he accepted the implied explanation. I'm sure it'll get better. Your hair looks great, by the way. Did I forget to mention that? It's nice, very chic. He teased the ends along the bottom with his fingers, then gave her a noogie. She pulled away from his restraining arm, laughing despite herself. Thanks, it makes me feel like a whole new person. She ran her fingers back through her hair to smooth it and glanced at the piano. She was alone with only Aiden in the house for hours most days. Maybe a bit of concentrated study with her music books wouldn't hurt. Adrianna was wrong. It did hurt to practice. It hurt her head. She had to look online for information on playing the piano. Luckily, there were some simple primers that taught notes and chords, and she spent most of the hours that Megan was in school either practicing or chasing Aiden around so he wouldn't tear up the house too badly. She now knew what the dots corresponded to on the keyboard and what they each meant, but her progress was frustratingly slow. And though everyone told her how much she had loved playing the piano, she found she really hated it. How could it have been this big, important thing to her once when she felt so differently about it now? After 2 hours of much interrupted work, Adrianna gave in for the day and put the primers away. There would be time to work on it again tomorrow, and maybe she would regain some of her determination by then. I won't be back until dinner time tonight. Maybe I'll grab some pizzas on the way home, Megan said as she snatched up her purse and headed for the garage. Don't worry about it, I'll cook something, Adrianna said. It's about time I tried to fix a meal. You all keep talking about what a great cook I am. She had helped Megan with several other meals, and it looked easy enough. That would be great. Are you sure you're up to it while taking care of Aiden? I used to do both, didn't I? You're a peach. You can use anything you find in the house. Thanks. Megan closed the door behind her. Adrianna poked through cabinets in the fridge. When she found a fun Pilgrim Jell-O mold, she dug out a couple packages of gelatin and some fruit to go in it. It was a bit early for Thanksgiving, but Halloween had come and gone the previous week, so she figured it was close enough. Jell-O should be easy to do. A few minutes later, she settled on spaghetti for dinner. There were some frozen loaves of French bread dough in the freezer, so she pulled one out and covered it in plastic wrap so it wouldn't dry out while it defrosted and rose. Then began mixing up the gelatin. She finished pouring the mixture into the Jell-O mold and slid it into the fridge. She brushed her hands against each other, as if dusting them off after a job well done. Her cell phone rang, and she answered it, checking on the toddler who played noisily with his toy farm animals in the living room. Hey, Jake, what's up? I invited Gavin for dinner. We have a couple of bids to put together tonight. I was just checking to see if Megan left anything, or if I should grab takeout on the way home. Adrianna smiled as she checked on the bread. I'm cooking tonight, nothing fancy, just spaghetti. We'll shoot to eat about 7, and then you guys can sequester yourselves in your office. How's that? Sounds great. A moment passed while Jake told Gavin, he says he's always up for anything you make. We'll be on time. See you then. Adrianna swapped goodbyes and hung up, satisfied with her plans for the afternoon. Chapter 13. A few hours passed, and as 6 o'clock approached, Adrianna began to worry about the bread. It was fully defrosted, but it hadn't raised much. She read the directions again and decided to nudge the yeast along a bit by putting it in a warm oven. She slid it into the oven, and as she turned it on, she made a mental note to turn the heat off again in a moment when it had warmed slightly. Then she pulled out the hamburger to brown and started a saucepan for the marinara. While she browned the hamburger, she began to heat the tomato sauce and added spices. She found out flavoring sauce was kind of fun, as she threw in a little of this and a little of that. She minced up a few garlic cloves, cutting herself once in the process. When Aiden started crying, she rushed over and took care of him, then returned to find the hamburger burning. She removed it from the heat and tried to remove just the top layer that wasn't burnt yet and put it in a new pan to cook. Thankfully, there had been more than enough originally. She told herself she would be more careful this time, turning the heat down so it wouldn't burn again, and started a pot of water to boil for the spaghetti. By the time she returned to the sauce, it had scorched slightly, but she poured what was still usable into a bowl. It was appreciably less than she had expected. Tears pricked at her eyes, but she squeezed them back and added another can of tomato sauce to the mix. Setting that aside, she checked on the French bread, which smelled divine. The bread hadn't risen as much as she would have liked, but it still looked pretty good. With a sigh, she realized she had forgotten to turn off the heat after the oven warmed a little. It was too late to fix the problem now, so she reset the oven temperature and crossed her fingers. It might raise a bit more before the crust hardened. She pulled a couple cans of green beans from the cupboard and plopped the contents into a bowl, then set it by the microwave to nuke when everyone arrived. After chasing a diaperless, poopy-bummed Aiden around the living room and getting him cleaned up, she remembered her spaghetti and pulled it from the heat. A glance at the clock told her the pasta had boiled about 5 minutes too long, but it still looked okay. She hoped it wouldn't be too mushy. What difference would a few minutes make anyway? She set it aside, looking for the colander. The phone rang, distracting her from her search. When she finished speaking with a violinist whose name she recognized from her journal, Adrianna set the table. It was nearly 7 already. Happy with the way the table looked with a small bouquet of flowers in the middle, she realized the spaghetti was still in the pot of water, and she started looking through the cupboards again. Finally, she found the colander and placed it in the sink to drain the water off of the spaghetti. It didn't look all that great now, though. The long pieces had broken up, and they weren't holding their shape as well as she had expected. She tried not to let herself get discouraged, but everything was piling up, looking worse and worse, and time drew closer for everyone to arrive. The doorbell rang, and she rushed to answer it, finding Gavin on the other side. "Hey, you're early? Come in." Gavin flashed her an easy smile and shoved one hand in the front pocket of his jeans. The other hand held a manila file folder. "I remember you're cooking. I've been looking forward to eating dinner all afternoon." He snatched up Aiden and tucked the toddler under his arm, making Aiden giggle. "I just spoke with Jake. Predictably, he's going to be late. He's doing a walkthrough in Olathe and will be half an hour or so." The mention of her legendary cooking skills brought a sinking feeling to Adrianna's stomach. Things were not going nearly as smoothly as she had expected. Wasn't spaghetti supposed to be easy? "Well, don't set your expectations too high," she muttered. Tears threatened again, and she blinked, taking a deep breath as she returned to the kitchen to check on the baking bread. She opened the oven, bit her bottom lip, and smiled in relief. The loaf was nice and shiny, beautifully browned, if a bit smaller than she planned on. She slid her hand into an oven mitt and took out the tray, wondering why it was so shiny. Was that normal? Most of the bread she saw in stores wasn't like that. Maybe it lost the shine as it cooled? "Wow, that looks gorgeous. Did you make that from scratch?" Gavin leaned closer for a better look. "Wish I could say I did, but no, it was frozen dough. Easy enough for a child to make." She flashed a grin at him, and their eyes caught for just a moment before she hurriedly looked away. She had set out a cooling rack for the bread, but as she tipped the cookie sheet to the side to slide it off, it only moved about half an inch before it stopped. A terrible realization hit her, and with a bang, she put the cookie sheet on the cooling rack she had set out. I can't believe it. Of course it's shiny. She wanted to growl and say nasty things at her ineptitude. She gritted her teeth and kept all of the comments to herself, though. What's wrong? Gavin asked. He looked more closely at the bread and his brow furrowed. His nostrils flared slightly, and she could tell he was smelling something in the air. Probably the burnt food in the pans, or maybe the scent of melted plastic. Hoping she was wrong, Adrianna grabbed a knife and poked at the base of the bread on the cookie sheet and the plastic wrap she had left on it to keep it from drying out, puckered, and pulled away just slightly. Perfect. That's just perfect. Right after I mentioned that a child could make this bread, I proved that I'm not as smart as an 8-year-old. I didn't uncover the bread before I put it in the oven. She glanced over in time to see Gavin push the spaghetti around in the colander with a spoon. It started to disintegrate. This time, when the tears came into her eyes, they spilled onto her cheeks and more rushed to take their places. She tossed the knife into the sink and covered her face with her hands. Did she seriously have to make such a mess of dinner in front of him? Wasn't it bad enough she had wasted all of the food without bringing him into it? Wasn't she good at anything anymore? Hey, none of that. No crying when I'm around. Gavin's voice came out anxious, and his hand settled nervously on her shoulder. There's nothing here worth crying over. It's totally fixable. I had these beautiful plans. Adrianna grabbed a paper towel from the dispenser beside her and wiped at her face. I had this vision of a beautiful dinner with crisp French bread and a pretty Jell-O mold. She sobbed, trying to calm down, but not making much headway. Well, there's still Jell-O, and the green beans just need to be nuked. That will be fabulous. Green beans and Jell-O. Totally gourmet, don't you think? Why isn't anything going right? I can't do anything I used to. I'm surprised I can even walk without tripping over my own feet, considering how pathetic I am at everything else. She felt his arm come around her shoulders, pulling her close with Aiden sandwiched between them. It's okay. You're just a bit out of sorts right now. His hand slid down her hair and settled at her shoulder, with his thumb and forefinger still on her neck. He rubbed his thumb along the sensitive skin of her nape a couple of times before jolting, as if realizing what he'd been doing and moving away. Here, take the kid and I'll see what we can do about fixing this. He shoved Aiden into her arms, almost like a defense mechanism. She took a deep, shuddering breath. I've ruined everything. We'll start over. He dumped the noodles into the garbage and refilled the saucepan, setting it on the stovetop and turning on the heating element below it. Let's see what we've got here. He poked through the cupboard where the pasta was and grabbed a bag of spirals. He dug into the fridge and pulled out some broccoli, cauliflower, and carrots, then set Adrianna to washing and chopping them while he started a second pan heating on the stove with a steamer tray in it. Then he melted some butter in a third saucepan and began whisking in flour, then milk. A delicious smell filled the air again, and Adrianna threw out all of the scorched, burned, and plastic-coated food she had cooked, then scrubbed the pans while Aiden played at their feet. Thanks, she said when they had settled into a comfortable rhythm. She sniffled one last time. Where did you learn to cook? My mom insisted all of her kids learn to cook, even the boys. It's come in handy when I just couldn't face another fast food meal. Seemingly at random, he added salt, pepper, and other spices, threw in a couple handfuls of shredded cheddar and some Parmesan from a can while the pasta boiled in the first pot. Most of the time I eat out or just sit down to cereal or a sandwich, but I enjoy cooking sometimes, when I have someone to cook for anyway. His smile warmed her, and she felt a small flutter in her chest. Do you suppose cooking is like playing the piano? And not automatic to remember, like riding a bike, you mean? She chuckled and leaned back against the counter, picking up a baby carrot and biting it in half. Exactly. It seemed like it should be easy enough, but I kept getting distracted and had the heat up too high. It didn't seem all that high when I started out. I have a great beginner's book that teaches the basics of how to cook and prepare food, if you'd like to borrow it, as a refresher, of course. I think I'd like that. She peeked into the fridge and gave her Jell-O a wiggle and smiled when it looked firm. I'm embarrassed that you saw this whole mess. Your food seems to be turning out fine. He shrugged, looking back at the pan where he stirred the cheese sauce. It'll be edible anyway. The garage door opened and Megan rushed in. Sorry I'm late. There was an accident and it took me a while to get around it. She looked around. Gavin, what are you doing? Just assisting Adrianna with dinner. Aiden ended up being a handful this afternoon. Jake should be here any time. He's running behind. As always, Megan's voice came out in a light grumble. I'll put my stuff away. Adrianna pulled the Jell-O from the fridge and after dipping it in an inch or so of warm water in the bottom of the sink, inverted the gelatin onto a platter. Look at that, isn't it pretty? She asked Gavin, pleased something she did that night had turned out right. Very nice. He smiled at her over his shoulder, then added the pasta, veggies, and sauce into a serving bowl. So is yours, very pretty. It has great colors. Megan came back and oohed and ahead over the pilgrim gelatin. I haven't done a Jell-O mold in ages. I should think about it more often. Adrianna picked it up and moved it to the table, noticing a small tear in the gelatin as she set it down. A moment later, the small tear became a bigger one, and then it sent out a web of spider cracks across the shape, falling into pieces on the platter. Adrianna let out a low groan. Megan rushed over and looked at it. What happened? It just fell apart. Why did it do that? Adrianna asked, her voice almost a wail. Did you make it with less water, like the jiggler recipe on the box? Megan asked. Was I supposed to? Adrianna asked. What's it supposed to be? Gavin walked over and set the bowl of pasta and veggies on the table beside them, then started to laugh. Adrianna was tempted to hit him for just a moment, then joined him. Everything she had made that night had gone wrong, but somehow it didn't matter so much anymore. His laughter was contagious, making the whole mess actually seem kind of funny. Megan started to giggle too when the door opened and Jake appeared behind them. Sorry I'm late. I tried to get here earlier. He looked at them and his brow furrowed. What's going on? Adrianna laughed again and leaned against Gavin for just a moment. His hand touched the small of her back, and his cologne surrounded her, melding with the sense of the food he had prepared. She turned to look up into his face, then realized who it was. He must have had the same realization, because they both pulled back at the same time, and she hurried to the cupboard. I guess I ought to get out some bowls for the Jell-O. At least it should still taste good. She heard Gavin chuckle again and smiled to herself. Chapter 14. The phone rang in Adrianna's ear, and Brock's voicemail came on again. Frustrated, she clicked the end button on her cell phone and tossed it onto the sofa. Why is it everyone in the world seems to be able to dial my number daily, but my fiancé is apparently incapable of either answering the phone or returning a call? I'm sorry he's being such an idiot, Megan said as she stuffed a teddy bear into the diaper bag, then stood fluidly from her crouch despite her 3-inch heels. Adrianna spent most of each day taking things easy as she recovered from the accident, and now felt much stronger than she had. Her ribs still hurt when she twisted or lifted too much, but even that pain was growing less common. Aiden was alternately angel and stinker, but that instant love she'd felt for him on their first meeting had only grown. She wouldn't call herself a natural with kids, but she was learning the toddler's ways and enjoyed watching him. It made her want kids of her own. Somehow she didn't see Brock thrilling at the idea of becoming a dad anytime soon, despite his being nearly 40. Not that Brock's interest in fatherhood was likely to impact things in that department in the near future. Adrianna couldn't see the two of them working anything out at this point. Not if he thought refusing to contact her for nearly 2 weeks was acceptable. She turned her attention away from her man troubles. Preparing for church was nerve-wracking enough, her first foray into the public eye. Are you sure I look all right? She asked Megan as she checked the pearl earrings. It's not like my face is quite back to normal. She ran her fingers over the pink scar lines. The swelling was gone, and the scars weren't quite as bright as before, so the masking makeup she wore made them nearly invisible, from a distance anyway. She pressed her lips together, checking her lipstick for flaws. And there's my hair. It's like I lost half of myself. Megan brushed the ends of Adrianna's short crop with her fingertips. It'll be fine. Is that really what's bothering you? Adrianna sighed. It's a big part of it, but I'm also worried I'll feel strange knowing everyone expects me to play the piano when I'm not going to today. Don't worry about it. Everyone will understand, and you look beautiful. Settle down. Since Jake had gone to church early to help set up, Megan handed Adrianna a bag with her scriptures and the diaper bag. She hefted Aiden before leading the way to the garage. Smiles, greetings, and good wishes assaulted Adrianna at every turn after they walked in the door. Or at least it seemed that way. She was sure she was only approached by a small percentage of the congregation, but it felt like a lot. She'd expected the curiosity, the eyes that turned to her so often, the feeling of being under a microscope, despite the fact that most people were really more worried about keeping their children in line than they were in keeping tabs on her. Her singing was awful, she knew, and she wondered when the gorgeous soprano voice everyone talked about would reappear. Had the accident damaged it permanently? Her throat didn't hurt anymore. Deciding not to worry about it for now, she focused on the music in front of her. And when she remembered the chorus of the closing hymn, she smiled to herself, knowing the answers to her questions were just around the corner. It was nearly 2 full weeks after Brock stormed from the house before Adrianna saw him again. She opened the front door to find him standing on the porch in a crisp, stone-colored suit. Brock? She stared at him in surprise for a moment. Her manners kicked in and she moved back, waving him into the house. Come in. He studied her before moving into the room. Hello, Adie. That was all he said until he crossed the family room and settled into a chair. When they were seated, he looked her in the eye. I'm sorry I haven't returned your phone calls. I needed a little time to figure things out. You certainly took it. It was the least caustic thing she could bring herself to say. Regardless of the fact she didn't love him, it still hurt when he refused to speak to her. Yes, well, I'm not proud of that, but it's what I needed. I'm sorry. He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. He stared at his clasped hands, not looking in her direction at all. I think maybe I'm expecting too much, too quickly. Perhaps, but you have a right to be frustrated. She tried to remind herself of everything he had done for her since the accident and the sweet things from their past that she had detailed in her journals. Don't try to be understanding. It's only going to make it harder. He fidgeted for a moment, then took a long breath. Being without you is like having part of me go missing. And frankly, being with you since the accident is about the same. He looked her in the eye, his expression unreadable. His intonation was carefully neutral, but his words placed the blame well enough. I wish I had a solution. If I could simply remember everything, you know I'd jump at the chance. She felt herself getting defensive. He wasn't the only one hurt and confused. I know you would, but after being away from you for a while, I've realized perhaps we should cool things, at least until you get your memory back. It's only adding stress to both of us, pretending to carry on our relationship, because pretense is all it's been lately, when it's obvious you don't feel it. Ah, so you flew out here to break up with me. Adrianna nodded, fighting to keep her face impassive, though she felt the pain of rejection. What an amazing man you are, going out of your way to break things off with the recovering amnesiac in person after ignoring her for 2 weeks. Thank you. She stood and began walking toward the front door to see him out. Adie, come on. His footsteps rang on the tiles as he strode after her. It's not like I haven't tried to make things work with you. I have. I've spent tons of time and made multiple trips back here to be with you since the accident. I don't want to completely break things off. Just take a step back until you get your footing. Sure you do. We step back and then in a few weeks it'll seem perfectly normal for us to make a clean break. She desperately didn't want to go through this all over again in a few weeks. It had been uncomfortable enough to do once. Why don't you do us both a favor and make a clean break? I've been your sick and hanging appendage long enough. She couldn't keep the bitterness out of her voice. This is not all my fault. You refused to even kiss me. She froze with her hand on the doorknob. It wasn't like she could dispute his words. They were true. She took a deep breath and pushed down the anger clouding her judgment. Didn't she owe him a full chance? Didn't she owe it to herself? When she spoke again, her voice was calm. All of this over a kiss? His voice was part pleading, part surrender. No, but you've completely shut me out, like you won't even try. He placed a hand just above her elbow. Put yourself in my position. For the past several weeks, after all I've done to try and rekindle our romance, you won't even attempt to meet me halfway. When she looked at it from his point of view, she didn't like herself very much. Tears rose, and she fought to keep them under control. He wasn't asking so much, was he? She turned and faced him, looking him in the eye. You're right about that. Perhaps that was a mistake. Maybe if I did. Adrianna didn't finish the sentence, letting her expression do the work. When his eyes widened, she knew he understood her. She saw him wet his lips as he studied her face again. I should have mentioned when you let me in. You look great. In a few weeks, you'll be good as new. As he said this, he trailed fingers lightly over her cheeks, his touch barely more than a whisper against her skin. He unerringly found her scars. With the way he looked at her as he leaned in, she thought her heart rate should have been soaring. She found herself impatient instead as she waited for him to kiss her. After his lips feathered against hers, she nearly pulled back, but he drew her closer for another lingering kiss. It was nice, she thought, as his lips pressed to hers. His mouth was warm and soft, his technique seemed fine, but she was unmoved. She pressed into it even more, but still felt nothing her journals had described. Where was the giddy excitement she had detailed mere months before? He moved away after a moment and frowned at her. That wasn't what I expected. Part of her cried out in pain. If only she could feel something special for this man, remember, and move back into her old life. Was that really so much to ask? It couldn't be helped, though. She felt nothing significant, and that didn't look like it was about to change. No. It looks like you were right to step back after all. He let out a low breath and closed his eyes for a long moment. I want to stay in touch, but I have other responsibilities and can't be here as much as I have since the accident. And I've become a burden. I'm sorry. The seconds ticked past as she reined in the emotions that threatened to pour out of her before she turned the doorknob. She still felt so lost and wished she could slip back into the life everyone else remembered she'd had. She saw the pain in his face and wished once again that things could have worked between them. I'll let you know when I have any breakthroughs. He touched her arm. I hope you'll come see our Christmas concert next month. It's always been one of your favorites. I'll see what I can do. Adrianna opened the door wide, then looked Brock in the face. I do appreciate you making the trip to talk to me in person. Brock kept his eyes on hers as he buttoned his coat. I do love you, Adie, more than you could know. Yeah. She remembered the ring on her left hand and slid it off, handing it out to Brock. Men wildly in love are always dumping a fiancé because she can't remember their relationship. Stay in touch. He hesitated for several seconds, then slowly reached out and took the ring from her. He looked at it for a long moment, then at her before turning and walking back to his car. He didn't turn away quite soon enough to keep her from seeing the tear drip onto his cheek. She watched him stride down the sidewalk toward his luxury rental car and knew it was the last she would see of him for a long, long time. Possibly forever. Her own tears escaping, she swallowed back a lump of what might have been and shut the door. Adrianna turned to see Megan standing in the hall. She froze for a moment, then decided there was no point in pretense. Heard that, did you? Just the last words. He didn't stay long. She lifted a brow in punctuation. I don't expect we'll see much of him from now on. I'm sorry, Adie. A moment later, Adrianna found herself wrapped in her sister-in-law's arms. She didn't know what she would have done without this sweet woman to offer comfort and support, but she was glad she wouldn't have to find out. The next evening, Adrianna decided to try cooking again since Megan was staying late at school to work on a project. As she and Jake sat down to scalded tomato soup and charred grilled cheese sandwiches, she held back a grimace. She really was helpless in the kitchen. How was work today? She asked. It's just one thing after another piling up. I don't know if we're ever going to dig out without a receptionist. I should go back to the office tonight to see what I can sort out. but I'm just too tired." A yawn punctuated his words. "Have you thought about hiring a temp?" she asked. "We probably ought to, but I don't want to spend time training someone who isn't going to be around for more than a few days." Adrianna nodded in understanding. A long moment of silence stretched between them before Jake broke it. "Megan told me about your discussion with Bach yesterday. I'm sorry things didn't work out between you." "Are you? You made it clear you didn't think he was good enough." Adrianna kept her voice as light as possible, not wanting to sound bitter. "He isn't. But you love him, and he's always treated you well and made you happy. I'm sorry he hurt you." He shot a look at her. "You've always been there for me. I want to see you with someone who can be everything you deserve, but I don't like to see you upset." Adrianna smiled faintly. Surprisingly, the breakup wasn't as bad as I expected. She covered his hand with hers and gave it a squeeze. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Chapter 15. By Monday afternoon, Adrianna was officially going stir-crazy. She imagined she had friends she normally called to meet with, and the hours of piano practice Jake had alluded to must have taken up a good chunk of her time. It was taking up a whole lot of time anyway, just not very productively. Even though she spent hours at the piano each week, she made very little progress. Considering the whirlwind of destruction Aiden could be, it wasn't surprising it took most of her effort to keep the house in reasonably decent shape. After her disastrous dinner, she hadn't attempted anything too challenging, but if the dish required more than a few minutes in the microwave, she'd managed to ruin it anyway. With final papers and projects stacking up, Megan was gone or closed up in the other room, studying more and more, leaving Adrianna to find something to distract herself and Aiden. When it came time for Aiden's afternoon nap, Adrianna made a decision. She couldn't be any less effective in the office than she'd been at home that morning, and the guys could obviously use a hand. If Aiden decided to sleep nicely, she could at least answer phones for Jake and Gavin while she watched him. When she arrived, the front office was a wreck. There was a stack of mail that hadn't been sorted since its delivery that morning. The phone rang, clients waited in the front room, and paperwork sat piled at least 6 inches high on the desk. Adrianna grabbed the cordless handset and answered the phone while she muscled the playpen from the closet. She took a note for the guys. Gavin was nowhere to be seen, and Jake was on the other line, and then turned toward the couple sitting in the reception area. "Hello, I'm Adrianna. Is there something I can do for you, or is Jake taking care of things?" She pushed the short hair back from her face and hoped it would stay tucked behind her ear for at least 5 seconds. Of course it didn't. "We've been here for 10 minutes, and no one has come out of the office yet," the swarthy man said. "We're about to leave. We heard this company was one of the best, but honestly, is this how things normally work?" "I do apologize. Things have been a bit crazy lately. The usual receptionist quit, and they've been hard-pressed to find another. Would you like something to drink? A snack? I'm sure I can find sodas or water." "Didn't Gavin say they had drinks around here?" "Let me see what we've got, and I'll make sure Jake knows you're here. What are your names?" "Hostetler. John and Mardee Hostetler. We've been in touch with Gavin. Why isn't he here?" The man's voice was disgruntled, but he settled back into his seat, tugging his dark gray suit jacket down over his ample stomach. Improvising as she went, Adrianna began to placate. "We believe in a hands-on approach to building. That means Jake and Gavin closely supervise each stage in the construction. Because of this, it is common to find one or both men on site during the day. I'll contact Gavin to find out where he is and when he plans to be back. In the meantime, I'll see what I can do about getting you something to drink." She glanced over at Aiden and was grateful the toddler played contentedly with his truck. When Adrianna went into Jake's office, she felt his eyes follow her across the room. She made a beeline for his mini-fridge and smiled when she found the jackpot inside. There was a wide variety of drinks from water and soda to juice. She pulled 6 out and stuck them on a plastic disposable plate. She grabbed a couple paper cups and made a mental note to talk to Jake about buying nicer plastic ones for clients, then returned to the front room. John Hostetler took a cola, while Mardee preferred ginger ale. Adrianna set their drinks nearby and returned the others to the fridge. She had planned to wait for Jake to finish his call, but the phone began to ring again, and she returned to the front desk to answer it. When Jake emerged a few minutes later, she'd taken 3 messages, notified Gavin his clients had arrived, and begun sorting through the mail. "What's going on?" Jake asked when he stepped out of his office. "This is John and Mardi Hostetler. They were hoping to speak with Gavin, but he's been delayed." She omitted to mention they hadn't made an appointment. "Perhaps you could answer a question or two for them while they wait for Gavin to return." "Sure." Jake gave her a funny look, then faced the couple. He walked over and introduced himself, shaking their hands. "I'm pleased to meet you. Gavin and I were discussing your project just yesterday. Come into my office and we can talk." He ushered them through the door, but gave his sister another odd look before disappearing inside. He didn't close the door behind him. Aiden began to fuss, and Adrianna handed him a few animal crackers, then returned to sorting and filing. When Gavin came in a few minutes later, he stopped and gave her a broad smile which made her heart speed up. Just a little. "What's going on here? I didn't know we'd hired ourselves some help." She felt the corners of her mouth inch up. "I'm just filling in. The Hostetlers are speaking with Jake in his office." She tried to act reasonably unaffected by his smile and returned her attention to the incoming email she was sorting through. "Yeah, I guess we'll talk later." He entered the room and she heard him greet the clients. An hour passed before anyone emerged from the office. By then, Aiden was fast asleep, and Adrianna had taken a page of phone messages, cleared the obvious junk emails away, and nearly unearthed the desktop. Gavin walked the couple out to their car, and Jake came up behind Adrianna. "I've never seen this side of you before. You're an amazing musician, an excellent cook, and great with Aiden, but you've never seemed too interested in office work." Adrianna handed him the stack of mail with his name on it. "My cooking is appalling, my piano playing is not up to snuff at the moment, and you needed me here. I figured if I did nothing more than answer phones and file papers, it might allow you to get home at a semi-reasonable hour each day. Your wife and son are starting to wonder what you look like." He pursed his lips, tucking his stack of mail under one arm. "I'm sorry I've been gone so much since you've gotten home. It's not usually like this, just with no receptionist, and then all the time I was gone last month." It was clear he didn't want to make a big deal about all the work he missed while she was in the hospital, but she knew it must have been a great sacrifice of his time and sleep. "I know you're under a lot of pressure right now. I want to help, not make you feel guilty. I appreciate your willingness to step in for a while." Gavin walked in. "Woo! I was starting to think they'd never be satisfied. Thanks for taking care of them and letting me know they were here," he said to Adrianna, and then let his eyes slide over the tidy desk. "It looks like you've been busy." "Yes, but I'll need some direction on what to do with the rest of this stuff, and the office could use a little vacuuming. There are cleaning supplies around here, aren't there?" "You're a saint." Gavin came over and settled onto the corner of the desk. "If you weren't already taken, I'd propose on the spot." Adrianna laughed and avoided the allusion to her relationship with Brock. She really didn't want to get into that right now. "You're welcome. I split the mail into piles with your name on them. One's with his name on them," she indicated her brother, "and one's addressed to the business. I wasn't sure who handles that stack and which were junk mail. If one of you wants to show me what to do with the rest of these papers, I'll see what I can do this afternoon." "I vote we keep her for as long as we can bribe her to stay," Gavin said. "What do you need? Nights of theater, accolades, a fabulous dinner out. We'd be happy to oblige." She laughed again. "A soda would go down nice right now if you could grab me one." "Done." When she settled back at the desk after Gavin delivered the soda and finished explaining their filing system to her, Adrianna grinned to herself. It was nice to feel like she was doing something right, something good and worthwhile. Not that taking care of Aiden wasn't sweet in many ways, but she felt like she was used to doing things, accomplishing things, and after all the weeks of lying around, she was ready to be active again. The rest of the afternoon passed as Adrianna sorted and filed, answered phones, and cleaned up the front office. By the end of the workday, she was exhausted, but felt good about what she'd accomplished. Aiden had been unusually calm and well-behaved in his playpen, making things all that much easier. He slept most of the afternoon, then played independently for the most part. The office was supposed to close at 5, but it was closer to 6 when Jake came out and leaned against the door jamb. Aiden was getting fussy, and Adrianna didn't want to feed him any more animal crackers. What he needed was real food. "Ready for that dinner we promised you?" "Megan said she'd meet us wherever," Jake said. "Actually, I think it was Gavin who promised me dinner, but I accept." She flashed him a cheeky grin, then stood from the chair and snagged her purse. "I don't imagine I've saved you all that much time in the long run, not as much as I've interrupted your work to get directions." "You accomplished more than you think. The office looks great. Thanks for cleaning up. We were about ready to call a service to shovel the place out." Jake leaned down and pulled his son from the playpen. Aiden was all smiles as he clasped his arms around his father's neck. "Come on, there's a nice little Mexican place around the corner. Gavin will be right behind us. Wow, if I get dinner for what I accomplished today, what are you going to offer me tomorrow?" Adrianna asked. Gavin emerged from his office. "You're coming in tomorrow too? Thank you. You're exactly what we needed." Adrianna simply smiled and allowed Jake to usher her out the door.
Gavin watched Adrianna from across the table. She seemed to shine in the low lamplight. She'd always been beautiful, but he'd never seen her like this, her smiles and laughter brightening the dim interior of the restaurant. He reminded himself she was taken, and he didn't need a rebound relationship after his last one went sour. Still, he couldn't help but appreciate her healthy appetite for the spicy food on her plate. If he'd ventured a guess before, he would have figured her for a mild food girl. Though her tastes may have run to exotic dishes like caviar, these spicy dishes didn't fit his preconceptions. The fact that they didn't was just one more mystery that drew his curiosity. "I remember how scared you were the first time you helped accompany the Messiah back home. I don't think you were more than 12. Jake gestured to his sister with his fork. The conductor was totally against bringing a youngster in to play as a soloist. He cut into his enchilada. "You were determined, though, and then when the night came for the performance, I found you doubled over the toilet. You never mentioned that to me." It surprised Gavin, and he turned to Adrianna, who looked a bit chagrined. She always seemed like such a rock when she played, like nothing bothered her. "She threatened me within an inch of my life if I mentioned it to anyone, even as I handed her a glass of water to rinse out her mouth." He sent a teasing look at his sister. "At least I had the spunk to stand up for myself. The two of you probably would have harassed me mercilessly otherwise." She shot them each an accusing glare. "I still did," Jake gloated. "Though I suppose I ought to be afraid for my life now, as I just told both Megan and Gavin your deep, dark secret. Knowing you, there aren't all that many deep, dark secrets to begin with." She elbowed her brother, and Megan chuckled when he grunted. "Someday, someway, when you least expect it, brother, you'll pay." Still, though her words were menacing, her tone was joking. She turned toward Gavin, and their eyes caught and held, lingered in the soft light for a long moment. He felt a pull towards her, strong enough to have him thinking about spending time alone with her. When he started thinking about making dinner plans for just the two of them, he put the brakes on and reminded himself she was engaged. He was not going there. Castigating himself, he returned his gaze to his plate.
Chapter 16. Though Aiden handled the first afternoon at the office without much in the way of complaint, he wasn't excited about sitting in his playpen the next morning. He fussed and fumed and threw his toys out on the floor, then whined because he couldn't reach them. Adrianna found herself holding him while she cradled the phone between her shoulder and ear, writing with her free hand and trying to keep him from wiggling off her lap. She played with him and carried him around as she worked. After a lunch break, he did better, sleeping for most of the afternoon. The third day was much the same, and by the time they closed Wednesday, Adrianna was thoroughly frustrated. She dug through the bottom drawer of the filing cabinet where most of the office supplies seemed to be. Hoping to find manila folders, she smiled in delight when she found a box of them. At least something is going right. Happily, she opened the box and grabbed a few. Papers crinkled under her fingers, and she realized there were documents in the box. She felt her forehead furrow as she dug into the box and pulled everything out. The top one was an invoice from a tile supplier. The next one was a carpet store. The one below that was some sheet metal company. There were a couple dozen invoices for various amounts charged to the construction company from their suppliers. They all looked above board, but she couldn't figure out what they were doing in the bottom of the drawer. The dates were consecutive, or nearly so, and covered slightly over 2 years. All of them showed data on when they'd been paid. Jake was out of the office, and Gavin spoke with someone on the phone, so Adrianna decided to check the files and verify that there weren't copies in there where these belonged. 15 minutes later, and she'd verified a definite lack of invoices in the drawers. In fact, several other invoices had been incorrectly filed, many under the wrong letter, and some under the wrong year. This could have caused a major upheaval with the IRS if there had been an audit. The IRS didn't like sloppy bookkeeping or missing invoices. Hearing Gavin hang up the phone, Adrianna entered his office with a stack of papers, listening to Aiden play with his trucks. I found these invoices in the bottom of a drawer. Is there a reason they weren't filed with the rest? What? Gavin reached out and took the papers from her, sorting through them. He read the second one, then paused. He muttered under his breath, "Did we lay tile at Donnelly's?" His expression grew more and more perplexed as he checked through the stack. He looked back up at Adrianna. "Where did you say you found these again?" They were in an old file folder box in the back of one of the file drawers beneath some other office supplies. Everything else looks above board, but I thought you might want to check it out if you didn't know about them. Gavin suddenly looked much more tired. "Thank you for bringing this to my attention." He met her gaze as Aiden began whining in the other room. "We totally appreciate everything you're doing here. I can't begin to describe how helpful you've been, but it's wearing you out trying to juggle Aiden and the business when he's so active, and you're still recuperating." "I'm fine," she protested. "You're not fine. I can see how tired you are already. You look tired and pale. If he's making things difficult for you, it might be better just to come afternoons for now, at least until Megan is able to take him more again." Adrianna wanted to tell him he was wrong, and he must have seen the look on her face because he took her hand. "Eddie, I just want you to think about cutting back for another week or two. You were nearly killed in that accident, and you're not up to full strength. I don't want this office to be the reason you get sick again or to make your recovery take longer." She could see the worry in his eyes and the set of his jaw, and her heart melted a little. Though she hated to admit it, he was right. She wished it wasn't true and that she could keep up with everything, but she couldn't. "I'll come in around 12:30 tomorrow then." The rest of the week passed much more smoothly. Over the weekend, Adrianna harassed Megan for information about her friends and family so she could do her Christmas shopping. She made lists with ideas for purchases, discussed budgets and holiday traditions, and basically drove her sister-in-law crazy. Monday, feeling things were under control in the office, Adrianna's spare time and attention turned to the holidays. Thanksgiving was only days away, with Christmas hard on its heels. She went in search of any possible holiday decorations in the office, but found nothing. Both men were out, but Gavin entered a while later, deep in a conversation on his cell. When Jake came in and headed for Gavin's office, she followed him and grabbed their attention before they had a chance to get immersed in construction details. "I don't see any kind of holiday decorations around here. Is there an attic or something where they might be hiding?" She stood in the doorway while Jake sat across from Gavin, who was sorting through his mail. "We never decorated before. Tara wasn't big into holidays, and we didn't have the time or energy to deal with it ourselves, deadlines and all that." Gavin tossed some envelopes directly into the trash and stacked a couple others in his shred pile, then looked up. "You're welcome to put up a few lights and things if you want." She laced her fingers together in front of her. I envisioned celebrating on a bit larger scale than a couple strings of lights in the front window. What did you have in mind? Jake asked. Gavin looked curious as well, but said nothing. I was thinking about a small get-together, a holiday party to say thanks to your clients and recruit new ones, and some kind of bonus or gift for your subs. They're the ones who make you look good and keep your business running in the background. I'm not saying a full steak dinner for 200 people or anything, just something simple. And when, exactly, do you think we're going to have time to set that up? Jake asked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. I'll take care of it. I've got a list of your subs, worked up a few numbers, figured in some food and decorations. She slid the party cost projection in her hand onto the desk in front of them. By the way, I had 2 more applications come in for the office manager position. One looks like a slight possibility. The other's a joke. Jake glanced at her party list and handed it to Gavin, whose eyes flew to hers once he'd had a chance to look the paper over. Are you serious? Consider it an investment in your company. I'm not drawing a paycheck, so you can use the money you would have paid Tara. I've seen the pay stubs. This will be no more than paying me Tara's hourly rate. Gavin gave the paper to Jake to look at. Who says you're not drawing a paycheck? You've been doing better work than Tara ever did. You better believe you're getting paid. You've never gotten my W-2. You've never hired me. I just showed up and started filing stuff. Now I'm asking you to make an investment in your people. Don't worry about me. This is temporary, and I have a vested interest as Jake's sister to see your business thrive. You had a vested interest last winter, but I doubt decorating or parties crossed your mind, Jake said. Last year I had a big concert to prepare for and a serious long-distance relationship to maintain. This year I don't. The realization that nothing was the same this year as it had been before created a heavy lump in her chest. Jake's face softened slightly. But you're still healing from a major accident. I'm feeling fine now. Discouraged, she sighed. If you don't like the idea, just say so. You don't have to come up with reasons why I shouldn't do it. After everything she'd done, planned, and figured, it hurt that Jake wouldn't even consider her plan, but she realized she might have been way off base. Hold on, no need to get defensive, either of you. Gavin interfered before anything else could be said. Adrianna, you've obviously been planning this out, but we haven't even thought about it. Give us some time to mull it over. He tapped his fingers on the desk. I think it has merit, whether we do it this way or not. I think dressing up the office a bit is a good idea, as long as we don't spend a huge amount on decorations. Give us the night and we'll discuss it tomorrow. Can we do that? He turned to Jake and received his nod of acknowledgement. Adrianna agreed as well. She didn't want to make things more complicated. Let me know what you two decide. When the front door shut behind Adrianna at closing time, Jake buried his face in his hands. He still couldn't get over the changes in his sister. What's going on? Gavin walked into the office and plopped into one of the padded armchairs across from Jake. He set a work order for a current project on the desk. Jake rubbed his hands down his face and leaned forward, settling his elbow on the desk in front of him. Christmas parties? Adrianna doesn't organize parties. She's an amazing musician and can charm symphony supporters into greater contributions than ever before. She's great with kids and loves to watch Oprah Winfrey. He gestured to the front office. This woman who's been helping us, she can't remember much of anything about music, doesn't cook anything without burning it, and can run an office like a veteran. Gavin had the gall to look amused. I know she's still trying to find her place. Her place? She got a library card yesterday and brought home mystery novels. I've never known her to read. It's like she got a personality transplant out there on the highway. He raked his fingers through his hair and made a mental note that he was past due for a haircut. Don't you think she's struggling too? Gavin asked. I'm not saying you don't have adjustments to make, or that you don't have a right to be confused. Maybe she finds herself with more time on her hands and needs something to do with it. Things change. With everything going on, she probably needs the people and activity more than ever. Besides, it could be she's decided some things about her old life aren't a priority anymore. Nearly dying does that to a lot of people. Whose side are you on? Jake grumbled, though there wasn't any heat in it. Does there have to be sides? Can't I be rooting for both of you? Gavin paused to drive his point home. After a few hours to consider it, I think the party idea's good. We'll have to figure out what we can afford to pay, where we'll hold it, then we'll let Adrianna plan to her heart's content. If she realizes once the party starts that she isn't really into it and doesn't want to do it again, that'll be okay. If things go well, maybe the new receptionist we hire could organize it next year. Jake stretched his back and shoulders, then leaned against the headrest of his chair. I just need to forget what I know and roll with the punches a little longer, I guess. It's not like I'm unhappy with the new AD, I'm just struggling to adjust. He wondered what other surprises his sister held in store for them. He looked back at Gavin and noticed how tired his friend looked. Your desk is about a foot deep in paperwork. What's it all for? You're usually more organized than I am. Gavin just shook his head. Tara left a number of the accounts in disorder. Everything appears to be paid. I'm just trying to sort it all out and make sure it got entered and filed right. I left too much of the paperwork to her over the past couple of years, I guess. You need a hand with that? Jake didn't think he could handle anything more right now, not with his life such a mess, but he'd already leaned on Gavin more than he should have. No, I'll take care of it. Your plate is full. He played with his pen, flipping it over and tapping it on the armrest of his chair. Though you should know, it looks like Tara cleaned out the petty cash when she left. About $60. We might want to decrease the amount in there before we hire a replacement. Seriously? Jake cursed under his breath. After everything they had done for her, he couldn't believe it. Gavin was right. He didn't need the extra headache right now. He'd happily leave it to his partner for the time being. I just can't believe she did that. He rubbed his face and leaned back in his chair. Let me know if you need a hand with the paperwork, and I'll squeeze some time in somehow. Makes you wonder if you can trust anyone. Yeah, it does. Jake rose from his chair. I got to go check on a couple of sites before dinner. You going home? In a bit. I'll sort a few more papers first. Gavin stood and headed out. He waved goodbye before ducking back into his office. Jake zipped his coat against the cold and shouldered his way into the winter wind. Adie, I'm sorry. Adrianna looked up to see Jake standing in her doorway. He hadn't made it home in time for dinner. About what? It was a rather disingenuous question, since she knew the answer. I shouldn't have shot your suggestion down without considering it more. You just surprised me, I guess. You had everything planned out and hadn't even consulted me. I'm not used to that. There was a time when you brought all of your ideas to me. We discussed everything all the way through the planning process. You hung on my every opinion. He smiled at that, making her think it was an exaggeration, if not an outright lie. She let out a slow breath, wanting to explain without giving offense. I don't know you like I used to. I wasn't sure what it would cost or what it would take to put together. I thought it'd be more likely to fly if I could give you concrete numbers. She held up a hand when he looked as though he was about to speak. That doesn't mean I'm not more than willing to shift things around or pare things down, but having a baseline to work from can make the decision-making process easier. Then if I put it together and it came out to be more than I expected, I could always bag the whole idea without telling you. He walked in and sat on the edge of the bed. Your ideas matter to me. I don't want you to think I wasn't interested or that I don't want you involved. It's been wonderful having you at the office. If it weren't for the fact that you'll want to return to your music someday, I'd say forget hiring someone else. You're doing a great job. She smiled, relieved he was generally happy with her work. Being in the office felt good to her, right in so many ways. I love working with you and Gavin. Sorry I surprised you with my suggestion. It was a good idea. He smiled right back. I hate it when we're irritated with each other. That doesn't seem to be a problem very often. I promise, I'm doing everything I can to remember the past. I'm even reading my journals. She held up the book she'd been reading when he walked in. It was her second time through, but she was picking up nuances she had missed with the first reading. Is it helping? Hope lit up his face. I'm learning a lot about me, who I am, and how I felt before, but I'm not remembering much. Nothing that is even mildly related to you, in fact. It's like I'm a stranger to myself. He looked a bit disappointed. Just keep it up. I know you'll get your memories back. He squeezed her hand, then rose and walked to the door. Good night.
Chapter 17. The next day didn't prove a good time for Gavin to dig into the financial aspects of their business. With Thanksgiving later that week, there were a multitude of little problems on jobs that needed to be taken care of. Despite knowing things were somewhat disorganized, he'd had no idea of the seriousness of the mess Tara had left. The following several days were no better. Disasters, mistaken deliveries, sick workmen, and piles of paperwork conspired against him as he slowly dug his way through the stack on his desk, sometimes only taking care of a couple of pages per day. What he was finding was not pretty. He'd been as surprised by Adrianna's suggestion of a Christmas party as Jake, but though their records were a mess, he still figured they could swing the extra expense. He could see the second party suggested working as a great tool to chat with prospective clients, even if there was little more than snacks and sodas at the gathering. His subs had done a great job as well, so an informal lunch wouldn't go wrong as thank yous went. Maybe the next year would be better, and they could do something more elaborate for the workers. He liked that Adrianna was thinking ahead, making plans. It made him wonder how long she'd be around. He knew she'd be gone by the following Christmas. She was already doing so much better. Surely she'd marry Brock and move to New York long before flowers began stretching toward the sun again. The thought that he hadn't seen Brock in weeks crossed his mind, but he refused to dwell on that. Holiday rehearsals and performances would undoubtedly keep him in New York for the next month. Gavin couldn't say he missed the man. Adrianna had told Gavin she didn't remember how to play, and he wondered if it was still true. He flipped the paper he held and looked at the one below it as he heard her say something to Aiden about getting ready to go. He picked up the check from the corner of his desk and hurried out to speak to her.
Hey, don't forget this. Adrianna turned to find Gavin holding out a check to her. She took it and glanced down, noticing her name and a sizable dollar amount, considering she was only there part of the day. She offered it back to him. This is too much. I told you I didn't need any pay. And what did I say about that? He sat on the edge of her desk, looking at her instead of the check. You've been a big help. I know this isn't much compared to what you made as a soloist for the symphony, but it's the best we can do. It's very generous. She had no idea what she used to make as a soloist, so she decided to be gracious and accept the money. She folded it and slid it into her purse. Gavin shifted and selected one of the peppermint-flavored lifesavers from a bowl on her desk, a recent addition to the office. I like the homey touches you've added here. His eyes met hers and held for a long moment. You're a constant surprise to me. She felt her lips curve. You don't even say that like it's a bad thing. Is it supposed to be? She exhaled and leaned back in her chair so she wouldn't have to crane her neck to see him. Sometimes I think the surprises drive Jake to distraction. This is going to sound terrible, but sometimes I feel like everyone expects me to be this person I don't even know. My mom, Jake, Megan, Brock, they all have this expectation of who I'm supposed to be, and when I don't fit their mold, it's like they don't know how to deal with me. It's really frustrating. She considered him for a moment, studying him. I don't feel that way with you, even though you've known me for years. Why do you suppose that is? Maybe because I find I like the new Adrianna better than what I saw of the old one. Don't get me wrong, the old one was nice and very talented, but I find the changes more intriguing than upsetting. He broke their gaze and opened the candy, popping it into his mouth. Jake and I talked this morning before you came in. We like your idea of a Christmas party for clients and the thank you lunch for our subs. I think we can work it into the budget with a few minor changes. He pulled the paper she'd given them the previous day from his back pocket. They went over the plan and he pointed out the adjustments they wanted. It was a lot to handle, but she knew she could do it. I'll get on it tomorrow. There's not much time left now. The day was nearly over. I'm sure you can manage it. He covered her hand with his for a brief moment, then stood. I better get moving. I need to check one of our sites before it gets completely dark. See you in the morning. Adrianna watched him shrug into his coat and hurry out into the cold. She felt a tight yearning in her chest when she remembered his smile, but shook it off. There were more important things to worry about, but she couldn't quite shake the way he'd looked at her, or his words from her mind. In the morning, she'd deposit her first paycheck. At least it would cover her Christmas shopping, or most of it anyway. On her way to work the next day, Adrianna swung by her bank to deposit the check. She hadn't needed to buy much, so she hadn't bothered to see how much money she had. "Here's your receipt," the handsome teller said, handing her a printed paper. Adrianna goggled. She had that much in her checking account? "Could you give me an update on my savings, too? I've been in the hospital and can't remember my last deposit." It was true. She couldn't remember any of it. "Which savings do you want?" he asked. All of them?" She waited while the young man clicked a few buttons and a printer spewed out another sheet. "There you go. Anything else I can do for you today?" he asked. "No, thank you." She smiled and headed for the door. Once she stepped outside, she looked at the paper in her hand and stopped in shock. The combined amount was well into the six-figure range. Vaguely, she remembered the mail she'd received from some investment firm one day when Aiden was being a serious pill. It still sat unopened on her nightstand. Maybe she would have to look it over after all. Still trying to catch her breath, she began moving again. She needed to get to work for reasons apparently unrelated to money. Snow pelted eastern Kansas at an alarming rate as Adrianna rode in the back seat of Megan's car. Jake and Megan were up front, and Adrianna was grateful it was Jake behind the wheel, and not herself. As it was, she spent most of her time playing with Aiden to avoid showing how anxious and on edge she was during the trip. They pulled up to a house festooned with holiday greenery, big red bows, and dripping with strings of lights. Adrianna thought it would be beautiful at night when the lights glittered. Even in the day, it was charming, well-tended, and bursting with life. A woman who could only have been Megan's mother hurried through the front door before they could get out of the car. "It's so good to see you again." "Oh, your hair looks so cute like that," she said to Adrianna, giving her a quick hug, then zeroing in on Aiden. "There's my grandbaby." The graying redhead released him from the car seat and smothered his face with kisses, making him laugh. Smiling at the woman's vivacity, Adrianna took the pie Jake handed her and turned to follow Megan into the house. Only 4 steps from the car, however, she froze. There was a large black lab rounding the corner of the house, sniffing everything and everyone in sight. Its enormous tongue lolled from its mouth. A rush of surprise and anxiety poured into her. "What's wrong?" Jake asked as he came alongside her, the stuffing ingredients held in his hands. "You never mentioned they had a dog." Adrianna tightened her grip on the pie so she wouldn't lose it. "What, Charlie? You've always loved Charlie." She took her eyes from the dog only long enough to shoot Jake an incredulous glare. "Are you kidding me? I'm afraid of dogs. You should know that." He nudged her with his shoulder. "Come on, be serious." "I am serious. Charlie's harmless." Adrianna kept her opinion on that matter to herself. She was sure dogs had always unnerved her, no matter what Jake said. Maybe she hid it well because she didn't want him to think she was a wimp. Whatever the case, she wasn't getting any closer to the mutt than she had to. Jake gave her a strange look when she inched past the dog, trying to keep her pie above sniffing level. The animal was huge. She saw Jake and Megan exchange glances, but neither said anything about her behavior. The inside of the house was even more impressive than the outside, Adrianna thought as she stepped into the entryway, glad to be safe from the canine. The ceiling was high, the space bright and fresh, and full of good smells. Green pine-style garland ran through the stair railing and swagged down from several points under the bar between the dining room and kitchen. The air was redolent of turkey and spices and fresh-baked rolls. Jake took her straight to the kitchen where they set their contribution to dinner on the counter that was already bursting with food. "Mom, I see you're outdoing yourself again, as usual." He set his load on the counter and, hands finally empty, leaned in and kissed Megan's mother on the cheek. "It's good to have you here," she said. "Adrianna, it's good to see you looking so healthy. We were so worried when Megan told us about your accident. Thank you. It's good to feel healthy again." Adrianna shifted her pie to the side and began unloading items from the bag Jake brought in. Megan said we could put this stuffing together here and add it to the oven with the turkey for the last little while. Of course, let me get you a pan. The woman turned toward the cupboard and Adrianna focused on not behaving as awkwardly as she felt. She'd nearly refused to come to dinner, since she wasn't related. But Megan had assured Adrianna she'd been to family gatherings with them before and was like one of the family. After she and Megan finished the stuffing and put it in the oven, Megan reintroduced her to everyone. Soon, Adrianna began to relax in the strange setting. When Megan's mother gave Aiden to her, Adrianna found she could focus mostly on the toddler and was able to ease into the conversation. After everyone finished eating and the men disappeared into a back room to watch the football game, Adrianna sat with the other women and young children. Aiden played happily with cousins on the living room floor. She got the feeling she was an accepted part of the group. But once she had answered some questions about her accident and recovery, the discussion turned to children. There was really only so much she could say on this subject without taking away all of Megan's stories. So when Aiden began to act tired, Adrianna was happy to put him down for a nap so Megan could spend more time with the other ladies. Once Aiden settled into sleep, Adrianna wandered into the back room where Jake watched the game with the men. She settled next to him and tuned into the action on the screen. Jake barely acknowledged her before his attention magnetically returned to the television. It took only a few minutes for Adrianna to figure out which team they rooted for. The opposite team she instinctively wanted to support. Soon she was absorbed, involved in the plays, arguing the calls with the men, and having a great time, though Jake kept staring at her in confusion. At the halftime break, Adrianna found Jake peering at her, as though he'd never seen her before. What? You've never been interested in football before. What gives? Adrianna shook her head and thought back. I have some vague memories of high school games. I can't remember any details, but I know I've been to my share. Maybe I've just been too involved in other things to settle down and watch with you. Jake still seemed confused, but he nodded, then turned his attention back to the television as the game began again.
The snow fell all around Gavin as he dug out his elderly neighbor's front walk. He knew the older man was probably expecting family soon, either to visit or to pick him up and take him elsewhere for the day. Thanksgiving was a day for families, after all. He was the only member of his family still in Kansas, so he had called his mother already, spoken to 2 of his 3 siblings, and made his excuses. His parents' home in West Texas was a long trip for such a short visit, especially when things weren't quite right at the office. He definitely couldn't accept Jake's invitation to celebrate with Megan's family, not when that meant he would spend hours cooped up in a car with Adrianna. He felt his attraction to her growing, and it alarmed him. Where was the flighty woman he remembered? He must never have known her before, if he could think her vain or selfish. He saw nothing of that now. Oh, yes, she occasionally grew irritable with idiots who came into the office, though she managed to stay professional while she spoke with them. He'd seen her look lost, near tears more than once. She wasn't dealing with everything half as well as she wanted people to think, but she coped better than he'd expected. He admired that, and though he couldn't always make out her facial scars beneath her makeup, he decided he liked the one along the edge of her jawline. It humanized her, and he found himself drawn to reach out and touch it, which meant he needed to stay well away. He scooped another few shovels of snow to the side and reached the front steps. A moment later, the walkway was clear, and he waved to the old man through the window, then returned to his own house. He had a turkey TV dinner waiting for him, and the game would start soon.
Chapter 18. After fuzzy dreams in which she saw places and faces she knew but couldn't quite remember, Adrianna was up early Saturday morning. The dreams came with greater regularity, but she couldn't be sure how much of it was dream, and how much memory, if any of it was memory. Since she didn't have to be anywhere that morning, she went down to the kitchen to start some pancakes, the only thing she'd been able to make successfully so far. She stood at the stove, spatula in hand, when Megan and Aiden joined her in the kitchen. I thought we could go out, see if we can work on our shopping lists, Megan suggested. Despite everything you've done to help at the office, Jake insists he needs to spend the morning working, so I'm free. She strapped Aiden into his high chair. That sounds like fun. We can pick up decorations for the office while we're out. Adrianna flipped a pancake and smiled in satisfaction when it came out golden brown. A few hours later, they wandered around the Great Mall of the Great Plains in Olathe, and Adrianna enjoyed the sight of all the holiday decorations. She hummed along to a few of the carols and pointed out miniature Santa Clauses to Aiden. She and Megan kept up a constant string of chatter as they ducked in and out of shops, picking up trinkets and gifts, laughing at the ridiculous items some of the stores stocked. "What do you think of that tree?" Megan asked, pointing at one in a shop window. Adrianna eyed the Victorian-inspired confection. It was covered with pink satin bows and wide ribbons, white birds, and elaborate balls. She pulled a face. "Looks a bit overdone to me. Sometimes less is more." "I completely agree, though I didn't always think you would. Wait until you see the tree we decorate every year with handmade popsicle stick ornaments side by side with your gold filigree music notes. I love the memories in our tree, but I could stand to buy a few more ornaments." "Can you ever have too many?" Adrianna asked, and the two of them giggled. They purchased a few gifts, picked out some decorations, then turned toward the eatery. After lunch, they walked past a display of gingerbread house kits, and Adrianna stopped to look more closely at the boxes. "My friend Janie's family did one of these every year. I helped her eat it more than once. Danny always pulled out the little elf cookies and made screaming sounds as he ate them." "Really? Janie who? Danny who?" Megan's voice was urgent, pulling her from the memory. "Janie." Adrianna rubbed her forehead as the details slipped away again. However, she had a distinct memory of sitting at a kitchen table and eating the bits of spicy gingerbread encrusted with cement-like frosting and various candies. "That's all I remember, just an image, an impression." "But it's something, isn't it?" Megan reached over and gave Adrianna's elbow a squeeze. "Yes," she smiled to herself, "it's something." A relief was what it was. After all the weeks with only vague moments of déjà vu and dreams she couldn't be sure were real, it was nice to have something that resembled a true memory come out. "And we have to start somewhere. Oh, look, Book Warehouse. Can we stop in for a few minutes?" Instead of waiting for a reply, she directed the stroller toward the entrance. Megan simply laughed.
"What's the status on the shindig?" Gavin asked after greeting Adrianna in the front office. He shook the snow from his coat and removed it. "Everything's set. The invites are in the mail, the food has been ordered, and the photos of the latest projects are being enlarged. I'll pick them up on my way to work tomorrow," Adrianna said, as she hung another set of lights. "There are a couple phone messages for you on my desk. The callers refused to go to your voicemail." Gavin picked up the notes and flipped through them one at a time, tossing one into the trash after barely a glance at it. He gazed back at her, then around the office. "It looks great in here, really festive. Everything's coming along." Adrianna felt a glow of satisfaction. "I'm just trying to make myself indispensable." He grinned at her. "You've managed that in spades. I wish you'd take the job instead of making us find someone else. But I know what your music means you, so I get that you can't." His smile fell, and he gave her a searching look. "I'm afraid I've been unfair to you over the years." "How is that?" Adrianna plugged in the lights, then stood straighter so she could look into his face more easily. He was a very tall man. After clearing a corner, Gavin sat on the edge of her desk and looked her in the eye. "I know you've been great with Aiden and Megan when Jake's needed you there, and your musical talent is astounding, but I guess I figured you were a bit of a fluff." His shrug was uncomfortable. "I didn't think you could navigate Jake's cell phone, never mind your way around an office, yet you stepped in like a pro and barely broke a sweat. I appreciate your willingness to give us a hand for a while. It's been invaluable." Adrianna felt like she was being sucked into his eyes. They drew her, beckoning. More surprisingly, he stared back, appearing every bit as wrapped up in the moment as she. "Thanks. I haven't felt like I've been all that helpful sometimes. I feel like a lump half the time, actually, and I hardly stepped in without breaking a sweat. There was plenty of chaos at first." Yes, but that's because the office was chaotic, not because you weren't competent. His Adam's apple bobbed. Then he looked at the notes in his hand again. His voice took on an air of studied nonchalance. It was clear he wasn't quite as disconnected as he tried to appear. I haven't heard anything about your wedding plans. When are you going to leave us? Adrianna studied his face. He looked unhappy. Was he upset about the idea of her leaving because it could put the office short-handed like they had been when Tara quit, or had the moment of attraction been real? And he wasn't happy about her marrying someone else? Was she imagining his interest in her? How would crossing over that border from nearly siblings into something else change things? She couldn't be sure if it would be the right choice, but she wanted to find out. I have no plans to go anywhere at this point, and I don't think I'll be moving to New York anyway. When he looked up in surprise, she took courage. Brock and I don't seem to have much in common anymore. Emotion moved in Gavin's face, but it was so fast she couldn't place it. I'm sure once your memories come back, that problem will go away. No. She looked down at his wide, calloused hands so she didn't have to meet his gaze. We're through. I don't think we could make things work now. She wasn't sure she would even want to, but she didn't dare say that. What? You split up? When? His tone had her looking up into his incredulous expression. Before I started helping out here. A smile slid over his face. I'd say that was too bad, but Aiden wailed and the phone began to ring. With a look of apology, Adrianna turned toward the toddler. Gavin drew back, picking up his laptop case. I'll grab the phone in my office. He disappeared into the other room. Adrianna felt the pulse pound in her veins and admonished herself to focus on her work. She picked Aiden up from the playpen. Hey, kiddo, what do you suppose that was all about? She whispered into his hair as she cradled him close. Had Gavin's reaction meant what she thought it did? Or was she seeing things she just wanted to be there? And how can I possibly feel so drawn to Gavin when I don't feel a bit of spark for the man I was engaged to? But she knew she had once felt a spark for Brock, a blaze if her notes were to be believed. Nearly every entry in the journal she'd been reading spoke of how much she'd loved him. If she'd felt even a hint of interest in her brother's partner before the accident, she'd never mentioned it in her journals. But now she felt something more than simple interest, and wondered again if she was reading him right. If she could fall out of love with Brock so easily, did she trust her own emotions, or was she grasping for a connection to make sense of her confusion? Still, she remembered Gavin's smile when he found out she wasn't getting married. Gavin found Adrianna running her fingers across the top of her desk while she cradled the phone against her cheek. It looked like she was practicing scales on the wood. She'd claimed she didn't want to return to the symphony circuit, but this wasn't the first time he'd caught her with a music book propped in the corner of her desk and fingers mimicking the movements. He couldn't see her face now, but the look of concentration, a frustration he'd caught there before, spoke volumes. When she said she didn't miss music, was she telling the truth? Hey. He pitched his voice low, hoping she wouldn't jump in surprise, but couldn't be sure if the sudden cessation of movement in her hands was from embarrassment at being caught practicing, or because he'd surprised her. Sorry, didn't mean to give you a shock. He circled around the desk so he could see her face. Adrianna's smile was sheepish as she readjusted the phone at her ear. Don't worry about it. She snapped the music book closed and stashed it in the voluminous purse she always carried. I hate sitting on hold. Can I get something for you? Have dinner with me? Gavin bit the words back and forced a grin. He could not mess with his best friend's sister. He knew it would be a mistake, even if her eyes shined up at him and her lips beckoned. No, I just needed a moment to stand and walk around. I've been tied to the desk for hours. And he'd wanted to see her sweet face. She'd been humming earlier, occasionally singing a phrase or two, always off-key, making him chuckle. When Jake was out of the office, she was so much more relaxed. Did she still feel pressure to conform to their expectations of who she used to be? You've been in the office a lot more lately, she said. He sat on the corner of her desk and snitched a lifesaver from the bowl, unwrapping it as he spoke. We've gotten behind on our paperwork. I have to take the chance to catch up when I can. Gavin glanced down at the fading red scars on her hands. Still having no luck with the piano? She bit her bottom lip. I'm picking it up again, but it's slow going. I don't know how to tell my family I'm probably never going to perform again. My mom will be devastated. That was true enough. Mrs. Mueller would never understand her daughter giving up everything she'd worked so hard to accomplish. Even though he liked the woman Adrianna has become much better than the one he'd known before, he'd miss hearing her play. You can't live for her, or Jake, or anyone else. I know nothing about this is easy, so just do what feels right. Thanks, it's nice to have someone I can talk to about this. I really appreciate it. On impulse, he took her hand, giving it a quick squeeze. You're welcome. I'm happy to help, for what it's worth. When he found her hand fit perfectly in his, soft and warm, he forced himself to let go, then stood and moved away. I guess I better get back to work. When he reached his office, he shut the door behind him to prevent himself from being distracted by her humming.
Though she never planned to work at the construction office for long, as time passed, Adrianna found herself a little too happy when the applicants were underqualified. She enjoyed working with Jake and Gavin, even though Jake still shook his head sometimes when he saw her manning the phones and juggling paperwork. Megan had 4 study days off school before finals, so she kept Aiden at home while Adrianna worked. It was a relief in many ways, but sometimes she missed being able to turn around and see the tykes smiling up at her. Being around Gavin made her look forward to the workday, however. She loved the light in his eyes when he stopped at her desk to talk, even when it was all business. His voice on the phone made her smile, and sometimes she picked up the musky scent of his cologne as he walked past her. Still, he hadn't asked her out yet, so the office was their only regular contact. Fortunately for her, most of the job applications that came across her desk were for people woefully underqualified, those with a history of job hopping or who had some other kind of strike against them. Then the day before the business party, a woman walked in, instantly giving off the impression that she was the exception to the rule. "Hello, I'm Kim," the willowy redhead said, holding out her hand for a shake. Her grip was firm, her expression alert and friendly. She wore a pale green pantsuit that looked practical as well as professional. "I understand you're hiring for the office manager position. Is it still available?" Adrianna smiled. "It is. Do you have a resume?" The woman's credentials were solid-looking and impressive, her resume well-organized. Adrianna chatted with her for several minutes before saying someone would be in touch. The moment Kim walked out the door, Adrianna picked up the phone and began calling her references. When Gavin came in half an hour later, she was certain Kim was an ideal choice. When he looked at her and a smile lit his eyes, she felt a surprising impulse to keep the resume to herself, but managed to overcome it after a couple of seconds, offering the papers to him. "I have an applicant who looks very promising. I spoke with her for several minutes and have already verified her references. When do you want to interview her?" His brows lifted. "She's that good?" "Absolutely. Kim looks like a gem, and she's even worked in construction, so she's familiar with what you do." He settled onto the corner of Adrianna's desk and gave her a searching look. "Are you sure you don't want to keep working here? We'd be happy to keep you on. You've been doing great." Adrianna hesitated. She really didn't want to leave them, especially since her feelings for Gavin were increasing daily. But it just didn't feel right to stay. She wished she understood. "It's more tempting than you might believe, but I think I need to move on. Every day I get back a few more flashes of memory. I have dreams about people I'm sure I knew by name once. When my memory comes back, I'll want to do something with my music, I'm sure. Just no more touring." She tried to sound more certain than she felt. Gavin studied her face for a long moment before he pulled out his phone and checked his schedule. "See if Jake has time Wednesday morning, say 10 o'clock. I need to take care of some things before the party. If he's open, set it up." He glanced at her to verify her acknowledgement. "I will." She watched him pivot and walk to his office, her hope falling as he turned the corner. Why did she keep hoping for more? Chapter 19. "Wow, the office looks great. Is that Mannheim steamroller I hear?" Jake asked as he walked in the office door the next afternoon. Yes, and thanks. I think the decorations turned out quite well, Adrianna said, looking up from the table where she was arranging refreshments. You've really worked hard. I appreciate it. Jake came over and slung an arm around her shoulders. The door opened and Gavin entered. His eyes widened as he looked at the spread of refreshments on the table. Very nice. How many people did we invite again? I sent out at least 60 invitations, but I'll be happy if we have a couple dozen show up. Adrianna adjusted the poinsettias closest to her. She spent a lot of time trying to decide the right tone for the evening. Something professional, but fun, light. She hoped the music in the background kept things festive without getting too stuffy. Still, potential clients would come, or at least that was the plan. This would give them time to mingle with happy customers, to chat with the builders, and get to know them better. The door opened, and the first guests came in. Adrianna didn't recognize the couple, but Gavin met them at the door and introduced her to them, then took the couple to the refreshment table. An hour passed, and Adriana's hopes of a moderate turnout were surpassed as a steady stream of people flowed into the office. Some stayed only 15 minutes, while others gathered in clusters and talked, laughed, ate her refreshments, and brightened the room. Jake was corralled into one corner with Keith Lauren, a developer who had some dealing with them, and was in the market for a contractor to work on a new subdivision he had planned. Gavin and Megan each made the rounds. Adrianna focused on refilling glasses and restocking the table, taking a moment to greet those she knew. Since she had only worked for the firm for a few weeks, there were many people she didn't recognize, though their names were familiar from the invitation list. "Would you like some more, Mrs. Gillespie?" Adrianna asked, a pitcher of non-alcoholic wassail held aloft. The wife of a local grain miller smiled at Adrianna and held out her cup. "I don't mind if I do. You know, you're far better organized than the previous secretary. You can always find our file right away, and you usually know just what's going on. If I can't reach Jake or Gavin, I know I can call you and get some answers. That's such a nice change." "Are you sure you don't want to switch companies? I've been trying to find a replacement for our office manager," another woman asked, leaning in conspiratorially, but didn't lower her voice. "I'll pay you substantially more than you're getting here. I simply cannot stand the man Keith has running the front office right now. I've been dying to get rid of him." Adrianna laughed at the wife of the contractor with whom Jake spoke. "That's very generous of you, Amy, and if I ever need a job, I'll be sure to come find you." "Are you trying to steal our sanity away?" Gavin stopped at Adriana's elbow. "That's really not nice." "All's fair in love and business," Amy said with a laugh. "Besides, I know she'd never leave her brother's company to work for me." She squeezed Adriana's arm. "I doubt I could ever let her go anyway," Gavin said offhandedly as he briefly touched Adrianna between her shoulder blades. "Now, about the subdivision on the south side of town." He launched into the discussion, leaving Adrianna to wonder if his comment had been a conversational ploy or if there'd been something more to it. Just the thought that he might have meant more made her breath catch. When another woman in the group began to speak, Adrianna shook the line of thought off for now. She had a job to do, so she approached the next group and offered to refill their cups. Jake and Adrianna walked into the house hours later. Megan had returned home earlier to pay the babysitter and let her go. Adrianna called goodnight to her brother, then walked down the hall to her room. She didn't bother to close her door, but kicked her shoes off, wondering if her feet had swollen. The shoes pinched something awful, and she was certain she'd never have intentionally bought ones so tight. Of course, almost all her shoes were too tight, so it's not like that pair had shrunk. Maybe it was leftover swelling from the accident. "Adrianna," she turned and saw Jake standing in the doorway. "Yes?" He tucked his hands in his pockets, a move that made him look almost boyish. "I wanted to thank you again for everything you've done. Because of your work on this party, I think we're going to stay very busy." She smiled. "You're welcome. It was surprisingly satisfying to put it all together. Still, I'm glad Christmas only comes once a year. I can't imagine doing it more often." She sat and pulled off her socks, grateful to let her feet breathe with every throb. She really needed to get new shoes. Now, if I can just get my music flowing right again, remember how to cook the way you claim I can, and get my life back on track. Between Megan's finals and preparing for the party, the house has really suffered. I'll see what I can do before work tomorrow." A look of consternation flashed across his face. "You can't be all things to all people, AD. I expect you to do only what you can. After the killer hours you've put in lately at the office, I think I could probably pitch in a bit tomorrow night." "That would be wonderful." Ditto from the wife. Megan said behind him in the doorway, "It'd be nice if you had a little time to pitch in, and both of our honey-do lists are growing." She leaned in and gave her husband a peck on the lips. "With everything you're starting to remember," she said, turning to Adrianna, "you're bound to get your memory back soon." "Everything she's remembering? Like what?" Jake asked, wrapping his arms around his wife's waist but looking over her head at Adrianna. "I meant to tell you. I remembered demolishing a gingerbread house with Janie and Danny." Adrianna folded her legs under her on the bed and noticed a strange discomfort in her side, but it went away quickly. "Who are Janie and Danny?" Jake released his wife and stepped closer to his sister. "You know, my friend Janie. I have the impression I knew her forever. And Danny? Every time I start thinking about them, I lose the train of thought. It's like it's just beyond my reach. It was so frustrating." The nightly dreams were starting to irritate her, half-remembered bits of scenes and people she once knew, but were the memories recent or long ago? And were they actually memories or part of her imagination? Could she be so desperate to remember that her mind was making things up? It was hard to say. There were too many questions. "I don't remember them, though I guess you could have met them at your summer music camps. But then, why would you have gingerbread house memories? I have no idea." But she very much wanted to find out. Adrianna shoveled out the kitchen the next morning while Megan took her last final. The rest of the house could use some serious attention, but instead, she moved to the piano. It had been a while since she'd been home alone to practice. Sitting on the gleaming bench, she fingered the keys. After the hours she'd put in, it was still mostly a mystery to her. How had she once taken off and excelled at this instrument so quickly, when now there was nothing? Why was she struggling so much? After 2 months, she was through the beginning primer she had purchased and working on the second tier of books, but that was hardly going to get her back on the stage. As she picked out a tune she'd been practicing, her mind wandered to Gavin again. If he didn't ask her out today, would she have the guts to make a move herself? She didn't know, but she wanted to find out if her attraction to him was nothing but a passing fancy, or something with the potential to be much more. She was so caught up in her thoughts, she didn't realize Megan was home until she stood by the door. Adrianna slid her hands from the keys. "You're early?" "Yes, the professor let us start as soon as we arrived, and it was a quick test. I'm all finished, completely and totally done with school." "We need to celebrate," Adrianna suggested. "We will." But Megan's mood wasn't celebratory. Methodically, she removed her scarf and hung it on the coat rack. Her hat went on the top hook. Then she began unbuttoning her coat, never taking her eyes from Adrianna for long. "I have a question or two for you. Could you answer them for me?" "I can try." A shiver ran down Adrianna's spine. She tried to figure out what was going on in Megan's head. "What's bothering you?" "Just this. Your excuse for not playing the piano is that your hands have been stiff and sore, but I saw you typing at the office when I stopped in the other day. You type incredibly fast and accurately, and don't seem to have a problem with discomfort, and then you fumble over the piano keys, as if you didn't know how to play, and never have known." Megan crossed the room to Adrianna. "I found this in the piano bench the other day, but I know you didn't own it before." She plucked the primer from the piano where it had been opened for practice and handed it over. "You're scared of Charlie, a dog you've always smothered with love. You apparently don't feel the least spark with your fiancé, who you talked about incessantly even before your first date. But I've seen the way you look at Gavin, and it's anything but sibling-like." Adrianna slumped on the piano bench. Megan had put many of her own concerns into words. "Yes, it does seem like I'm in the wrong skin, doesn't it? Sometimes I wonder if this is all a joke, because it seems so foreign. I've been practicing for weeks, but I feel like a beginner. And an extra clumsy one at that. Even most of my clothes don't fit right. If it weren't for the pictures of me, the way everyone seems to know me, I'd think there was a mistake. She made a weak attempt at a joking smile when she met Megan's gaze. But how could there be? Megan searched Adrianna's face, her disbelief evident. You don't actually think there was a mistake? I know the very thought is ridiculous. She waved a hand. Forget I even brought it up. Obviously, I'm still trying to figure things out. No one said it would be easy. You'll be fine. You're already remembering bits and pieces. Just give it more time. A firm nod punctuated Megan's words. Now, you have work to get to. Just think, the rest of your day can be free of toddler distractions. She lifted her brows at this, and Adrianna laughed. I love Aiden dearly, but it is nice when I don't have to take him to the office. She accepted Megan's hug. Chapter 20. The phone rang insistently that day, keeping Adrianna too busy to think. She smiled to herself as another prospective client brought in a contract for a home, and when, a few minutes later, someone else called to ask the guys to work up a bid for him. As she rubbed a growing ache in her stomach, Adrianna wondered if they'd still need her there to help the office manager handle the details at this rate. Regardless of how good she was, could the 2 men and 1 office manager keep up with this many clients? Could they juggle everything? Then Gavin walked in the door and smiled, and her heart melted a little more. You guys are going to be hopping busy. She handed him the stack of messages and new contracts. It looks like the properties will probably be ready at different times, so you'll be able to handle it. He flipped through the paperwork and turned to grin at her. Regardless, your party was an amazing help. We'll have to hold one every year. It doesn't hurt that people are still rebuilding from the floods, she pointed out. No, it doesn't, but there are plenty of other contractors out there, and these people picked us. She smiled, then slid her eyes away from him. I'm glad you're pleased. I'm very pleased. How did your interview with Kim go? She asked. Both men had left moments after the interview ended, rushing to other meetings. Great. She's available to start next week. If you're sure you don't want to work with us anymore, we'll hire her. I'm glad you like her. Adrianna shuffled papers on the desk, focusing on her hands instead of on him. You know it isn't that I'm dying to get out of here, though, don't you? I wish I knew what it was. He sat on the edge of her desk, visibly hesitating. I wondered if you'd like to go out and celebrate with me, tonight if you're available. She felt her heart swell with excitement. Finally! Then she told herself to back up a step. It sounded like a date, but she had to be sure. Just you and me? Like a date, or like a boss taking his secretary out to say thanks? Definitely a date. There was a flash of uncertainty in his eyes. She smiled back at him. I'd love to celebrate with you alone. They agreed to leave right after work. As the evening approached, Adrianna's anticipation for their date grew. She tried to tell herself she had been out with men plenty of times, but other than a few Scrabble games with Brock, she couldn't remember anything like a date, and Scrabble hardly counted. Gavin returned from a job site and smiled when he saw her. Almost done for the day? Just about. He checked his watch. With a look of anticipation, he said, Closing time in 20 minutes. He crossed the room to Jake's office. When the men emerged, Adrianna had checked her lipstick and was shutting down the computer. I need to swing by Gillespie's, Jake said to Gavin. Want to come along? I could use your input. He's decided he doesn't like the plans for the fireplace. Can't. I have a date. I can meet you in the morning if you'd like. Gavin walked to Adrianna and helped her with her coat. You ready? He asked. His smile was genuine, but there was a guarded expression in his eyes. Sure. She glanced over and caught Jake staring at them. He looked stunned. You and Adie? She's your date? You don't have a problem with that, do you? Gavin asked as he retrieved his jacket from a nearby hook. Adrianna couldn't see his face, but there was a studied nonchalance to his voice. She wondered what he would do if Jake did object. Jake shook his head before stumbling over his answer. No, why would I? I just didn't expect. Gavin's shoulders relaxed. Good. Don't forget to lock up. He put a hand on Adrianna's arm and led her to the door. After helping her into the car, Gavin said, I know a little Chinese place if that works for you. That would be great. I love Chinese. He glanced at her before pulling into traffic, a teasing glint in his eyes. Did you remember that? Or is it a more recent discovery? Not everything had to be relearned. She was amazed at how easily they had fallen back into casual banter after their awkward escape from the office. She also wondered what Jake really thought of her dating his partner. He'd been surprised to see them as a couple. Was it a good surprise or a bad one, and did it matter? I guess that's true. It sure didn't take you long to start running the office. You're a pro. Adrianna felt a flush of embarrassment at the praise. It helps when you have an appreciative boss. I must not show my appreciation often enough if you're quitting on us. Gavin flipped on the windshield wipers to clear off the falling snow. I doubt you'll have time to miss me, she said. As much work as you're bringing in, you might need an extra hand now and then anyway. If you're suggesting you'd be willing to help out, I'll take you up on that. Several more minutes passed as they discussed work before they arrived at the restaurant. It was a hole-in-the-wall affair, subtle enough not to have drawn Adrianna's attention under other conditions. The building had little Chinese touches on the outside. The sign by the driveway indicated it was Wang's Chinese restaurant. Gavin helped Adrianna from the car and led her to the front door. I know it doesn't look like much, but I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. The inside was awash with gold and red, and they were soon seated at a cozy, quiet booth. Each table on their end of the building was separated by plants and sported low-hanging lights with lampshades in jewel tones dotting the darkness with color. It's charming, Adrianna said after the waitress left them. How'd you find this place? The kitchen needed an upgrade when they bought the building a few years back. They were great to work with, and I got to try most of their food before the job ended. Ah, so there are perks to being a builder. You know, beyond the obvious advantages in your job, like the long hours, tedious paperwork, dealing with subs and schedules, and unrealistic clients. He smiled. Occasionally. When the waitress had taken their order and left drinks, Adrianna played with her straw while they talked. She asked Gavin about growing up, hanging out with her brother, and his memories of her. At one point, he reached out and took her hand, which she had set conspicuously on the table, just in case he might be inclined that direction. She laughed at the stories, enjoyed the feel of his fingers playing with hers, the goosebumps that zoomed up her arm with the brush of his calloused thumb against her knuckles, and his gaze which never seemed to waver from her face. Though the waitress apologized for the delay, Adrianna was surprised when she brought their food. It hadn't felt like long at all. She was sorry when Gavin released her hand so they could eat. She offered him a taste of her General Tso's chicken, and he gulped down nearly a full glass of water, causing her to laugh. You didn't mention it would be hot, he said when he set the glass on the table again. I thought you knew. You said you'd eaten almost everything on the menu. She slid a very mild piece of sweet and sour pork from his plate into her mouth. She really wasn't very hungry, even though the food was great. I wasn't thinking about it when you ordered. I suppose you love Indian cuisine too, then? His eyes held a teasing glint. Curry is so delish. I could eat it every day. I have no idea when I first tried it. Brock must have introduced me. Jake said he never noticed my interest in spicy food before. I guess. He moved chunks of meat around his plate absently. Speaking of Brock, Adrianna held in a groan. She really didn't want to talk about her former fiancé with Gavin. What about him? She struggled to keep her voice light. You said you found you didn't have much in common anymore. Is it just the music issue? I mean, if you suddenly remembered how to play piano again next week, would there be a chance for you to get back together? He held up a hand. Just tell me it's none of my business if I'm prying. The question gave her hope that Gavin considered her more than an interesting diversion. Actually, the better we got to know each other, the less it seemed we had in common. I suppose the music must have been a big factor in our relationship, because without it, there doesn't seem to be much left to keep us together. It was awkward talking about this. It made her feel shallow that she'd become engaged to someone with whom she shared so little of importance. Still, she wanted to be upfront with Gavin. If their relationship was going to go anywhere, it would be with honesty. I think I must have been dazzled when we first met. At least, that's the impression I get from my journal entries. I don't think I dated anyone steadily before him. Not wanting to keep on this topic, she turned the tables on Gavin. What about you? Me? He seemed flustered, a look she found adorable. Have you dated anyone seriously? I'm 27, and yeah, I've had a few girlfriends. It's been a few months since I broke up with the last one. He shrugged a shoulder and met her gaze. Apparently, she felt like I dedicated my life to the business instead of our relationship. Maybe she was right. With the business keeping me so busy, I rarely got to spend much time with her. So, your excuse for being single is that you're a workaholic? Lame. Surely you have a better reason. In all this time, you've never gotten serious? She found it hard to believe. Gavin seemed like the type to settle down. She could easily see him with a kid on each knee. His smile was self-deprecatory. I had a serious relationship about 3 years ago. We started to talk about the future, what kind of house she'd like, the neighborhood I'd like to live in. I was saving for a ring when she came to me and said she had a great opportunity to work for a large company in New York. It was her dream job, a chance in a lifetime. You get the picture. He held a piece of meat between a pair of wooden chopsticks and gestured with it. Adrianna was impressed the food didn't fly onto the floor and was sure she could never have managed so easily. She used a fork. I thought at first it was just a moment of fantasy she was living before settling down. Then her fantasy became a reality. I haven't seen her since. Occasionally, very occasionally, I get a stray email, like she was sending one out to all her friends and family and accidentally clicked on my name too. She's doing well, and I'm happy for her. I don't think we could have been happy with such different goals. He studied Adrianna across the table. I guess you and Brock found your goals don't line up anymore either. Yeah, I can't really imagine that changing, though. I'm not sure where I'm headed, but the symphony solo circuit is not anywhere on my list right now. He pushed some chicken pieces around his plate with the chopsticks. Do you remember anything about playing the piano? Nothing, and I'm making slow progress in teaching myself. Any teacher would surely have given up on me by now. She chuckled. I guess I'll have to give up puking before performances. He laughed with her, and the subject wandered elsewhere. When they reached her car in the office parking lot sometime later, Adrianna was reluctant to say goodnight. Gavin opened her door, then walked her to her car. I had a good time tonight. I hope we can do it again. He picked up her hand, holding her fingers loosely in his own. His skin was warm in the December cold, and his callous thumb rubbed along her knuckles. I'd really like that. Soon. Is tomorrow too soon? To say she couldn't remember ever having a more enjoyable evening would be an understatement, but she couldn't even imagine she'd had a better date. There hadn't really been an awkward or uncomfortable moment all evening, and she didn't want it to end, but she didn't want to rush too fast either. Hurt feelings could strain his relationship with Jake, so they needed to be cautious. His lips tipped up at the corners, but his eyes were riveted on her face. How about Friday? 2 whole days? She supposed she could suffer for that long. Great. How does Indian cuisine sound? Hot and spicy. Do they have dishes for wimps like me? He leaned into her. The street lamp played off the angles of his face, highlighting just how good-looking he was and the intensity of his gaze. She felt her breath catch as he moved even closer. I think that can be arranged. They must occasionally have wimps eat there. His grin was contagious, as always, and she felt her own smile growing even as she inched closer. When she caught the scent of his cologne, she pressed her lips together and wet them as she looked at his mouth, then back to his eyes. The sounds around them seemed to hush as she leaned forward to meet him halfway. His gaze captured hers, and he lifted a hand to rub his thumb along her jawline. His warm fingers slid against the soft skin of her neck, and his lips curved. Good. Then it sounds like a plan, right after work again? Absolutely. Whenever you say, boss. Except the last word was muffled when his lips covered hers in a soft caress. Her heart pounded, her breath deepened as he filled her senses. This was what she wanted, who she wanted. She couldn't imagine anything feeling more right, thrilling, or spine tingling. One of her hands made its way to his shoulder where she held on, pulling herself even closer while his fingers at her neck threaded into her hair, and the other one found her waist. She felt her breathing hitch as he tipped his head to the side to change the angle of their kiss. She wanted to protest when he lessened the pressure and then pulled away. He caught her hand and gave it a squeeze. "I'll see you tomorrow." "Yeah." She climbed into her car on automatic, still reeling from the kiss. As she pulled onto the street, she could see him in her rearview mirror, standing in the parking lot, watching her drive away. Chapter 21. Adrianna arrived home a few minutes later, still tingling from her goodnight kiss. Megan played with Aiden on the living room floor when she walked in. Megan looked up at Adrianna and lifted a questioning eyebrow. Unable to help herself, Adrianna sat next to them and grinned. "Is Jake around? He ran to help the neighbor with something." Megan studied Adrianna, and a smile sneaked onto her face. "So spill, how did it go? You and Gavin, huh?" Adrianna told her about the night and conversation. "It was great. So much fun. Sometimes we talked nonsense, and sometimes we discussed important things, and all of it was wonderful." Megan shook her head. "I can't believe after all these years of knowing each other, you've just now decided you were interested. I could tell at the party that there were sparks between you, but it still blows me away. I feel guilty about being so happy with him when I broke up with Brock only a few weeks ago, but there's just something about Gavin that draws me." The memory of his lips on hers made her want to sing, even though she knew she couldn't carry a tune to save her life. "He makes me feel special. We're going out again Friday. I can't wait." She and Megan giggled together. Jake returned in the middle of their girl talk, smiled, shook his head, and retreated to his home office. Megan recounted the early days in her relationship with Jake. Adrianna talked about some of her conversations with Gavin. It was almost enough to allow her to ignore her stomach pain, which had gone from a general discomfort to more centered pain on the right side. Deciding she'd see a doctor the next day if it didn't get better, she said goodnight a little early, downed some ibuprofen, and headed to bed. It was only 11 o'clock when Adrianna awoke feeling chilled and achy, sweaty, and like there was a knife in her stomach. She rose from her bed, doubled over in pain, and called out for help. When Jake came running a moment later, she begged him to take her to the hospital. "What's wrong?" he asked. She shook her head. "The pain is so bad." She groaned as she pulled her hand away from where she'd pressed it to her stomach. The pain grew even more unbearable, and she hurried to press against it again. He touched her face. "You're pale, and you're burning up." He took her arm, helping her toward the garage, as he called to Megan to get his keys, shoes, and their coats. The ride to the hospital in Olathe was grueling for Adrianna, as she felt every bump in the road. "How long has this been going on?" Jake asked as he rocketed down the street. "I felt something earlier in the day, but I didn't think anything of it." Adrianna gritted her teeth against the pain as he flew over another bump. "It wasn't that bad." "Did you eat something funny? Maybe it's food poisoning? You ate Chinese, didn't you?" "It's not food poisoning. I felt the pain," she groaned as they went over a bump before the food arrived. He took a corner a bit faster than necessary, and she had to ask, "Could you take it a little slower? Driving like a kamikaze pilot isn't helping." He apologized and slowed slightly, but the next time she groaned, she felt the car accelerating again. She'd never been so grateful to see a hospital.
Her appendix? Jake asked the doctor a little before midnight. "You must be mistaken. Are you sure you're reading the image right?" Gavin reached over and put a reassuring hand on Jake's shoulder. Though it was the middle of the night, he'd been glad Megan had called him. He didn't understand why Jake was so set against appendicitis, though he supposed the idea of Adrianna under the knife again might bother anyone who worried about her. He wasn't exactly keen on the idea himself. "I assure you, I know what I'm seeing. That's actually good news, as we can take her into surgery almost immediately." The doctor double-checked the chart he held in his hands. "We've given her something for the pain so she's much more comfortable." "No, you don't understand," Jake insisted. "She's had her appendix out when she was 8 or 9. I remember it clearly. It can't be the appendix." The doctor seemed taken aback by this declaration. Are you sure? Because I'm positive I'm right. Jake placed a hand on his forehead and muttered something to himself about his sister Natasha, then shook his head. I'm sure it was Adrianna. She missed a recital. Mom was very upset about it. Some big-shot conductor was supposed to be there. He looked up at the doctor again. I really don't think I'm mistaken. Irritation on his face, the doctor pressed his lips together. We have to operate. Whatever the problem is, it's causing her serious pain, and she needs surgery. We'll be taking her into the OR in a little while. The anesthesiologist is on his way down now. Gavin noticed Megan give her husband a nervous look, shift Aiden in her arms, then gaze back at Adrianna's room thoughtfully. He wondered what she was thinking. Of course, Jake's hand fisted at his sides. Do whatever you have to do to fix what's wrong. We will. We had to give her a lot of morphine to get the pain under control, but she's quite alert. You're welcome to go talk to her for a few minutes. The doctor tucked the folder under his arm and walked back down the hall. He's wrong about the appendix. Whatever's wrong, it really can't be that, Jake said when the doctor had walked far away enough not to hear. Megan's fingers curled around her husband's arm. When she spoke, her voice was low. What if? She hesitated for a moment before continuing. What if she isn't Adrianna after all? Gavin stared at Megan. Be serious. Obviously, the woman in the ER was Adrianna. She had to be. She'd been living with them for months. They would have realized it wasn't her before now. Except, he remembered all of the things that didn't fit. The breath whooshed out of him as he recounted everything that seemed off about Adrianna since her accident. His heart pounded and his stomach started to cramp up. It would explain so much, but the odds were astronomical. How can you even suggest that? She's been living with us. We'd know, Jake said, shaking loose of his wife's grasp, his voice sharp. Megan grimaced and answered softly. I talked with her just this morning, or yesterday morning now, I guess. There are so many details that don't seem to fit. You know she's acting completely unlike herself lately. No way. Jake shot to his feet and gestured emphatically as his face grew red. No way could that be true. She's my sister. He pointed at the room where Adrianna lay. That is Adrianna Mueller, my sister. What if? Gavin tried to suggest they look into it, but was interrupted. That's impossible. Jake rushed to his feet and stared at Gavin, then Megan, tears already gathering in his eyes. Mistakes like that couldn't happen in this day and age. I can't believe you'd even think it. He turned and stalked from the room. Megan stood to follow her husband out, then stopped and turned back to Gavin. I don't know what I believe right now. All I know is that something has been off, and this is just one more puzzle piece that doesn't fit. Look, you take a few deep breaths and then go sit with Jake. Gavin touched her shoulder, then brushed gentle fingers over the toddler's sleeping head. I'm going to go home and start digging. Jake's probably right, but it wouldn't hurt to do a little background research. Thanks, Gavin. You're always there for us. That's what best friends are for. Gavin shrugged back into his coat and paused at the door to Adrianna's room. She appeared to be asleep, but Jake sat at her side, holding her hand and whispering to her. Gavin knew if this were true, if she turned out not to be Adrianna, it would kill Jake. His family had already been through so much. He couldn't see how it could be possible, but now Jake was upset about it. Gavin had to prove it, one way or another. He pushed away from the door and headed outside. He had a few hours while she was in surgery to see what there was to find out. When he came back, he was determined to have some of those answers he had promised Megan. It was too late to call anyone when Gavin got home, so he sat at the computer and did a search for articles about the bus accident. Figuring the chances of 2 patients having amnesia were totally unrealistic, he searched for the names of the dead and found 2 from the bus. A few more minutes passed before he pulled up the obituary for Laura Dunaway, who was only a year older than Adrianna, single, and worked in the front office of a high school. Unfortunately, the article was so old, there was no picture attached to it. He opened another tab in his browser and Googled Laura Dunaway. He found a couple of articles about the accident that mentioned her, a website for a writer with her name, and a hit on Facebook. He popped up the page and sucked in a breath of surprise. Most of her information was private, but there was a photo, and it gave her hometown as Kansas City, Missouri. The picture looked so much like Adrianna that they could easily pass as sisters, maybe even twins. He stared at the screen for several minutes, trying to wrap his head around it, then returned to his research. He wanted to find as much information as possible. He couldn't show this to Jake until he could be sure. It was nearly 2 when he grabbed the sheets from the printer. He had to consider who to call, how to contact someone who knew her, and he wasn't about to call her parents and put them through the stress of wondering if it really wasn't Laura. He scanned over the printouts again, then decided he'd have to wait until the office at the school opened. Maybe someone there could suggest a friend he could contact. Gavin found Jake in the waiting room a little after 3. "Any news about the surgery yet?" Jake shook his head. "They expected it to finish up soon, though, so any time. I thought you went home to sleep." His face was haggard and pale, and his hair stood on end from running his hands through it. Gavin knew the signs. It had only been a couple of months since the last time Jake had sat waiting in a hospital to hear about the woman he thought was his sister. Gavin didn't know what to say. When Jake looked him in the eye, Gavin couldn't smile, not even lightly. Instead, he stepped closer and handed the copies he'd printed from the newspaper online, along with pictures he'd found in his search. "I've been home digging around, making some calls." He didn't know how to tell Jake he'd been housing a stranger for the past few months. The news article would do most of that for him. "Well, read it anyway." Jake gave him a wary look, not taking the papers. "This isn't about what Megan said, is it? Because we both know it can't be true." "Just read it." Gavin dropped the pages in Jake's lap. "It's not true." Jake's voice rose in volume and fear entered his eyes as he stared at his friend. There was nothing Gavin wished more at that moment than to tell Jake it was his sister in surgery right then, but he couldn't do it. No matter how badly Jake wanted to deny it, he needed to see the papers. He didn't raise his voice, though. Instead, he kept it level and strong. "Jacob, you have to know what I found." There was a long, fraught moment of pain and uncertainty before Jake's shoulders slumped. He picked up the printouts in shaking hands and stared at them. "I'm not sure I want to know. This is unreal. You can't ignore it. I can't stand the thought that Adi might really be dead." Tears slipped down his face and he wiped them away with his sleeve, then turned to the pages in front of him. Gavin settled into the seat by his friend and waited while Jake read. When he slumped and closed his eyes, despair in his face, Gavin wished there were any words of comfort he could give, but there weren't. When Jake spoke, his voice was hoarse and barely more than a whisper. "She worked as an office manager of a high school. She was a strong supporter of the school football team and never missed a game. Gavin, this feature even has a quote from a guy named Danny who said they'd been friends since childhood." He looked at Gavin. "She remembered something about a guy named Danny just last week." "I know. She mentioned it." Jake met his gaze, his face filled with despair. "I hoped somehow Megan got things mixed up. I really wanted her to be wrong. If this is true, then Adrianna—" He stood, dropping the printouts on the chair behind him. "I need some air." Gavin ached for his friend. "Jake, I'm so sorry." Jake didn't look his direction. "Yeah." He hurried from the room. Gavin knew it would be horrible for Jake, learning after all this time. He'd struggled so much with the new Adrianna already. He turned his mind to Laura, the woman he'd thought to be his best friend's sister. What would she think? How would she feel when she found out the truth? That the past 2 months she had been living someone else's life, not her own. And this Danny, what was their relationship, really? What were the odds that he wasn't a boyfriend? Over the past weeks, Gavin's attraction to her had grown steadily, and after their date the previous night, he couldn't imagine losing her. He wanted to know everything about her, but would she still be interested? Would he find that once again he'd fallen for someone who was headed in a different direction? Gavin stood and walked to the window. The parking lot was quiet as snow fell softly in the darkness, visiting time still hours away. The enormity of what he'd learned was too much to take in, and he was grateful for a few more minutes of solitude before he had to face anyone else. Finally, a nurse came in. "Has Mr. Mueller stepped out?" He needed some air. "Is Adrianna awake? I'd like to see her if she can have visitors." He had no idea what he would say to her, but someone needed to be there when she woke. "And you are?" "Gavin McFadden. We're dating." It was a slight exaggeration, maybe, since their first date was only hours before. Had it really been so recently that he was laughing with her over ham-fried rice? Would he ruin his friendship with Jake if he pursued Laura? Did he even have a chance with her? Either way, he needed to speak to her, and someone had to tell her the truth. He seriously doubted that someone would be Jake. Jake took off for a while, but he left me here so she wouldn't have to be alone. He snatched up the printouts Jake had left in his chair. "She should wake soon. Follow me." The woman led him down the hall to recovery. Before she left him alone with Laura, he stopped the woman. "Do you know? Was it appendicitis?" "Yes." She seemed surprised he had asked. "Was there any question?" "Not really," he muttered. He thanked her and let her go, then slid into a chair at Laura's bedside. He waited what seemed a long time before hearing a light moan from her. Gavin turned and he studied Laura as her eyelids fluttered and her forehead wrinkled up. After a moment, her left hand moved over her face, rubbing her cheek and mouth, and her eyes opened enough to focus on the room. "Hey, how are you feeling?" Gavin touched the back of her hand. She muttered nonsense, and he took her hand in his, waiting for her to come out of the anesthesia a little more. When he asked again a while later, she was able to answer. "Like the doctor cut me up and moved my insides around." Her words were slightly slurred from the drugs. He smiled despite himself. "So you remember why you came in? Are you in pain? Do you need me to get someone to pop some meds in your IV?" Her smile was lopsided, and she reached out, taking his hand. "I'm okay for the moment. If they give me more, I'll probably fall asleep again." She looked around the room. "Where are Jake and Megan? Thought they'd be here." "Jake's been here for several hours. He stepped out a few minutes ago. Megan took Aiden home. I'm sure she'll be back as soon as she can." It felt like he was lying to her. There was no reason to believe Jake would be back soon. In fact, Gavin seriously doubted that would be the case. Still, he wanted her fully awake before they talked about reality. "Thanks for waiting with me." "You're welcome." He focused on their joined hands. His chest ached with indecision about what to tell her. He was spared the choice for the time being as a nurse bustled in to check on her, and when they were alone again, Laura fell back asleep. There would be plenty of time to talk about the situation a little later. Chapter 23. Gavin stayed at the bedside in the recovery room, then moved with Laura to her regular room. He half dozed in a chair while she slept, unwilling to leave her alone when such serious news was left to be explained. He couldn't stand the thought of her waking alone and wondering where everyone was. 2 hours passed at a crawl as Gavin tried to sleep but couldn't manage it. He started trying to call the high school at 6, and every 10 minutes after that. Finally, a human being picked up. "Hi, this is going to sound like an odd question, but I need to reach a close friend of Laura Dunaway's," he jumped in. "I don't know who that is," a woman said. "Is she a student?" "No, she used to work there last fall, until that big bus accident." "Oh, right. Sorry, I'll find someone who knew her." Gavin tried to be patient as his intestines tied themselves in knots. It wasn't easy. Finally, someone else came on. "Laura doesn't work here anymore." "I know that. I heard about her accident. I'm sure it was a terrible shock for everyone there. I need to contact a close friend of hers. Maybe a boyfriend?" That last phrase was hard to say, but he couldn't ignore the possibility that she may have been dating someone. If so, better to know now. "Why?" "My girlfriend may have ended up with something important of hers in the accident." It was only a half fib. "I wanted to see that it got to someone who knew her well." There was a long pause. "Look, I don't know if it's much help, but there was this guy, Donnie, Darren? I can't remember. They were super tight. He's a firefighter over on Madeline Avenue." "Thanks, I'll try there." As he hung up, Gavin thought he might puke up the breakfast sandwich he'd eaten an hour earlier. She'd been seeing someone. They were tight. She'd mentioned a guy named Danny. Was it the same guy? He stood and paced across the room, lifting his fists above his head and resting them against the cold window facing the parking lot. His forehead followed suit, and he enjoyed the cool feel of glass on his skin, while he prepared himself for the possibility that she might belong with someone else, just when things between them were starting to get interesting. Drawing in a breath and telling himself to suck it up, he went in search of a phone book so he could call the fire station on Madeline Avenue. When he learned Danny was out, Gavin weighed his options, then decided to track the man down himself after he had a chat with Laura. It would be better if he could size the man up himself before trusting him with Laura. Who knew what the man was really like? Next, he called Megan and filled her in. Jake had come home and gone straight to bed, not saying a word about anything. Gavin ached for his friend, but he didn't know how to help, so he said goodbye to Megan, then walked back into the room where Laura slept. Laura woke for the third or fourth time when it was nearly noon. Gavin was at her side again. He had made a few quick calls to subs and clients, but couldn't pull himself away from her bedside for more than a few minutes until he'd told her everything. "Hey," she smiled when she saw him and took his hand again. "Thank you for sitting with me. It's nice to wake up and have you here." She looked around the room and her smile waned slightly, as if she realized he was once again the only one there. "You're welcome." He tried to smile, but it was hard to do. She was far more alert this time, and she looked better than she had even a couple of hours ago. That was good. He gave her hand a squeeze, then released it. "Something wrong?" she asked when he looked away from her. How did he answer that? Should he tell her? What would she say? "Gavin?" He rubbed a hand over his face. It had been one of the longest days he could remember, far more difficult for him than when she'd been in the accident. He'd never felt quite like this about anyone before. Gavin turned to face her. "I don't know how to say this. The situation..." Her eyebrows furrowed. "Just say it. You're starting to freak me out." Gavin laughed under his breath, though it was without mirth. That comment alone should have tipped them off. Adrianna would never say, "freak me out." "We'll get into it when you're fully awake." "I'm awake." She didn't sound like it, though. She was still groggy. He decided to distract her with questions a little longer to make sure she'd remember the conversation. "Jake mentioned you remembered something about gingerbread houses. What was your friend's name who always had one?" She smiled and closed her eyes as she spoke. "Janie. She and I had been pals for years. I got to join them for the annual gingerbread house eating contest. Danny always ate the most." She mentioned a few other tidbits she remembered. While they'd talked, her speech became less groggy. What really surprised Gavin was how clear the memories were after all the weeks of remembering almost nothing. Still, as he probed, he realized it was only a few memories. He slipped once and called her Laura, but she didn't seem to notice. Finally, she turned and eyed him. "I'm ready to hear whatever it is you're avoiding talking to me about." So she hadn't missed his stratagem. He found that fact amusing despite his reluctance to discuss the subject foremost on his mind. As she seemed plenty lucid now, he had no excuse to put it off any longer. He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees and his fingers clasped together. Their eyes met and he saw how worried she was. "You remember how you and Megan discussed the differences in you between now and before your accident?" She looked surprised, but nodded. He continued. "After Jake insisted you couldn't have appendicitis because you'd already had your appendix removed, I did some research online, made some calls." His throat closed up, and he had to swallow hard before he could continue. He considered how to say it, then decided it was best just to get it out. "We think you're really Laura Dunaway." When her eyes widened, he rushed on. "There was a horrible mistake. You and Adrianna look a lot alike, incredibly alike. Since the plastic surgeon used a picture of Adrianna to put you back together again, you look even more alike than before. There were some differences between the two of you that confused us all, but who could ever expect something like this?" He was babbling, he knew, but he couldn't stop. "We should have guessed when your singing voice didn't come back and you never remembered how to play the piano. And that bit about my cell phone, Adrianna couldn't have looked up that number to save her life." She touched his arm. "Hold on, Gavin. Give me a minute." She covered her face with her hand for a long moment, and when she rubbed her face, she left wet streaks across her cheeks. When she spoke again, her voice was rough. "If I'm Laura, where's Adrianna?" He wanted to draw her into a hug, but wasn't sure if he would hurt her. When the accident happened, you and Adrianna were mixed up. From what I was able to learn, there was a fair amount of facial damage to her too, and since your height and build, even your hair color were so similar, no one realized, especially after they chopped yours so short. I don't understand how they got you matched up with Adriana's wallet, but somehow they did. He hesitated. Adrianna was buried in your name. She died in the accident. They couldn't save her. A long moment later, when she spoke again, her voice was rough with emotion. What makes you think I'm Laura Dunaway? Her hands were squeezing open and closed, so he reached out and took them in his. The pain in her face tore at him. Besides Jake remembering that Adrianna already had her appendix removed, Gavin hesitated, then decided to read her a few details from the news articles. He could have recited them by memory after the number of times he'd read them that day, but didn't want to make any mistakes. Several minutes passed, while Laura took in all the details, listened to him read her obituary, saw a few pictures. When he finished, she shook her head. It's like my whole life has been thrown in one of those Powerball machines, twisting and flipping around and then being spit back out again. It fits though, doesn't it? Laura covered her mouth with one hand, closing her eyes as if that would stop things, or at least slow them down. Jake must be devastated. After everything he's been through, how can he stand it? I don't know. How do you cope with something like this? There was a long silence between them before Laura spoke again. My family, they all think I'm dead. They buried me months ago. I must have friends and the kids at the school, co-workers. I might even be dating someone, and they all think I'm gone. My dad'll probably have another heart attack when he finds out. Your dad had a heart attack before? Her family. She was going to move home, and with half the state of Kansas between them, was there even a reason to hope their relationship would develop into more? He shook off the worry. It was still too early to make decisions. Laura stopped, then turned and looked at Gavin, putting on a watery smile. Yeah, he did about 3 years ago. He carries around nitroglycerin all the time now and has to eat healthy and exercise. He hates it.
Tears formed in Laura's eyes as emotions welled up inside her, and she turned her face away. Relief, frustration, compassion for Adrianna's friends and family, and anxiety for her own family's pain assailed her. Laura, I'm sure you're feeling really confused. Gavin reached a hand toward her. She saw it from the corner of her eye, but he hesitated and stopped short of touching her. She looked at his hand, where he set it on the covers near her arm. And there was another thing to think about, her relationship with Gavin. Whatever it was, he had asked her out again, so it hadn't been a one-time thing for either of them. But how could they be together now? It would be awkward dating him when they all thought she was someone else for those weeks. My family will have to be told. Don't worry, I'll make sure someone tells your parents. The doctor wants to keep you until this evening at least. The nurse said you're doing great, though. If you keep it up, you'll be out of here tonight. Laura wondered if this new persona would feel right. Being Adrianna had never felt quite right. She appreciated that Gavin gave her a long moment to collect herself without interrupting her thoughts. Thank you for letting me know. I'm sure Jake was grateful not to have to tell me himself. She looked at Gavin and saw him rub his hands over his face. The only time I've seen him this upset was when you were lying in that bed after the accident, and we didn't know if you'd live or die. Not knowing is worse, I guess. He'd known Laura was going to be fine, but had to accept that his sister had died. What a horrible shock for him. She plucked at the blankets across her lap. I think part of him has known for a long time something wasn't quite right. You look so much like Adrianna, but it was like you were a totally different person. He chuckled lightly and without humor. I guess that was on the mark, though, since you are a different person. Laura pursed her lips and wiped away her tears again. She sniffled to keep her nose from running. She had to look horrible. She reflected with more than a touch of irony that her appearance was likely just opposite of how she wanted Gavin to remember her. I don't play the piano, compose music, or sing like an angel. I don't cook very well, never mind as spectacularly as everyone said Adrianna did. He reached out and wiped one of her tears away. You have other qualities that are equally admirable. Right, because my sparkling personality makes up for a multitude of shortcomings. She couldn't help but think he must be disappointed to find out the truth about her. When she thought of the woman whose journals she had been studying so closely, she fell short in so many ways. You might be surprised. Gavin stood and grabbed his coat. I've got a couple of errands to run, but I'll be back. I'll contact Megan and see if she can bring some clothes and stuff for you, too. They plan to release you in a few hours. If only I knew where I would go when I'm released. Laura nodded. It was obvious he wanted to get away from her. She couldn't blame him. She'd grown negative. He was probably afraid she'd start to cry again, and she imagined he was grateful to have escaped a romantic relationship with her. Maybe he was right. She felt like she could use a good cry. Is there anything I can get for you? Gavin asked, stopping before he left the room. She took one more long look, memorizing the way his hair fell across his forehead and the angle of his jaw. She remembered the way his lips had felt against hers the previous night, savoring it for just a moment, certain it would never be repeated. Then she shook her head. No, thanks for sitting with me so much. I appreciate it. He nodded and disappeared. Laura leaned back against her pillow and tried to take in the changes in her life, yet again. She felt like everything was in flux. She couldn't get her feet beneath her for any length of time. She had no idea what she faced in her real life. Did she leave a boyfriend behind? What about her apartment, her belongings, her job? Would she have to start over from scratch? How would her family respond? Other than a firm image of her father, she didn't remember much about her family or her regular life. The things Gavin had told her resonated as being true, but the details just weren't there. A nurse entered to check the monitors she was hooked up to and asked her questions. When the nurse called her Adrianna, Laura didn't bother to correct her. Hearing she'd been mixed up with someone else at the accident scene had been unreal. How could she make someone else believe it?
Gavin steeled himself to enter the fire station. He wished the lady at the high school had pointed him to a woman as a contact for Laura, and not to a man. He stopped at the door thinking he could take her back home himself. Maybe the local police could warn the parents of Laura's impending arrival. No need to involve another man, one who was close to her. After all, this guy could be anyone. Maybe they'd been tight, but had broken things off. Maybe she hated him now. Was it fair to involve him? Hey, bud, you coming or going? A voice asked from behind him. Gavin swiveled to look up at a dark-haired firefighter who was at least 3 inches taller than himself. He decided to stop being a wuss. Coming, I guess. You know a guy named Danny? Yeah, inside. He stared at Gavin for a moment. You have to turn the handle to get the door to open. Gavin shot the guy an irritated glance and pushed into the building. Fire trucks filled one end of the enormous garage, ambulances were on the other side, and a couple of guys moved around inside. Hey, Danny, where are you? The man bellowed. A moment later, a blond man popped out of the back of an ambulance, clipboard in hand. Yeah, what's up? His eyes slid from his coworker to Gavin and back. This dude's looking for you. He wandered off. Danny turned his attention back to Gavin. What can I do for you? He studied Gavin, as if trying to figure out if he was familiar. I hear you know Laura Dunaway really well. His face grew wary. Yeah, we grew up together. Gavin stuck his hands in his pockets. Is there somewhere we can sit? I need to finish this inventory. Just tell me what you want. Do you have a sister named Janie? Suspicion joined the wariness in his eyes. Yeah. Gavin felt pressure in his chest, as though his lungs were collapsing on him. There's really no way to say this, so I'm just going to come out with it. He paused to take a fortifying breath. Laura is alive. There was a mistake. She's had amnesia. Do you think this is a funny joke? Danny's eyes narrowed. Get out of here. She's alive. You buried the wrong person. I saw her in the coffin, buddy. Do you really think I wouldn't know her? No matter how badly she was hurt, it's not like I wouldn't know my best friend. He took a step toward Gavin. Get out. Gavin moved back, not wanting to antagonize the man, but not ready to leave. Look, Danny, she's alive, and she needs to go home to her parents' house. You've known her for years. You'll know who should break the news to her parents. I can take her there myself, but I need some information first. Danny kept moving closer, anger in every step. You leave those poor people alone. Don't you think they've been through enough? Do you have any clue how it's torn us all apart losing her? Since my friend, my brother, just found out that you buried his sister months ago and Laura isn't Adrianna, then yeah, I have an idea. Gavin could hold his own in a fight, but he'd rather not, so he kept his hands loose at his sides instead of balled in fists like he'd prefer. That made Danny pause. You actually believe this woman is Laura? You said she had amnesia? Did she suddenly remember everything? She had an appendectomy this morning. Adrianna already had an appendectomy years ago. It's not her. Danny's brows winged up. That was your first clue? His voice was unconvinced. Gavin gritted his teeth. Look, she said she used to come to your place for a gingerbread house eating contest every year. You would make screaming noises for the gingerbread men when you ate them. I think she would have insisted on doing a gingerbread house this year, except Megan's too busy and Laura's frankly dangerous with an oven. Danny stopped and stared at Gavin, disbelief turning to hope. You actually let her into the kitchen?
Chapter 24. Just when I was starting to get used to the new you turn out to be someone completely different. Laura turned and looked into Megan's red and puffy face. Laura's throat threatened to close up, and she had to wait a moment to be sure she wasn't going to start crying before she spoke. I guess I couldn't be happy just throwing your lives into chaos once. When you think about it, a second time was inevitable, really. I have vague memories of getting in trouble a lot. That's not funny. Megan set a duffel bag beside the bed and took the nearby chair. She rolled the top of her tiny purse in both fists, twisting and releasing repeatedly in what had to be an unconscious gesture. They hadn't spoken since Adrianna was wheeled into surgery. No, I don't suppose it was. I don't know what you want me to say. I'm really sorry you and Jake have to be hurt again after everything I put you through. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused, but I'm not sorry for having the chance to get to know you. She twined her fingers together. Adrianna was an amazing woman. Even I'm going to miss her, though her image in my mind makes me feel frankly second class. Heck, while I was living her life, I felt shown up by myself. Don't be ridiculous. You could never be second class. You and Adrianna simply had your own spheres of talent. Megan looked offended that Laura would even suggest it. Laura found herself laughing, then groaned as pain shot through her stomach. She held an arm against the stitches and breathed through the agony before responding. That's an awfully nice way to put it. So what happens now? When are they going to let you out of this joint? Where will you go? Megan looked genuinely worried. I'm supposed to be sprung this evening, but I don't know by whom. I'm sure my parents will be thrilled to have me crash there until I figure out which way is up. I'm hoping the memories come back faster when I'm surrounded by familiar people. Because of my surgery, the doctor ordered me to take it easy for at least the next couple of weeks, possibly as long as 6 weeks. You've all but revolutionized the office. Jake was saying so just last week. Megan looked hopeful as she said this. They interviewed someone, gosh, what was it? 2 days ago. I've lost track of time. It seems like longer. She sounded great, and I'm sure they'll have her start soon. Besides, can you really see me working in that office as Laura? I'd be a constant reminder to Jake of what he's lost. It would be more than awkward. It would be painful. He can't even face me here. How would he deal with having me at the office every day? Megan's face fell. I guess you're right. You know I am. Megan nodded. Whatever happens, promise me you'll stay in touch. I'd hate to lose your friendship now because of a tiny misunderstanding, especially when it was the misunderstanding that made us friends. Tears welled in Laura's eyes but didn't fall as she shook her head and chuckled at Megan's understatement. Tiny misunderstanding, indeed. I promise. The afternoon waned and Laura had been told that she would be released that evening. That was assuming anyone came to pick her up. By 5 o'clock, she sat on the edge of her bed, dressed in the clothing Megan had brought her in the duffel bag. She had no idea who Gavin had managed to contact, and wondered if he might take her home instead. She was nervous, wondering if she'd recognize anyone. She was still trying to take in all the changes in her life over the past 24 hours. So much had been explained by the revelation of who she really was, but it left many other questions burning. 7%. Her thoughts were interrupted by the entrance of a tall, blond man in blue jeans and a black t-shirt with a picture of a firefighter in full turnouts that read, "Bring it on." If she hadn't recognized him, she still might have figured him for a firefighter after seeing the shirt and the multitude of muscles the short sleeves displayed. But recognizing his startling blue eyes, she felt overwhelmed with relief and grinned. "I should have known it would be you if I'd remembered you." Danny stood for only a moment staring at her, then took 2 long steps and scooped her into his arms. "I thought you were dead. I can't believe it. When that dude tracked me down at the fire department and said you were alive, I thought he was crazy. I can't believe it." He mumbled into her hair as he held her close, and Laura felt tears come to her eyes, partly in relief and partly in pain because he held her too tightly. "How could I possibly forget you?" She chose not to mention her discomfort, but slid carefully back a bit. Danny, the grown-up version of the little boy she remembered eating gingerbread with, had been her friend forever. That knowledge flashed over her, and she felt a lump in her throat. This, at least, felt right, even if the rest of her life was still foreign. "Nothing's been the same since you died." He grinned elatedly and moved back to look at her. His fingers slid down her cheeks. "You look really great for a dead woman. Beautiful as always. I love your hair like this." He studied her for a moment. "I know what's different. You have a new nose. Cute." He tapped her nose with a fingertip. Laura noted he had conveniently omitted to mention the several new scars on her face, and despite the heavy makeup, she knew he could tell they were there. She supposed he could be forgiven for being a bit too kind. She was about to ask about his girlfriend and whether he'd gotten around to popping the question yet when she saw Gavin standing in the doorway. He didn't smile back at her. Instead, his brow furrowed as he looked at them. "Gavin, come in." She extricated herself from Danny's arms and he turned toward the doorway. "I guess you've met. Thank you. I think you picked exactly the right person to take me home." "I'm glad." Gavin carried a suitcase, his other hand deep in his pocket. "He didn't tell me how you know each other," Danny said. Laura struggled to figure out how to explain it. "He's, a friend. I've been working for him for the past few weeks." As soon as the words left her mouth, she knew they were insufficient. Still, she had no idea how to explain her relationship with Gavin in a few short words. It was definitely premature to refer to him as her boyfriend, no matter how much she would have liked to use the term. When she opened her mouth to try again, Gavin spoke first. "I was starting to think we worked for you, as efficient as you were at keeping us in line." Danny laughed. "She does tend to be that way. I'm glad to see amnesia didn't change her too much." "Laura's been a real asset to our business," Gavin said and handed over the suitcase. "As soon as she got home, Megan collected a few more things for you. She wanted me to bring them by. I know they're Adrianna's, but," he shrugged, "it's not like anyone else will need them." He mumbled the last bit, as though thinking better of it. Danny took the bag, but Laura reached out and squeezed Gavin's hand. "Tell her and Jake thanks for everything, and please tell him I'm so sorry. I wish I'd had a chance to talk to him, but he's probably not ready yet." Gavin nodded and squeezed her hand back before releasing it slowly. "He's pretty broken up. It's been an eventful couple of months, hasn't it?" She wanted to say so many things, but she didn't know where to begin, and she felt him drawing back. Finding out the truth had been hard. Did she have to lose him too? "Thanks for everything you've done. You've really helped me through. Take care of yourself and give Aiden a hug for me." Losing that toddler-sized light in her life would be painful enough without all of the other losses. Saying goodbye to Gavin was even worse than when Megan left earlier. She, at least, had made Laura promise to call. "I will. The office won't be the same without you." His eyes lingered a while before he turned toward Danny. "Take care of her. She tends to try and do too much at once." He looked back at Laura. There was a long moment of silence before he spoke. "Megan said to remind you to keep in touch," Megan said, "so he has decided he's not interested anymore." That hurt, but she pretended it didn't. "I will. Everyone's been so good to me. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it, especially considering everything." "Where are you going?" Laura looked at Danny. She didn't know either. "Junction City. Our families live there. Her mom will be anxious to see her again. I sent my parents over there to break the news. They're just waiting for me to verify that this was Laura first." He tugged on her short-cropped hair. "It about killed me to stick to the speed limit on the way here." "Oh, please, as if you ever went the speed limit." Laura nudged him with her elbow. "I'm hurt you could say such a thing." He put a hand over his stomach, as if she had given him a mortal wound. Laura just rolled her eyes and looked back at Gavin. Gavin's mouth tightened, and he nodded. "Good luck with everything. I hope it works out for you." With a half-hearted wave, he left. Laura felt tears drip down her face and sucked in air to help her get under control. In another place and time, maybe. Her breath hitched, and she fought to keep back the sobbing that threatened to erupt. Danny pulled her back into his arms and cradled her face against his chest. "Hey, sweetie, it's okay. It's going to be okay." He rubbed a hand down her head and cupped her neck. Then he patiently allowed her to cry out her confusion, her pain and worry, her sadness at being separated from the life that had become familiar to her. She would miss her new friends, even as she was anxious to return to a normal life, except that was all messed up too. When she finished, Laura pulled back and laughed as she saw the big wet spot on his shirt. "You're going to need a towel after that one." He smoothed the hair back from her face. "It'll dry. It's not like my clothes haven't soaked up your tears before." That was true enough, but she'd never seen him cry before, and looking closely, she thought his cheeks were damp, like he'd wiped tears away before she could see them. "I've always been a baby, I know. Thanks for loaning me your shoulder." "It's my pleasure. Really, after thinking you were dead for almost 3 months, it's great to have you leak all over me." He moved away half-heartedly as she reached out and smacked his arm. "Now, perhaps we should head out. Have you been discharged?" "I was waiting for you. They wouldn't let me out on my own, and since I had no idea where to go—" "Come on." He shouldered her bags and led her out of the room. "So, about Gavin, you two seemed chummy." "Chummy? He barely spoke to me." When Danny lifted his eyebrow questioningly, she explained, "We had a date last night. It was a lot of fun. We were supposed to go out again tomorrow, but I guess he's changed his mind." She pushed away the sadness that thought brought. She had other things to worry about now. There would be time for self-pity later. She really hated self-pity. It didn't look that way. You know me, I'm generally oblivious, and even I noticed something between you. He may not have said much, but those puppy dog looks he sent you spoke volumes. And when he came to tell me about you, he seemed pretty protective. She was not buying that. Regardless, it's not like we could have a romantic relationship now. It'd be way too weird. She had thought through all of the dynamics over the past couple of hours and couldn't see a way to make it work. Danny made a quick call to his parents as they walked to the front counter to check her out. A few minutes later, a nurse came to Laura's room with a wheelchair and her paperwork. After the nurse wheeled her to his car, Danny settled her and the luggage before taking his own seat. "So, why do you think you and Gavin couldn't make things work?" "I thought you'd let the subject drop." "Just for a minute, babe. You know how tenacious I am. I had forgotten that wonderful aspect of your personality. It's coming back real fast, though." She glanced at his speedometer and hoped they didn't pass any cops. "Fine, think about it for a minute. Say something happened to Janie," she mentioned, the only one of his sisters whose name she remembered. "But you thought this other woman was Janie. Then after weeks of nursing her back to health and dealing with her bossiness, you realized it wasn't her. And Janie was dead. Then your best friend, the guy you spend hours with every week, starts dating the woman you thought was your dead sister. How would you feel? I even lived with Jake and his family. I babysat his son, worked in the office, had heart-to-hearts with his wife. Then he finds out his sister's dead and I'm an imposter. To rub salt in the wound, his partner starts dating me?" He chuckled. "This has been even more twisted than I realized." Chapter 25. Laura looked silently out the window as the scenery flashed by. It felt good to be with Danny again, to have some idea of who she really was, to feel right in her skin. Laura Dunaway was not a concert pianist, and she didn't perform in front of hundreds of people. That was a major relief all its own. She knew her recovery over the next few weeks would be difficult, frustrating, and irritating, and that was just from her surgery. Unfortunately, she also knew her life had changed. She couldn't simply return to her old life without a care, even if she'd still had her old job and apartment, which she didn't. She couldn't step back into that role as if nothing had happened. She'd spent hours that day thinking about that, too. How would she even begin to start over? And she loved Aiden. She cared about Jake and Megan, and her feelings for Gavin were as complicated as they were hopeless. They were in the car less than 10 minutes when Danny's cell phone rang. He pulled it from his front pocket and handed it to her. "That'll be your mom." Laura's hands shook as she clicked the right button, then lifted the phone to her ear. "Hello? Laura? Is that you?" Warmth spread through Laura when she recognized her mother's voice. It was just one more confirmation of who she was. "Hi, Mom. It's me. I'm fine." Tears welled in her eyes and spilled over. She could hear her mom sobbing on the other end of the line. Her dad must have picked up an extension because she heard a light click, and then his voice. "Laura? Dad? How are you guys? I can't believe you're alive, honey." The next half an hour passed quickly while she told about the appendectomy and how it had led them to the truth of who she was. When Danny's phone began to beep in her ear to alert her that the battery was low, there was still almost an hour of the drive to go. Reluctantly, she said goodbye and hung up. "I can't believe you let your battery get so low," she said as she handed the phone back. "Sorry, I hadn't planned on this trip. It was kind of a surprise." He glanced over and sighed. "I thought you were done blubbering for the day." His hand enclosed hers, refuting the irritation in his words. "Nope, I'm pretty sure there's still some more in there. You'll just have to put up with it." Tears filled her eyes again, and she blinked them back, grateful it was dark out and he wouldn't be able to see them. He squeezed her hand again, and they lapsed into silence for a long while as she studied the road. "You're being awfully quiet," Danny said as he flipped on his turn signal. He moved into the right lane in preparation to exit the freeway. "I guess it's still sinking in that my life has turned completely upside down. Again. Not that I have a right to complain. Really, Adrianna doesn't even have that chance. Who am I to whine about a few upsets?" Major upsets, though. Yeah. She stared out the window, trying not to think about what she would do after she reached home. "Are you worried about your family?" "I'm worried about everyone, the people in Paola, and those who've thought I was dead all this time. I don't know where I'm going to go from here, or what to do." "It'll come. Take a few days with your family, find out what's what, then go from there. One step at a time." Yeah, she shrugged, but it was a comfort talking to him. Though she'd gotten along great with Megan, Danny had been her best friend for years, far too special to be replaced. There was something to be said for having a close female friend, though. She and Janie had never been as close as she and Danny were, so Megan had been a special find. He reached over and squeezed her hand on the seat between them again, a show of silent support. "How long before you have to go back to work?" she asked. "I managed to switch a couple shifts. I've got 5 days." He turned onto the main road heading toward their homes. They'd grown up as neighbors, and their parents still lived around the corner from each other in a quiet subdivision. A few minutes later, they pulled in front of her parents' house. Laura stepped from the car and took in the fresh coat of paint. The tire swing she had soared on as a child still hung from the giant oak tree in the side yard, and her mother's bicycle leaned against the side of the garage. She didn't move toward the house, only stood and stared, taking in every detail. It was hard for her to believe everything could be so familiar when she'd spent so much time not recognizing anything. Danny came to her side, towing her things. "There's nothing to be afraid of, you know. They love you and want to see you." Tears choked her throat and she nodded, but didn't step forward. He slid an arm around her shoulders and with gentle pressure guided her toward the house. His strength was reassuring, but she was afraid of bursting into tears in front of everyone. Before Laura and Danny were halfway up the walk, the door opened and her mother stepped onto the porch. The recognition was instant, though Laura couldn't have told anyone what her mother looked like only moments before. Memories with this woman rushed over her. They stared at each other. Laura held her breath, almost afraid, her mother would shake her head and deny she belonged there. Instead, she let out a sob and rushed down the stairs, throwing her arms around her daughter. Laura ached for the time they had lost, for the pain she knew her parents had felt while they had thought her dead, but her joy was so full she thought her lungs might burst with it. Tears formed again, and a lump rose in her throat as she and her mom sobbed together. "Laura, oh, Laura, I can't believe it's true. I thought you were gone. It was so horrible." She pulled back to look at her daughter's face, but tears flowed from her eyes so fast and thick, Laura doubted her mother could see anything clearly. Around the lump in her throat, she managed to croak out, "Mom, it's so good to be home." She held on tight and looked up to see her father standing on the front porch, crying too. Dad? This was the face she'd remembered when she'd told Gavin about her father. It was just one more confirmation that this time she was in the right place. Her father's descent wasn't as fast as his wife's. Instead, he took his time walking toward her, gripping the railing at his right, his eyes wide and blinking as he looked her over. When his wife loosened her grip on Laura, he took the last step in a quick movement and pulled her close. Laura groaned and stepped back just a bit as pain shot through her abdomen. "I'm sorry. Did I hurt you, honey?" His voice was choked with emotion. She leaned against him slightly as she took a few deep breaths while the pain subsided. "I'll be fine. I had surgery last night. It'll be a little while before I'm back to normal." "Of course." Her dad touched her back and led her up the front steps. "So, appendicitis." He shook his head. "You broke most of your major bones by age 15 and sprained nearly every joint. Or at least it seemed that way. You even had your tonsils removed when you were 12. Decided you still had too many parts?" Danny, who now stood at the front door, grinned down at them. Losing a bit off the end of her nose and reshaping her face wasn't enough, apparently. She never could do anything by halves. "Knock it off." Laura reached out and slapped the back of her hand against Danny's chest as she walked past him and into the house. "If I remember right, you were the instigator of more than one of those ill-fated adventures." "Me? I was innocent of all wrongdoing. How could you possibly—" He broke off as Laura's mom patted him on the cheek. "You were always such a terrible liar." She turned toward her daughter, who smirked openly. "You, young lady, took 10 years off my life. Your memory might have been hazy recently, but mine is as sharp as ever. This isn't the first time you've caused me grief." Her eyes swam with more tears, though none fell this time. Laura felt bad about the pain her parents must have gone through, thinking she was dead. Her own pain and confusion couldn't have been worse. She crossed the room back to her mother and wrapped her in a hug again. "I'm sorry, Mom. You know I would have come back right away if I'd known." "I know. I'm just so glad you're home." She leaned back and put a hand on her daughter's face, studying it for a long moment. "I liked your old nose, but this one suits you well, too. There's not much in the way of scarring, either." With a shrug, Laura stepped out of her mom's arms. She felt tired after the long drive and exhausting meeting. "There are more than you think. I'm wearing some pretty heavy makeup right now. Some of them will go away. Others will just fade with time. I'm fine either way. Considering how I looked when they first released me from the hospital, I wouldn't mind if I looked like this permanently." "Most women would be happy to stay in their prime forever," Danny observed with a smile. "Beauty that never fades. Unfortunately, flab and wrinkles will appear all too soon. It's inevitable." She shot him a glare. "You're such a sweet man, reminding me of that." "I try," her mother sighed. "I suppose that's my cue to break up the sibling rivalry. Sandra will be here in the morning. She's bringing the whole crew, so you might want to rest before then." Laura had vague memories of her older sister and the plethora of children who followed her like a tornado, destroying everything in their path. She couldn't wait. "That'll be something to look forward to. I am tired and could use a rest." She pointed to Danny. "Put the muscle-bound firefighter to work. You know he'd love to do my share. I can practically hear him begging for the chance." She glanced over and saw him pull a face at her. She looked toward the hallway and wondered where her mom wanted her. "You're in your old room," her mom explained, as if sensing her uncertainty. "Second door on the right, the one with the lattice beneath the window," Danny elaborated. "I already dropped off your bags." A memory niggled, and Laura looked back to Danny. "Why do I get the feeling you and I were very familiar with that lattice?" He grinned. I couldn't say. I'm not sure the statute of limitations has run out yet. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. Her mom put up a hand to ward off the revelations, then she gave Laura one last hug. "I'm so happy to have you here. I just can't believe you're still alive." She sniffled, then with an unsteady pat on Laura's shoulder, stepped away. "Are you hungry? We haven't eaten yet. I cooked, but neither of us could eat before you got here." "No, thank you. I ingested just before Danny arrived." "I'm not sure you could call it eating, as I'm on a soft food diet for several more days. They only gave me mashed potatoes and pudding for dinner." Laura pulled a face. She quite liked both foods normally, but what she'd really wanted was a burger, and potato flakes were a far cry from the real thing. Laura glanced from her mother's retreating figure to where her father stood in the doorway. He'd been watching the interplay silently. His nose was red, his face covered in tears, and he sniffled loudly as he watched her watching him. She remembered him as a stoic man, unruffled by trouble, unemotional most of the time. She knew these were happy tears, but they still hurt her heart. She slid back into his arms, though she really was exhausted and in need of some pain medication. "I'm so glad you're here and well," she said into his chest. "It's good to be home. It hasn't seemed like much of a home since your accident." He whispered the words into her hair, then pressed a kiss to her brow. "Go take that nap. We'll have a long talk afterward." Danny seemed unable to help, reaching out to brush fingers on her arm as she walked past. She could hardly believe the circumstances herself, so she didn't blame him. It was good to be home. Laura slept about 45 minutes, then woke to find her parents finishing dinner. "Where's Danny?" "He went to visit his parents. The only time he's been home since the summer was for your funeral." Her mom made sking noises. "You know how busy he is." "Yes, and Kansas City isn't so far away that an overnight visit would be out of the question. But then," she turned stern eyes on her daughter, "you weren't much better." Laura walked around the table and leaned over to hug her mom from behind. "What would you say if I promised to be better this time? Either you plan to live here in Junction City forever, or you're just trying to appease me." She patted her daughter's hands. There was no way to deny it. Though Laura imagined she would be visiting home a lot more for a while, she might find a job in town, but she doubted it. Her thoughts wandered to Gavin, wondering if she read their last interaction right, then pushed the worry away. There was time to pick apart that conversation later. "Well, I don't plan on going anywhere until well after the holiday." She stood and walked around to another chair. She poured herself a glass of juice and sat at the table with her parents. "So, I guess now is as good a time as any to fill me in on everything. Tell me what happened here." She settled in and listened to her parents tell all about her funeral and the struggles they went through. They cried and laughed and talked until it was late, then headed to bed, knowing her sister Sandra's family would be there the next day. Chapter 26. Sandra and her kids arrived in an explosion of noise and giggles. They ran around hugging everyone, excited about the upcoming holiday and the surprise visit to their grandparents' house. The oldest girl, Ember, clung to Laura, crying with happiness to see her again. Laura held the 8-year-old close, sad for the pain she had caused her family, but grateful for the love emanating from everyone. Between taking care of quarreling kids, feeding and cleaning up after everyone, and subject tangents, it took most of the afternoon for Laura to recount the past few months. She skirted over her relationship with Gavin, and felt guilty as she wondered if anyone had told Brock or Adrianna's parents. She could only imagine their pain and confusion. Her heart ached when she thought about Jake's reaction. Everything was such a mess in their lives, and she couldn't help but feel responsible, despite the fact that it really wasn't her fault. "Do you remember the accident itself?" Sandra asked after putting the kids to bed that night. Laura curled up on the sofa, a soft green throw wrapped around her. Danny sat at her side, her parents across the small space on another sofa. "It's still pretty hazy, but I think I remember it right. You texted me. It couldn't have been more than 10 minutes before the accident." "That's right." Laura had forgotten, but Sandra mentioning it brought it back to her, and suddenly she remembered how it was she came to have Adrianna's wallet in her hands when the accident happened. Of course, right after that, I passed my phone to Adrianna so she could play solitaire. I was looking at her pictures in her wallet when the SUV hit us. If it hadn't been for that, would the mistake have been made? It was impossible to tell. After all, she and Adrianna had been mistaken for each other several times during the trip. The two of them had eaten lunch together, laughed about people asking them if they were twins. She remembered Adrianna's infectious laughter and the friendly way she had greeted everyone, completely uninhibited. Her dress had been understated, but much higher quality than anything Laura had owned. Her hair and makeup were flawless, so she came across as totally polished. If they hadn't hit it off so quickly, Laura had thought she would have been intimidated by the other woman. Laura closed her eyes and focused on the memory as she relayed it to Sandra and her parents. She said she played for the symphony, traveled a lot. She dropped a few names, but I didn't recognize any of them. In her mind's eye, it was all clear. Adrianna had laughed when she realized Laura was clueless about her job, then turned the subject to Laura's work at the school. She might have been a tad vain, but she didn't have to be the center of every discussion. Tears stung Laura's eyes yet again. Danny tightened his arm around Laura. You liked her. I really did. And now I've read most of her journals, studied her scrapbooks and newspaper clippings. I feel like I know her. It's like she was my friend, not just a nodding acquaintance, and I feel so horrible for everyone she left behind. Her voice broke, and she struggled to keep her voice level. People thought I was her and spent the past few months confused about what happened to the woman they knew. Does it sound insane for me to mourn someone I barely met? Her mom rose and crossed the room, pulling Laura into her arms. Honey, it'll be all right. And Laura knew that it would be in time. 2 days passed, and Laura's sister took her little ones home again, bringing peace and quiet back to the house. Sandra had shown off her kids, their latest pictures, and filled her in on everything she missed while presumed dead. Her nieces and nephews displayed their new talents, and the older ones played their recital pieces on the piano. Laura even took a moment to show that she could play a few very simple songs now, thanks to her private study. The kids were unimpressed with her dubious accomplishment. They played games and made cookies. The noise, talk, and chatter had continued from sunup until the last one struggled into sleep against their will at night. It had been wonderful and exhausting all at once. The last of the grandchildren had been packed into the minivan, and Sandra waved to her parents and Laura before pulling out to return home. Laura's dad went to work, and with many apologies, her mother ran off to plan a Christmas party with one of her committees. It's fine, Mom. Don't worry about it. Go take care of things. I need a little while to myself to figure out what I want to do next anyway. Laura had waved her mother out the door, then sighed when the telephone rang. It never seemed to stop. Her family kept the news of her return quiet for the past few days, needing time alone as a family before old friends and those who were simply curious came by, but the phone still rang a lot. With a sigh, she answered it. Dunaways. Sandra, what are you doing in town? The voice was familiar, but it took Laura a long moment to place it. Caroline, good to hear from you. No, this isn't Sandra. It's Laura. There was a long pause on the line, and Laura winced as she realized the poor woman probably still thought she was dead. As a friend of Laura's mother, she was almost certainly at the funeral. You know this isn't a funny joke. Not at all. And I don't appreciate it, Sandra. Tell your mother I called, would you? She hung up in a huff. Laura decided they needed to let the word out that she was back from the dead. She settled into an overstuffed chair in the front room, watching snow fall gently on the bushes and ground. The storm had only begun, and it wasn't supposed to snow hard, so she considered getting out to see some of the town. Then she thought again of the telephone call, and changed her mind. While she thought about the best way to tell people without causing a rash of heart attacks, a car pulled into the drive and Laura smiled when she saw Danny. He'd been over quite a lot during the past couple of days. He'd always loved kids, even the whirlwind of noise and confusion that was Sandra's bunch. but he'd also spent a good amount of time at home, which she knew his parents appreciated. He loped up the front walk, his long legs taking the steps in 2 strides. True to form, he didn't bother with the doorbell, but opened the door and called in. "Laura, you around?" "Yes," she said, much quieter than he had since she sat practically behind the door. "No need to yell." "Sorry?" He shut the door behind him and looked her over. "You look decent. Want to go for a ride? Or rather, want to go get a ride?" They had spoken the previous day about her need for a car, but no date had been set to go shopping. Her parents hadn't closed her savings account yet, so there was still a reasonable amount in it. "Today? I didn't think you meant before Saturday." "The car lots will be quieter on a weekday. Besides, I have to return to work after tomorrow. Time's a-wasting, and if we don't get you a car before I go, you might not have a way to come visit me. Grab your coat." Laura smiled and stood. "Give me a minute to put on some lipstick." "You need lipstick to go car shopping?" "Are you sure you don't want me to wait while you paint your nails, too?" He rolled his eyes at her. "Some things never change." She threw a fake punch at his gut as she walked by, and he flinched back, making her laugh. "Just hold your horses. It won't take that long." Within a couple of minutes, she found her boots, combed her hair, and applied the requisite lipstick. "I'm ready if you are." "Do you have your money and ID?" She pulled a thin wallet from her coat pocket. "I'm traveling light. Mom said they tossed my purse because it was all ripped up and filthy from the accident. I'm just lucky the things inside were still in good shape, and that she couldn't bear to toss them yet." They wandered through 2 lots before Laura found a car that seriously tempted her. "It's just an old Accord, like the last one we saw," Danny said, nudging her toward the year-old black Infiniti shining next to it. "It's pearl-colored. That means it'll stand out from all the black and white cars in the parking lots. It also has seat warmers and a CD player." "The Infiniti has a CD player," Danny insisted, "and it gets good gas mileage." Laura rolled her eyes. "It's virtually the same as the Accord, which, you'll note, has a moonroof. Not too many miles on it, and since it's used, fits in my budget better. It's only $1,000 less for a car that's used instead of new." He ran his hands over the shape of the car. "It's also not as cool-looking as this one. You need a ride that'll get you there with power. This baby is great." "Danny, you do realize I don't have a job at the moment, so I don't know if I'll even be moving back to Kansas City, which means limited borrowing opportunities for you. If you want the Infiniti, buy it yourself." She shot him a pointed look. He let out an exaggerated sigh. "You're such a spoiled sport." Then he got up and walked around her choice, tested the tires, checked the exhaust pipe for soot. A salesman whose name tag read Craig came over, and Danny asked to take it for a test drive. Craig smiled and nodded. 10 minutes later, Laura cruised down the street. The snow had already stopped, leaving the asphalt wet, but not slick, and she liked the way the car handled on the damp roads. She took it on the highway, then looped through a neighborhood. Partway back to the dealership, Danny insisted on driving the rest of the way, and she passed him the keys with minimal eye-rolling. At the lot, he popped the hood and began poking and prodding. "When were the spark plugs changed last? What else have you done to the car? What kind of warranties does it still have?" He grilled the poor salesman for over half an hour. Finally, he turned to Laura. "What do you think?" She shrugged, though she knew this was going to be her car. "It seemed fine, and the mileage is all right, I guess, even if the price of gas is supposed to keep rising. I don't know. Got anything with better gas mileage?" "Oh, but didn't you feel the way this beauty handled? Smoothest ride you'll find anywhere in this price range." Craig insisted, then went through a long list of the car's benefits. "That does sound good," Laura said with a frown. "But the sticker price is a bit more than I wanted to pay. I'm going to be on a tight budget for a while yet." "Well, depending on what you're trading in, we might be able to work something out." He looked around like he was trying to find her car. "I don't have a trade-in. Unfortunately, I was in an accident." "Oh, I understand, of course," Craig interrupted. "No problem." "Well, come on in, and we'll see if I can get the boss to come down any. What kind of down payment do you have?" When he turned his back, Laura shot a look of triumph at Danny. She was going to get the car and make a great deal on it while she was at it. I've got a couple thousand. But I thought some of that was for setting up your new apartment, Danny said loud enough for the salesman to hear. First and last month's rent isn't cheap, you know. They sat and started haggling over price. First he came down a little, then a bit more. When Laura was happy with the price, she finished the paperwork and settled back into her chair while Craig took the forms in to run her credit and get the loan approval. A few minutes later, Craig popped his head into the room and made excuses about how slow the computers were running today. Not too shabby. When did you learn to haggle like that? Danny asked when the door closed them into the small office again. I didn't have much to do in the hospital, but lay there and stare at the television. I saw it on some show. It worked remarkably well. She crossed her ankles and sent him a curious look. So, you've been unusually closed-mouthed about what you've been up to since I died. My life really isn't all that exciting. It's just fighting fires, tearing apart cars, restarting hearts, and delivering babies. Boring stuff. Really. His eyes danced as he used his mildest voice. Delivering babies? That's a first for you, isn't it? Yes, though I suppose the mother actually delivered the baby. It wasn't like I did much. By the time we reached her, the baby was already crowning. All I did was catch it as it popped out. He shook his head, and a tinge of awe entered his voice. It was the most incredible thing I've ever done. Laura's grin matched his as she watched his animated face. Make you think maybe it's time you settled down and had one of your own? No way. Giving birth looks painful to me. I think I'll let women keep that job. She sighed and shook her head. Just like a man. So, is there a future wife in the picture? Have you and Ursula decided to tie the knot? Ursula. Han, that was ages ago and we barely dated. When you died, it was Carrie. Oh, all right then. Have you and Carrie gotten serious? He resettled in his chair, stretching his long legs out to the side of the desk. Carrie was offended I was so torn over the loss of my best friend. She seemed to think I cared more for you than for her. He turned to look at her, his face serious. When I put your funeral ahead of her sister's wedding and had the nerve to talk about you a lot that first bit, she figured she had to share me with you, even in your death. It wasn't what she wanted, so she broke up. Oh, I'm so sorry. Poor girl, to be so disillusioned like that. She tried to hold back a grin since she remembered Carrie now. The woman hadn't been her favorite person. Danny may have dated a lot, but he usually didn't go for women who were so self-absorbed. Poor me, to be so disillusioned. I thought she'd understand. A smile played around his lips, and he looked into the distance. I think I might have found someone who will, however. Someone quite special. You'll have to meet her. I think you'll get along famously. His smile broadened even more, and he met her eyes. Actually, there are 3 very special females I'd like you to meet. 3, in your grief over losing me, you've started juggling multiple women? That was unexpected, but she tried to make light of her surprise. Not smart, and not healthy either, and I don't just mean as far as keeping track of them. Women can be dangerous when crossed. He laughed aloud at this. Don't I know it? But you'll have to visit real soon so you can check out jobs again, and I'll make sure you meet the girls. The door opened, and the salesman ushered in 2 blue-uniformed policemen. Laura Dunaway, one asked. Yes, is something wrong? Their serious expressions made her pulse jump and race. The first one, a rather beefy man who had at least 4 inches on Danny, asked her a few identifying questions. Yes, that's me. You're under arrest for identity fraud, which is a federal offense. You can't be serious. I am Laura Dunaway. Sure, lady, and I'm Elton John, the second one, a tall, thin black man, stated. He turned toward Danny. And you are? Danny handed over his ID. She really is Laura. I've known her my whole life. Laura Dunaway is dead. At least, the one with the social security number she used is dead. I even ran her driver license in my system. That makes you an accessory. Turn around. He grabbed Danny by the shoulder and twisted him, grabbing his arms and cuffing him. No matter how Laura and Danny protested, the officers wouldn't listen. They marched the friends down the hall past the salesman who had a satisfied look on his face. Laura held in a scowl. This was the most humiliating thing that had ever happened to her, and it was all a mistake. She glanced at Danny, who shot her a helpless look, just before she was assisted into a patrol car. Chapter 27. The drive across town to the jail seemed to take forever. Laura wished they had transported Danny in the same car. It would have been a comfort to have him near, but he must have ridden in the other cruiser. The officer had the radio on low. Tina Turner sang out, filling the silence. Laura wondered if jail was like all the television shows portrayed it, dirty with lots of women crammed into the same holding cell at once. How long would she wait? Would she be given a chance to call home? More importantly, would she be allowed more painkiller when her stomach began to ache again? Finally, they pulled into the parking lot behind the jail. The officer spoke into his radio, and a garage door opened. He pulled the car in, and after he communicated with someone in the building again, the door closed behind them. Once it was shut, he got out and came around to her door. The garage held 4 bays and was all cement floors and painted cinder block walls. The man took her by the arm, led her to the door, speaking into his radio yet again. The door in front of them opened and he led her into a small breezeway with a couple of chairs and a counter. He sat her there, then turned to the counter to fill out paperwork. "What are we doing here?" she asked. "Just you sit there quietly. Your friend will be along soon enough." There was the sound of a garage door opening. "There they are now. So your real name?" "Laura Dunaway." From the side, she could see his eyes roll. "Sure you are. All right, what's your birth date?" He asked a few more questions, clearly thinking she was a stubborn liar. The other officer brought Danny in a moment later and directed him to the chair beside hers. "Hey, how are you?" Worry filled his eyes. "Peachy. I love being arrested and hauled into jail for impersonating myself. You?" "Never better. Handcuffs are such great fun. Do you remember playing with them when we were kids?" "I don't think hot pink plastic cuffs that cost $1 a pair count as the same thing," Laura said, smiling despite herself. It was nice being able to recall a happy memory. Any memory, actually. Probably not. The officer who brought Danny in snorted but didn't turn to face them. "You're taking this pretty well. Familiar with the procedure?" "Nope. Hey, but you're going to feel pretty stupid when you realize I am Laura Dunaway." "Sure." Her officer turned around and took her by the arm, helping her to stand. "Let's go." He radioed inside, and the second door opened. More cement floors and dingy white cinder block walls greeted Laura on the other side. A long counter with computers and printers stood sentry on the left of the room. A row of doors lined the right wall. She counted 5 holding cells, all of which had at least one occupant already. The woman behind the counter indicated cell number 3, and the officer led her to it. "Remove your shoes, jewelry, and anything that could be used as a weapon." Her face burning, Laura toed off her tennis shoes, removed her watch, and checked her pockets. A moment later, the female officer came over and directed her to place her hands on the wall above her head. At least they had a woman frisk me. It was clinical and quick, for which she was grateful, though she had to warn the woman about her incision site so she wouldn't press too hard. The guard turned her and lifted the bottom of her shirt to look at the wound. Her fingers were very gentle as she checked it. What for? Laura had no idea. "How old is it?" The officer's name tag read M. Langley. 4 days. Laura released a sigh of relief as the woman stopped prodding her tender flesh. "How long do you think it'll be until I can call someone?" "I'm the only one here to do booking, and there are 5 people ahead of you. It'll be a few hours. Make yourself at home." A moment later, she directed Laura into the cell. A female inmate sat on a bench built into one wall and ignored Laura's arrival. She had her knees drawn up to her face cap, resting a cheek on her knee. Her eyes were open, so Laura knew she was awake, but the woman didn't respond even when Laura greeted her. Laura took the thin foam mattress on the floor. It was covered in vinyl, but without any sheets. She settled with the wall against her back and pulled her feet onto the mattress with her, if only to keep them off the cold cement floor. She watched Danny enter the main room and go through the same steps. He met her eyes through the window in the wall, then he was led to the cell next to hers so she couldn't see him anymore. Eventually, she lay on the mattress, hoping they sanitized it somewhat regularly. When the booking officer came for the other woman, Laura asked about the possibility of getting some ibuprofen. She was merely given a disbelieving look and left alone. Hours more passed and dinner arrived. The chicken patty was edible, though the bun it came on was dry and hard. The beets were burned, but the gelatin tasted fine. Her stomach rumbled, so she ate what she could, but she wished for home. She dozed on and off, then startled awake when she heard Danny's voice. "Please, can you help my friend first? She's been waiting longer than me, and she was in surgery only a few days ago." The woman grumbled, but shut the cell door and moved to Laura's. "I guess you get to find your new cell first." She helped Laura over to the chair next to a computer. Her name, birth date, address, and place of employment, and whether she had been in jail before were all questions she'd expected. Then came the ones she'd never considered. "Any tattoos?" Officer Langley asked. "No." "Piercings?" "Just my ears." She pointed to the single holes in the lobes. "Any scars?" Laura laughed. "All over my body. I was in a really bad accident a couple of months ago." She started listing each significant scar starting at her feet and working up. The woman's eyebrows lifted. "Are you sure they came from an accident and weren't caused accidentally on purpose?" She glanced toward Danny's cell. Laura laughed again, though she was horrified at the thought. "You honestly think Danny could do all that to me? No way. Not a chance. It was an accident. If you like, I can refer you to the EMTs, doctors, nurses, and other hospital personnel who helped me." "And you still insist your name is Laura Dunaway?" "Yes." "How do you account for your file indicating you are dead?" M. Langley asked. "I had amnesia. There was a mix-up at the scene. I only found out who I really was a few days ago." "Yeah, and that sounds totally believable. Someone else was buried in my name." The officer looked bored. "That's the most inventive story I've heard in a while. You do realize if your prints are anywhere in the system, I'll know the truth minutes after we fingerprint you?" "Really? Awesome. Can we do that now?" It was the best news Laura had heard all week. "You're in a hurry?" The officer looked amused. "I've been here all day. If you can verify my story in a matter of minutes, why wouldn't I be thrilled about that? If I really am Laura Dunaway, you have to release me, don't you?" Officer Langley didn't answer the question. "Fine, we're finished here anyway. Time to fingerprint and strip search." That last made Laura wince. She really hoped the fingerprinting results came back fast. She hoped her prints would be in the system since she'd been printed for her job at the high school a couple of years back. The officer led her to a room next to the counter that held a computer and touchscreen. After bringing the computer to a new page, Officer M. Langley told Laura to roll her fingers across the screen. The prints popped up on the computer monitor, and with a couple of clicks were saved. Next came her thumb, then the fingers and thumb of her left hand. Finally, the software started to process. The next few minutes were interminable while Laura waited for the results. Would her prints be on file? She hoped they hadn't just checked them and tossed them in the garbage. Then the screen started blinking, saying that a match had been found. The officer leaned over the screen and swore. "Laura Dunaway." She turned toward Laura. "You were telling the truth." Laura wanted to jump up and do a jig, but she was more than a little sore from all of the hours since her last painkillers. Also, she thought it might be bad form to celebrate in front of the officer. "The only reason I'm here is because you thought I was lying, so do I get to go?" The woman seemed to consider her words for a minute. "I don't have a protocol for this kind of thing. Let me speak with my supervisor. I'm afraid you'll have to go back in the cell while we decide what to do with you." Laura grimaced and reminded herself that at least she wasn't being strip-searched. "Just tell him my friend is only in here because he corroborated my story. We'll both have people wondering where we are." The woman stood and escorted Laura back to the holding cell. "I shouldn't be too long." She shut Laura in, then headed down the hall. Time seemed to pass even more slowly now Laura knew she was close to being released. Honestly, how long does it take to say, "Hey, sorry, we made a mistake. Let the poor people go"? Still, it was several more minutes before the officer returned and let Laura out. "I guess you're being released. Go ahead and take the seat by the counter, and I'll let your friend out. Then we'll take care of the paperwork." When Danny joined her, Laura asked, "Is this going to show as an arrest on my record? I was working as a secretary in a high school. It could keep me from getting another job." "I'm sure something can be worked out. Your booking won't be completed, so it shouldn't show as an arrest on either of your records. If worse came to worst, you could request it to be expunged. She told Laura who to call the next day. In the meantime, I don't usually do this. It's not procedure, but you can use my phone to call someone to come get you. Your cell phones probably won't work in here. She offered the receiver, and Laura looked at Danny. Your dad? She asked, imagining her parents' reactions. Danny nodded and took the phone. Definitely my dad. It took some time, but after a bit of paperwork, Laura and Danny had their belongings back. The officer said my car would be towed. Do you have any idea where it is? Danny asked. Just then, the door to the Sally Port opened and the two arresting officers entered the room. They eyed Danny and Laura, but said nothing to them, greeting the booking officer curtly before heading down the hall. Let me find out. Officer Langley picked up the phone and called someone. A moment later, she wrote down contact information. Laura hurt. Her dinner had been anything but sufficient, and she was bone-weary from all the stress and hassle. Perhaps she would appreciate the officer's diligence and even tell the story with relish someday, but she wasn't up to it right now. She wondered briefly what Gavin would think, then dismissed the question. He may never find out, and probably wouldn't care one way or the other anyway. She hoped that wasn't true, but had to accept the possibility. Shortly after they finished the paperwork, there was a call on the radio that Danny's father had arrived for them. The booking officer stood. I'll take you up front. Come on. She led them around the corner and down the hall where Laura could hear a man screaming bloody murder at the arresting officers, she thought, as they continued in another direction. The snatches of the conversation she heard made that clear. She tried not to be amused, but after the day she'd had, she wasn't exactly feeling generous. Danny's father was a large man, not quite as tall as his son, but broader across the chest. He stood in the waiting area looking worried and upset, with more than a little gray at his temples. Laura thought she and Danny must have been responsible for most of it. She wondered if she had contributed to her own parents' gray hair. Her mom had been a bit overprotective since Laura had come back from the dead. Thank goodness you're all right. He greeted her when they emerged. Your parents called out the troops when you didn't return home. It's been hours. The man, who had been a second father to her over the years, pulled her into a hug and sent his son a scathing look. How on earth did you end up here? It's a long story. Danny turned to M. Langley and thanked her. For what, Laura wasn't sure. It hadn't been the best day of her life, with the arrest and the throbbing stomach pain. And now Danny was going to have to come up with a towing fee for his car. When they dropped Laura at her parents' front walk, Danny helped her from the back seat. I'll be by sometime tomorrow. I'm sorry about this mess. You were just trying to help me out, and I caused all kinds of problems. Guilt piled on top of everything else that bothered her. Think of the stories I'll have to tell at the fire station, he said, pushing a lock of hair out of her eyes. She searched his face, trying to decide how he really felt, but saw nothing to worry about. You're really not mad at me? At you? No. I'm frustrated and irritated about my day being wasted, being forced to eat that nasty food at the jail, and that you're still hurting because you haven't had any painkillers in hours. Don't deny it, I see the pain in your eyes. But it wasn't your fault. I'll take up the towing fee with the police department before I leave town tomorrow. Get some rest. She smiled wanly and hugged him before turning to the house to see her parents rush out the front door. Hey, Mom and Dad, wait until you hear my story. As she approached the front door and her mom gathered her close, Laura heard Danny's dad pull the car out of the driveway.
Chapter 28.
Laura sat looking down at the phone in her hands. The jail incident was rapidly fading into the background, and she hoped the previous day's exploits weren't a portent of things to come. She still had to have herself declared legally alive again, though at least the police had record of the truth now. She wanted to talk to Gavin, but wasn't sure if she had the guts to call him. Their friendship had been flowering well enough, and if his kiss meant anything, he was certainly interested. At least, he was interested when he thought she was Adrianna. Would he still care now? She wasn't sure how to read their last encounter, though with a little distance she thought maybe Danny was right. Maybe Gavin was just feeling as uncomfortable about the change in circumstances as she was. She didn't want to think about the mess of relationships she left behind, but she promised Megan she would call. So she dialed her number. Maybe she'd get news of Gavin from Megan without having to ask too pointedly. At least she had something to tell. Being arrested was a real story, even if she couldn't quite laugh about it. "Laura, where are you?" her mom called from the other room. "I'm in here, Mom." Laura had repeatedly reassured her parents she was alive and well since she had called them on her way home from the hospital, but it had been especially bad today. One more thing to feel guilty about, how her parents had worried over her. She was on a roll. Her mother came around the corner and smiled when she saw Laura. "There you are. I have to run to the grocery store. You want to come?" "Not right now. Thanks, though." "You aren't going anywhere later, are you? You and Danny don't have plans to try and hijack a cargo truck, infiltrate the mob, or enter a gang area in the middle of a shootout?" Very funny. Laura didn't mention Danny hadn't returned her call that morning. Did he decide he was mad after all? He was returning to Kansas City that evening. She really wanted to make sure things were all right before then. "Let me know if you leave the house, okay? Just until I get used to you being back." "I can do that. Have fun at the store." She showed her mom the phone as evidence of her intentions. "I need to call Megan. She's bound to worry about me." Her mom smiled and turned to go. Laura flipped open the cell phone her dad had picked up for her the previous day and dialed. No time like the present, after all. The phone rang and rang. Just when Laura was expecting the voicemail to come on, Megan answered, breathing hard. "Hello? Hey, it's Laura." "Oh, Laura, I've been wondering what happened to you. You were supposed to call." "I am calling." "Yes, but it's been days. Is this your new number?" Aiden's voice called out in the background, and a car door closed. "Yes, this is my cell." She sighed and leaned back against the sofa. "At least one thing went smoothly," she mumbled to herself. "How are you guys doing? I wondered if you requested the exhumation. I'm sure Jake is just overwhelmed right now." "He is. He did call someone yesterday, got the ball rolling. It could take a while. Have you spoken with Gavin yet?" Another door opened and closed. The ringing bell told Laura it was the construction office. Megan greeted Kim and asked if the guys were in. "Not yet. I've been thinking about it. You won't believe what happened to me yesterday, though." Aiden started fussing, and Laura had to move the phone away from her ear. Megan must have been carrying him. "I'd love to hear it, but I guess Aiden decided he needs a clean diaper. Here, talk to Gavin." "I don't want to bother him." But it was too late. She could hear Megan say something to him, and then the low rumble of his voice in the background. She closed her eyes in embarrassment. She wanted to talk to Gavin, of course, but she hardly knew where to start. "Hi, Laura. Megan said you have news. Find a job?" His voice sounded overly cheery, just a bit off. "Hey, Gavin. No job yet. I'm working on resumes. You don't mind me putting you down as a reference, do you?" She hadn't intended to ask him, but couldn't help herself while she had him on the line. "That would be fine. You did a great job for us. That's not why you were calling, is it?" "No, I wondered how you all are. I feel bad about how everything happened. I miss you and Megan, Aiden, and Jake, of course," she added in a hurry. She did miss him more than Jake, and possibly Aiden, though in completely different ways. Why couldn't she just come out and say so? "It's been real busy. I've hardly been home the past few days. How's your wound healing?" "Good." She rubbed her eyes and tried to will back the tears. What had happened to their easy banter? "I feel much better. Nearly well again. It was a lot faster recovery this time. Thanks goodness for laparoscopy." There was a smile in his voice. "Getting bored yet? Or have the wondering crowds been invading your place?" "No, I haven't had many visitors. The word is just getting out now. There are plenty of other things to keep me busy, though." She hesitated, then decided, what the heck? What did she have to lose? "Yesterday, I got arrested." He let out a snort of surprised laughter. "You what? How did you manage that?" "I was just trying to buy a car. I even had a nice down payment." She filled him in on the story, adding all of the zany details she could, keeping things as lighthearted as possible. "You're just a walking whirlwind of trouble, aren't you?" His voice sounded amused. "I seem to be. Lately, anyway." How's Jake holding up? Unable to sit still, she stood and walked to the Christmas tree her mom had put up, one of 3 in the house. She reached out to touch a glass decoration with her fingertips. There was a short pause. He's been working every waking minute. You'd have to ask Megan if he ever sleeps. We've been really busy, but he looks pretty bad. She couldn't say she wished it had never happened. She was grateful to have met Jake and Megan, to have spent so much time with Aiden. She was really glad she'd met Gavin. She wanted to ask if he missed her, if he found himself at loose ends like she did. She didn't, though. I wish I hadn't made his pain worse, that there was something I could do to make things easier for him. It's not your fault. I know. Knowing didn't help. So, are you moving back to Kansas City, or do you plan to stay with your parents for a while? I'm not sure what I'll do. I'm still putting out feelers for jobs. If you hear of anything, I'd love to know about it. She forced a light chuckle. I'm not sure if people will hire a dead woman, though. It may be a little while before I can get things straightened out. So you want to become undead, then? Undead would be nice. There would be fewer arrests. No fainting neighbors when they see me still alive. I'm pretty worried about that one, actually. Laura peeked out the window and saw some neighbors walking down the sidewalk. She moved to the side so she wouldn't be noticed if they happened to look her way. There's this totally sweet old lady across the street. She used to make the most fantastic cookies for the neighborhood kids at Halloween. She's positively ancient and bound to have a heart attack if she sees me. Laura was really quite pleased that she remembered all of those details. Just be patient. Before you know it, everyone will know you're undead. I'm not going to have to start talking in a lisp and sleeping during the day, am I? Only if you get a night job. But as long as you don't start drinking blood or eating people's brains, you'll probably be all right. Megan's voice rose in the background of the call, and Laura knew the conversation was about to end. Though she was anxious to speak with Megan, she wasn't ready to say goodbye to Gavin. A moment later, he spoke again, his voice mild. Sorry, Megan thinks she needs her phone back, and she claims she needs to talk to you herself, some people. Disappointment flooded her. Oh, it was good talking to you. Keep an eye on Jake for me, will you? I'm worried about him. I'll do that. Do you think I could get your number? So I can check in and give you regular updates. A grin spread across Laura's face. I think that sounds reasonable. She rattled off her new cell number. Thanks, I better hand Megan back the phone before she stomps on my foot or something. She's scary. Megan laughed in the background, and Laura told him goodbye.
Gavin saw Megan's face light up as she took back the phone. She waved goodbye to him and began chattering to Laura. He watched her go. The call answered a whole slew of questions about how Laura was doing and where she was. He looked at the stack of papers on his desk. The accounts had been balanced, but there were a number of invoices that didn't seem to match up to any jobs, specifically the ones Laura had found at the bottom of the file drawer. Oh, they had job names listed on them, but he didn't use metal roofing on Watcott's job, and the tile wasn't for O'Leary's. Now he had to cross-reference them to his files and make sure his suspicions were correct. And had any of his clients paid for these materials? He hoped not. The headache of straightening that out could last for years. He heard Jake come in the front door and speak with the new office manager. Kim was nice enough and reasonably efficient, but Gavin missed seeing Laura out there. He was still struggling with calling her Laura, too. He really wanted to refer to her as Adrianna half the time. The whole situation still didn't seem real. Hey, how are things going? Jake asked, sticking his head into the room half an hour later. I'm almost through the pile of invoices. Someday I may even finish balancing everything and figuring out where it belongs. This has been a mess. He knew he should tell Jake about the paperwork issues, but his partner did look awful. Gavin honestly doubted the man had slept more than a few hours a night, and both of them were working like mad to keep up with their current load and incoming projects. How about you? How are things at the site? We're coming along. I thought I might spend some time on the tile tonight after work. We're going to be pushing the deadline pretty close. Jake sat in a chair across from Gavin, pulled a pen from the cup on the desktop, and began fidgeting with it. I got a call from my mom today. How's she doing? She's upset, heartbroken, devastated. Only she's taking things a step further. She wants charges brought against Laura, as if she intentionally pretended to be Adrianna. He grimaced. I know it's not true. Gavin wondered if Megan had been drilling Jake with that answer. It seemed automatic and not very heartfelt. But this other part of me agrees with Mom, wants to get revenge, even though I know it's not rational. He shrugged, then slumped further in the chair, his face growing sad. I want my sister back. Gavin didn't know what to say. He'd liked Adrianna well enough, but his feelings for Laura were much stronger. She was so much more to him than Adrianna had been. He wondered what Jake would say if he knew how Gavin felt, then decided he better feel things out. Laura called today. She asked how everyone was. She's worried about you. Jake scowled. I'm glad you two didn't get serious. Honestly, don't you feel cheated sometimes? Like she was pulling the rug over your eyes or something? How to explain? Whatever he said, he would have to be diplomatic. Jake may know his feelings were irrational, but that didn't make them any less real. I've thought a lot about that. I don't feel cheated that she wasn't who I thought she was. Adrianna and I were like a brother and sister who didn't really understand each other. We'd grown up around each other, but there was no connection. When it was Laura, I felt a connection, a spark I never felt with Adrianna. I chalked it up to the accident. Big events can change a person's outlook. He stopped when he saw Jake's eyes narrow. So you're saying you're glad Adriana's dead? You didn't like her much anyway? Jake stood and clenched his fists at his side. Wishing he'd kept his mouth shut, Gavin lifted both hands in protest. That's not it at all. I'm not glad about Adrianna. I wish she'd lived. I might not have understood her, but I know how much you love her, and I'll miss hearing her play and sing like everyone else will. She was very special. But I realized the relationship I began to develop with Laura would never have happened with Adrianna. We didn't have enough in common. It wasn't Adrianna I was falling for. It was Laura. Jake seemed only slightly mollified. Fine, you had feelings for her. That's just great, and she's calling you to check up on me. Even better. His face scrunched up in anger. She didn't call me. She called Megan. He decided to try and steer the conversation in a different direction. You just missed Megan, actually. She left only a little while before you got here. I think I saw her go into your office with a fast food sack. Did she leave you lunch? She said she would bring something by. He rubbed a hand through his hair and seemed to regroup. I guess this is a pointless argument since you're not seeing Laura anymore. Soon they'll straighten out the legal issues with the coffin. He paused, choked up. And we can put this behind us. But the haunted look in his eyes told Gavin that Jake was far from putting the situation behind him. He and Adrianna had always been so close, since childhood. Gavin saw no point in mentioning he did want to see Laura again, that he was still interested in her. That fact would keep until Jake had more time to heal, and Gavin had a chance to see if the relationship had a future. Jake strode from the office, and Gavin returned to his seat. His cell phone rang, and he sighed when he saw a client's name on the caller ID. It was bound to be a long evening.
Chapter 29. Laura and Megan talked for a full hour. Though it had been less than a week since they spoke last, they still had so much to discuss. Laura remembered a lot about her life before the accident, and Megan had plenty of cute Aiden moments to report. They mostly avoided talk of Jake and the whole issue of his sister, buried under the wrong name. Though Megan reported that Jake had requested Adrianna's body be exhumed so it could be reburied in Kansas City instead. Wandering into the kitchen, Laura thought about Gavin asking for her number and wondered if he'd really call. He could have just ended the conversation pleasantly. But he asked for her number. Did that mean he was still interested? Why was she letting this drive her crazy? He obviously wasn't upset with her, in any case. Finished talking, did you? Her mom asked from the counter where she was preparing a special pasta sauce that required a long simmering for dinner. For today, anyway. Another Christmas tree stood in the corner of the dining room, glittering in the hall light. Laura thought how good it was to be home for the holidays. Heard from Danny yet? Not yet. I'll have to try calling him again. You don't think he's mad at me, do you? I'd be happy to pay for the toe issue. I just wasted his whole day. She plunked onto a bar stool. I can't imagine he's upset about that. It was hardly your fault. Besides, you've been through worse and never stopped talking to you before. Laura smiled to herself. It was true. They'd had a tempestuous friendship in their early years. Thankfully, they had long since outgrown it. I'll try him again. This time, Danny answered on the second ring. Laura, you're never going to believe the hassle I've been through today. Can I come over? He asked instead of greeting her with hello. Hello, are you Laura? The cool blonde woman at the front door asked when Laura answered it 10 minutes later. Laura blinked in surprise. Who was this woman? She'd been expecting Danny, though since when had Danny rung the bell? Yes. Can I help you? She looked vaguely familiar, but since the blonde hadn't been sure if it even was Laura, could they have known each other? On the other hand, Laura did look somewhat different now. The plastic surgeon had used some of Adrianna's pictures to reconstruct her face. The woman turned and waved at the van parked at the curb, using her whole arm in the gesture. She glanced back to Laura as a man got out of the vehicle with, was that a big, honking camera? My name is Natalie Swamp with KMXO News. I wondered if I could get an interview with you about your accident. You are the one they thought was Adrianna Mueller, aren't you? Laura was stunned. She knew what happened would cause a commotion when the truth was uncovered, but this bright, smiling reporter and her camera crew made her nervous. Aye. She was relieved to see Danny's car pull in front of the house. Excuse me a moment. She pushed past and ran over to Danny. He unfolded himself from the car and looked at the front porch as she approached. You've got to help me out. This reporter wants to ask me questions about, well, I don't know exactly what question she wants to ask, but she knows about the mistake, she hissed low at him when he came into range. Settle down. You knew there would be interest in the story when it got out. You had to expect this. He slid an arm around her shoulder, turned, and guided her toward the house again. I expected something. I don't know what, but not this. I don't know if I want to do an interview. She definitely did not like being the center of attention. It'll be fine, he assured her. You know how many people would give their eye teeth to be in your shoes? Just stay cool. Answer the nice lady's questions, and it'll all work out. I'll be here with you the whole time. I don't want to be on television. She hadn't been all that against it, but she wasn't sure this was the reporter she wanted to break the news to the world about her undead status. Do you want to give people heart attacks when you finally go out in public? Care to be arrested for impersonating yourself again? Danny lifted his eyebrows and held her gaze. Laura knew he was right and gritted her teeth. First, he disappears for the whole day. Then, when he shows up, he has to be all comfortable with the mess she was in. Of course, it wasn't his mess, was it? And who's this serious hunk? Natalie asked when the two of them drew near. This is my good friend, Danny. I guess I can answer a few questions for you, if you'll answer a few for me. I might be able to do that. The blonde smiled brightly. Do you mind if we go inside? It's awfully cold out here. Laura forced a smile and nodded, though she muttered under her breath low enough only Danny could hear. I thought reporters would do anything for the story, even stand in sub-zero temperatures. He snorted in response and released her as they entered the house. Your mom here? Yeah, go warn her, will you? In the kitchen. The sweet and tangy smell of marinara sauce wafted from the stove. The family's secret recipe took most of the afternoon to prepare, and her mom said she wanted to do something special since Laura was finally allowed to eat solid foods again. This made Laura feel more than a little pampered. She loved letting her mom take care of her for a few days. She led the reporter and crew into the front room and sat where the cameraman directed. Already she'd been relegated to pawn. Don't you think the lighting would be better over there? Natalie asked, pointing one long scarlet fingernail toward a chair. No, we've got light. We'll be fine. The cameraman turned on lights around the room and the other guy set up equipment Laura didn't recognize. Is your family here? A parent? Anyone? I'd like to have one of them in the frame, if possible. I'm sure they have a lot to add, Natalie said. Coming back from the dead like you did must have been miraculous. Laura narrowed her eyes at the woman's too innocent tone. I'm sure my mom will be out soon. Danny went back to tell her you were here. Whether she chooses to be interviewed is another story. And you and Danny, you're good friends, her voice implied more. Just good friends? Of course, the reporter jotted something in a little notepad. A smile crossed her lips as she did, then she flipped the page and focused on whatever was on it. Laura's mom came into the room, Danny on her heels. What's going on here? Hello. Natalie extended a hand toward the older woman. I'm Natalie Swamp from KMXO News, and I was just going to ask your daughter a few questions about her remarkable story. Would you care to join her? There's plenty of room on the couch. Laura's mom looked at the camera, then back at the huge microphone the reporter carried and shook her head. No, thank you. Is this going to take long? Not long at all. We just need a few sound bites. She brightened and took the spot she'd just offered to the older woman. How did you find out about me? Laura asked. You went looking for a car yesterday, didn't you? Terrible, the way things went. You must be so angry with the car dealership. I would be. Forced to sit in a holding cell all those hours when you were perfectly innocent. It's unbelievable. Almost as unbelievable as the rest of your story. Are we ready then? She directed this question to her crew. The cameraman said he was. After Natalie had a moment to primp, she waved to them to start and turned the full force of her glittering smile on Laura. Danny stood behind everyone else, a laughing expression on his face. Laura forced herself to smile, though she wanted to gnash her teeth at him, or maybe stick out her tongue. He was getting a kick out of this. If she ended up looking like a fool on television, and he teased her about it, she'd make him pay. Hello, I'm Natalie Swamp, the reporter said into the camera with a huge smile. With me here today is Laura Dunaway. Until recently, all of Laura's friends and family believed she died in a tragic accident in October. She turned from the camera and focused her attention on Laura. Laura, tell me about your accident. I understand you were on some kind of women's retreat? Yes, we were on a bus coming home when a large vehicle rolled into us, causing the bus to crash. Laura rubbed her lips together, wishing she had taken a moment to put on some lipstick. What did her hair look like, anyway? Had she put on any makeup that morning? She couldn't remember. And what happened to you? I was rushed to St. Joseph's Medical Center in Kansas City by helicopter, where I underwent several surgeries immediately. I don't remember any of this because I was in a coma at the time. When Natalie asked, Laura listed the worst of her injuries. But it was the head injury that makes this story most remarkable, isn't it? What with you getting amnesia and everything. Natalie's voice was silky, her tone sympathetic. Yes, I didn't remember anything before the accident. And you just happened to be mistaken for the hugely talented Adrianna Mueller, princess of the Kansas City Symphony. Adrianna was also engaged to the wildly successful young conductor of the New York Philharmonic. How was it, trying to fit into Adrianna's shoes? Uncomfortable as she had smaller feet than I do. It was disorienting because it wasn't my life and it was hard to fit in. You have to understand, the Muellers did everything possible to make me feel at home. They're wonderful people, but I don't have Adrianna's talents, not even remotely, so it was difficult to adjust. This has been such a terrible tragedy for everyone who knew and loved Adrianna. Oh, high school secretary becomes cream of the crop overnight with a bank account to match. Wasn't that exciting? Laura felt her forehead wrinkle in a frown as she tried to guess what the reporter was getting at. Perhaps if I'd known what was going on, if I'd been able to feel right in the role, I might have enjoyed the transition. There was very little socializing, actually. I was recovering from major injuries and had responsibilities to the family. Honestly, I'm happier as I am. When Laura realized she was getting off topic, she tried to bring things back around. She explained about the appendectomy and their discovery. And that brought it all to a sad end. Thousands will mourn the loss of Adrianna Mueller and her amazing musical talents, and your family got a lovely surprise. Miss Swamp gestured with one hand, as if she wanted to touch Laura's arm to give comfort, though she never made contact. But it wasn't the end of the excitement, was it? Just yesterday, back in your own skin and under your own name, you tried to buy a car. The whole thing backfired on you when you were tagged by the credit reporting agencies as dead. How did that make you feel? Though she tried to focus on the question, Laura struggled to get around all the innuendo to face what she was being asked. She glanced at Danny, whose mouth had tightened to a thin line. He met her gaze, but shrugged. He wasn't going to tell her what to do. Maybe he didn't know any better than she did. I never thought about being listed as dead. She finally admitted. I knew Adrianna had been buried under my name, but it never occurred to me how many organizations would receive notice of my death. It was educational to see how far-reaching such news spreads in a matter of months. Now that she had a few hours' rest behind her, Laura could look at things more honestly, and she wanted to stay cool, so she acted more detached than she felt. The salesman was concerned about the possibility of fraud when my reports came back. Wanting to protect the innocent from the evils of identity theft, he called the police and had them check my driver license. Unfortunately, the state thinks I'm dead, so the officers brought me in. How many hours did they make you wait in a holding cell while you suffered? You must still be in pain from your surgery. I know it takes a while to heal from those. I'm not sure of the exact time we entered the facility. They were busy and I had to wait my turn. The questions made Laura nervous. What was Natalie trying to prove? Wasn't your friend, the gorgeous Danny Tullis, also arrested with you? Did you have to go through the strip search and everything? Yes, Danny had been helping me look at cars. No, we didn't complete the booking process. Once the officer ran my fingerprints and learned who I am, we were released. Natalie's eyes widened and she took on a predatory air. So, your prints were in the system? Have you ever been in trouble before? I've never been in trouble with the law. I worked at a school. All school employees are fingerprinted before they're hired, for security purposes. Laura felt flustered and her nerves jangled. Danny piped up from behind the cameraman. I think she's answered enough questions, don't you? Her record is clean, probably cleaner than yours, Miss Swamp. The camera pivoted toward Danny and Natalie jumped up, hurrying to his side. As she stepped close, the cameraman moved back to film her questions. Do you have any words to say about the terrible experience? I'm glad to have Laura back. Now, I think you're finished here. Laura's obviously worn out. His eyes were dark and hard as he glared at the reporter and her crew. Natalie fluffed her hair. You certainly are protective of your friend. We're done, boys. I'm sure Marty's finished her section by now. The men cleaned up, and soon they were gone. Laura felt tears sting her eyes. Did I really look that bad? She asked Danny when the house was empty again. He pulled her into a hug. You were getting pale. Come on, at least people won't faint when they see you now, he teased. Though you might find you get a lot of attention. Laura did not feel comforted. Why had she even gotten up that day?
Gavin, there's a reporter here who wants to talk to Jake, Kim said from his office doorway. She asked about his sister. Gavin wanted to sigh. Of course it would be headline news. What were the odds of something like this happening anyway? Way wider than 1,000,000 to 1, he'd bet. Hold on a minute. Let me call Jake and see what he wants to do about it. He picked up his cell and hit speed dial. When Jake answered, Gavin filled him in. I don't want to talk with those people. Don't they understand how upset we are? Jake asked. I can send them away. I can't promise they won't try and get at you again, though. They'll probably just come back, Jake agreed in a tired voice. Either that or they'll call my mom. That could end up being really bad. Who knows what she'll say? He muttered something under his breath so quietly his partner couldn't catch his words. Look, could you talk to them? You're good with media. You know how I feel. You knew Adrianna and Laura. You'd be perfect. What? Are you crazy? No, I don't know what you want me to say. Just tell the truth. We thought she was Adrianna. She wasn't. We hold no ill will toward her. We're mourning the loss of my sister. Simple. Simple. Gavin rolled his eyes and prayed for strength. Jake, I really think you'd be better off talking to the reporter yourself. I can't. You and I both know how I feel about it. I can't talk to some reporter and stay calm. You're the only person I can think of who knows enough to answer questions without getting emotional. I know you can handle this. Please? Right, because I'm not emotionally involved in this at all. Though he still wanted to beg off, Gavin couldn't, not when he heard the pleading in his friend's voice. Jake had so seldom asked anything from him. All right, I'll see what they want and make a statement for the press. Gavin said goodbye and hung up. He took a steadying breath, then entered the reception room to find a brunette studying the photos on the walls. "You were looking for Jake?" The woman peered over and sized him up. "Would you be Jake?" "No, I'm Gavin McFadden, his business partner. He's requested I handle the media for his family. I understand you're a reporter." "Yes, I'm Marty Traynor with KMXO News." She flashed him a brilliant smile as she approached him and held out a hand. He shook it. "You have some questions?" "Yes, I'd love to get a few shots for tonight's segment. You wouldn't mind, would you? Right here, I suppose?" She gestured to a couple of chairs. "I'd prefer not to do this in the office. We have a business to run, and the phones are bound to interrupt." "Then in front of the house where Jake lives, perhaps?" she asked, batting her green eyes at him. "I think not." He glanced out the window and noticed the weather still looked decent. A storm was expected later, but he figured there'd be enough time to spare. "There's a clear space on the side of the building. We could do it there if you like, though I'd really prefer to give you a quote or two without the camera." "Oh, but think how much interest this story's going to generate. It could easily get national attention. I wouldn't be surprised if some enterprising writer came looking to do a book on all of this. And your business could really benefit from the extra exposure." She seemed to sense her words weren't moving him, and tried a different tack. "Besides, I understand Laura Dunaway is doing a video interview right now. You don't want her to be the only one to spread the story, do you? You never know what she'll say." He was amused. She thought Laura would twist things to make Jake look like the bad guy. After all the time Gavin had spent with her, he knew she wasn't vindictive, nor did she have reason to be angry with Jake and Megan. Still, if Laura was doing an interview, perhaps he ought to let this trainer woman ask a couple of questions. He gritted his teeth and smiled. "Of course, you're right. I have a lot of work to do today, so if we could start." He gestured to the door. It took very little time for her to give directions to her cameraman and get everything set up. Gavin felt his hands grow sweaty despite the cold, and did his best to project a calm image as he tried to figure how to answer questions he hadn't heard yet. He worried he'd say something wrong. Finally, the camera was rolling. "Hi, I'm Marty Traynor, and I'm standing with Gavin McFerrin, business partner and friend to Jake Mueller of Mueller and McFerrin Construction. Mueller is brother to Adrianna Mueller, world-famous concert pianist who was killed months ago in a tragic bus accident. However, Miss Mueller's demise wasn't known because her identity was being used by a stranger until last week." The words made Gavin want to wince, but he held it in. She made Laura sound like some thief or felon, as if her mispronouncing his name wasn't enough to make him question her reporting abilities. The woman continued, "It's a case of mistaken identity, strange circumstances, and amnesia. Or is it?" She turned from the camera to face him. "Tell me, Gavin, how long have you known the Muellers?" "More than 20 years. Jake and I grew up together." "So you knew the deceased well then?" "I've known Adrianna since she was a toddler." "Does this question have a point? Tell me about the accident." Gavin gave the highlights about the accident, meeting Jake at the hospital and how Adrianna, or rather Laura, was in a coma. "But when she woke up, you learned she had amnesia. Laura Dunaway, who is about the same height and size as Adrianna, had been mistaken for her at the scene. How is it possible you didn't realize right off there had been a mistake? She had quite a bit of facial damage. I'm told Adrianna also sustained some injuries to her face, which made it difficult to tell the women apart. Someone on scene from the bus told the EMTs who they were, and apparently no one thought to question that, though they had been mistaken for each other repeatedly throughout the trip." This last tidbit was a fact he'd learned only the previous day from one of the other women who'd been there. "But when she woke up, Miss Dunaway claimed not to remember who she was. As I said, there were significant head wounds, which were not only on her face. She had amnesia." The reporter nodded understandingly, but the way her eyes widened and the too broad smile said that she wasn't convinced. "What happened when she allegedly didn't remember who she was?" Jake held in the remarks he wanted to make about the woman's insinuations, and forced himself to answer as calmly as he could. Adrianna had been living in an accessory apartment built into Jake's house. When the hospital released her, she came home to live with them. So what made the family realize they had brought home an imposter? There were signs from the first, but they were easily attributed to the amnesia or the natural reevaluating many people undergo after experiencing a life-altering event like this one. No one questioned who she was. It was a difficult transition for everyone, but I know they all tried to be patient while she regained her memories. Marty fluffed her hair. She was a good actor then, or were the Muellers especially naive? That had Jake's blood pressure soaring. Look, Laura didn't remember who she was, so forget whatever spin you're trying to place on this story. She got to know the family well, helped with their son, worked at the office for several weeks. We were all shocked to learn about the truth of the mix-up, but it was an accident, not an intentional deception on her part. The family is mourning the loss of Adrianna and working to have the casket moved to a cemetery closer to her family. Laura and the Muellers continue on good terms, with no hard feelings. I apologize if it appeared I was trying to blame Miss Dunaway for deceiving everyone, including the fiancé Adrianna left behind. It would be understandable for a lowly secretary to crave the kind of life she could have on his arm, with Adrianna's bank account. She waved a hand as if to clear the slate. Let's move on then. What was it that brought the switch to the Mueller's attention? He explained that briefly, and she pounced with the next question. And there are no hard feelings about the deception and how they supported her for those months while she was living another person's life. How does Brock Chelster feel about this? I haven't spoken with Brock, so I couldn't say. I believe we're finished here. Seething over the interview, Gavin backed out and walked off. Marty ran behind him. Oh, Mr. McVader, just a few more questions. First off, it's McFadden. Secondly, I've already said more than enough, and you've made it clear which direction you're taking this story. He turned to face her, reaching out to catch the woman as she slipped on the icy sidewalk in her spike heels. Idiot, wearing those kinds of shoes in this weather. The Muellers don't want any part of this sensational farce you're cooking up, and neither do I. I wish I hadn't given the interview. It's an amazing news story, but not what you're trying to make of it. Marty stood and straightened her clothing. Thank you for your time, anyway. I'm sure there's something usable among the footage we've captured. Gavin turned and stalked into the office, silently cursing friends, beautiful, complicated women, and sharks out looking for a free lunch.
After the news crew left, Laura listened to Danny tell his adventures of retrieving his car that morning. They helped her mom with dinner and talked around the kitchen table. When her dad came in from work, they ate while they filled him in on the day's events. Finally, the 6 o'clock news approached, and they went into the living room to see what the report would say about Laura. She perched in front of the television, anxious and self-conscious about the interview, wondering if she'd look stupid. There was a teaser in the commercial before the news started, then they waited through the entire news segment. Just when Laura thought they were going to skip the story entirely and go to the sports segment, the lovely blonde anchorwoman turned a serious look on her audience. Was it a case of mistaken identity or intentional misrepresentation? That's what one family is wondering today after learning the woman they thought to be a family member isn't. Adrianna's picture flashed in the corner of the screen. She wore one of her several black dresses, posed on a bench in front of a grand piano. She looked vibrant and beautiful. The picture made Laura choke up as she thought of the woman she had learned so much about. The anchor woman continued on as other pictures flashed on the screen of Adrianna growing up. Then a few seconds of video from a solo performance. Obviously, someone had contacted her mother because Laura had never seen the photographs. Adrianna Mueller, celebrated musician, was believed seriously injured in a bus accident back in October. Amnesia explained the memory loss and confusion to everyone who knew her when she woke from her coma nearly 2 weeks after doctors frantically fought to save her life on the operating table. That woman returned to Adrianna's brother's home, was welcomed into their family, and babysat their child. The picture changed to a shot of Gavin standing in the snow. Laura felt her breath catch when she saw him. Had it really been less than a week since she'd said goodbye to him in the hospital? Either the camera flattered him, or her memory hadn't done him justice. Still, the report continued. When asked how the truth came out about the real identity of the woman masquerading as Miss Mueller, Gavin McFerrin, spokesman for the family, had this to say. The video started, and his voice came clearly over the speakers. Laura came down with appendicitis. Apparently, Adrianna had her appendix removed years ago. When this fact came out, we did some research and the truth was uncovered. There was a slight angle change and another clip from Gavin. She got to know the family well, helped with their son, worked at the office for several weeks. We were all shocked to learn the truth. His voice sounded hard and angry. The reporter's face returned to the screen. So was this a case of amnesia, or was there something more going on? One of our staff interviewed Laura Dunaway this afternoon. They cut to Laura's interview. I don't have Adrianna's talents, not even remotely, so it was difficult to adjust. A moment later, the picture changed to one of Laura and Danny walking toward the house together, his arms slung around her shoulder. The anchorwoman's voice returned, and the video feed reverted to the newsroom. Sources say that Miss Dunaway and her close friend Danny Tullis, firefighter-paramedic for the Kansas City, Missouri Fire Department, were arrested yesterday for trying to purchase a vehicle under a fraudulent identity. A suit against Dunaway from the Mueller family is pending. She turned to her co-anchor and made a quip about the case. Then they announced the weather was coming up next. No way. Danny bolted from his seat and began to pace. No way. How can they get away with that? He turned to Laura, who sat in shocked silence. They totally destroyed your name. This is completely, and your friend Gavin stood there and said those things about you. I can't believe this. Laura felt numb. She couldn't accept what she'd just seen either. She desperately wanted to believe Gavin's comments had been taken out of context, but with the family filing a suit against her, she wasn't sure what to think. Neither Megan nor Gavin had seemed angry with her when they spoke earlier, nor had they mentioned the suit. Her cell phone rang and she reached for it automatically. Danny took it right out of her hand. Hey, she protested. You're not giving any more statements to the press or talking to that family again until this is resolved, he said before answering it. Hello? Pause. Yes, this is Laura's phone. She can't talk right now. May I ask who's calling? Disbelief filled her as she watched Danny take over the situation. Of all the overprotective, unnecessary things to do. What's he thinking? Under the circumstances, it's best if you and Laura don't talk right now. What with the pending lawsuit and everything. Laura jumped up and tried to snatch the phone from him, but Danny turned away and put out a hand to hold her back. She ground her teeth together and watched as he nodded, then said he'd pass on the message. When he ended the call, he didn't return the phone. That was Megan. She called to tell you she had nothing to do with the suit, that it was all Jake's mother, and they weren't mad at you. So why didn't you let me talk to her? Laura asked, finally grabbing the phone and tugging on it. As long as there's a lawsuit in the works, it's best if you limit contact with them. Trust me, one of the guys at the station was involved in something like this, and talking to the other side only caused more problems. He didn't relinquish the phone. The house phone rang and her mother jumped up to answer it. She'd remained silent through the whole thing, but Laura could see the stress etched on her mother's face. Her dad simply hugged Laura. It's okay, honey. Things will work out. Guilt layered on guilt, and she wished the whole thing could be over and done. When his cell rang, her father released her and answered the phone. Hello. He glanced in her direction, then turned away, heading into the kitchen. So, you saw it too? When her cell phone rang again, Danny rattled off the incoming number. Laura held out a hand, her palm open. That's Gavin. He's not part of the family, so can I talk to him? No, he's acting as spokesperson for them. That makes him involved in the whole mess. Look, I know you like him, and he seems to like you well enough too, but it's really best. It would really be best, she said, wrenching the phone from his hand, if you quit interfering and acting like an overprotective big brother. She flipped the phone open just as Gavin hung up. With a huff, she started calling him back. Laura, I'm just trying to help you. You have no idea what this could turn into. And you have no idea what these people are really like. You have to trust me to know what's best for me. She dug one finger into his chest. You are not my keeper. After a couple of rings, the call went to voicemail, and she hung up. Just my luck. I don't know why I'm even trying anymore. Worry swamped her, and she turned to Danny. Everyone's going to think I'm evil. No one will hire me now. What am I going to do? He pulled her into his arms and ran his hands along her shortened hair. Hey, hold on. Just give it some time. This will all blow over. Laura thought again of the things the news had insinuated about her, and tears formed in her eyes. She hoped Danny was right. There was no way this was going to be easy, even before the news report. But now she wondered if returning to some sort of normalcy was even possible.
Chapter 31. Gavin shut his cell phone in frustration when Laura didn't answer his call. He seethed over the news report. He speed-dialed Jake and ignored the incoming call. When Jake picked up, Gavin asked, "Did you see the news?" "Yeah, Megan didn't talk to them. They called my mom. I can't believe she gave them that video. I mean, I can believe it, but..." "I called Laura, but she didn't answer." Megan just tried. Her boyfriend or brother answered and wouldn't let her speak anyway. A door slammed in the background, then the sound of Jake's truck engine filtered through the line. "Look, we'll just steer away from the press from now on. Thanks for stepping in today. I'm really not ready to talk about things yet." "That's great, but what about Laura's name being dragged through the mud? What do we do about that mess on the news? The reporters are going to say what they want anyway. If you hadn't spoken to them, the report probably would have been essentially the same, minus the clips of you. And if my mom's talking..." Jake sighed audibly through the line. "She called Megan a few hours ago and told her to record the news, but Megan didn't know why." "Whatever you say." Gavin finished his phone conversation and hung up. Laura wouldn't talk to Megan. If she wouldn't accept Megan's call, his chances were pretty well non-existent. He ran his hands through his hair and wandered across his house. He'd been keyed up all day, but this hadn't helped. After a week apart from Laura, he knew he wanted to pursue a relationship with her, at least to see where things went. How was he supposed to see things come together for them if she wouldn't talk to him? And exactly how close was she to this friend of hers anyway?
Before Danny returned to Kansas City for work, he made Laura promise not to call anyone on the other side of the lawsuit for a few days, at least. He made no mention of her not texting or emailing, nor did she promise not to answer the phone if one of them called her. After she sent a text to Megan, she had promptly received a phone call. "I didn't think you would ever speak to me again," Megan said. "I wanted to talk to you. Danny was being such an overprotective idiot. Sometimes he drives me crazy." She brushed her fingers along the armrest of the sofa. "Are you sure Jake doesn't blame me?" "Jake's a little mixed up right now, but I think he knows it isn't your fault. His mom is so angry and hurt. Give it some time." Laura thought how funny it was that everyone kept telling her to be patient and let things cool off. They might be able to afford patience, but she needed to get on with her life. She opted to change the subject, and the tightness in her chest eased. Laura was stuck at her parents', without a car, and afraid everyone she came across would think she was a thief and a liar. "Han," her father broke into her thoughts at the breakfast table the next morning. "Do you still want to get a car? We can go somewhere else if you'd like." She pushed the Cocoa Krispies around in her cereal bowl, not really interested in food. "I'm dead, Dad. Who's going to give me a loan?" He finished chewing and wiped his mouth with a napkin. "I thought maybe I could go with you and we could take the loan out in my name. You can straighten things out and then get a new loan to cover it later, or just keep making the payments through me for a while. Whatever works." Laura wanted to cry, which had become a fairly common feeling after recent events. "I really appreciate it." She managed to hold back her tears. The phone rang and Laura's mom picked it up. A moment later, she passed the receiver to her daughter. "It's for you." "It's not a reporter, is it?" Her mom checked the caller ID and lifted a brow. "No, it's the car lot. This ought to be interesting." Laura brought the phone to her ear. "Hello, this is Laura." "Hi, this is Craig from the Good Time car dealership." "Yes?" "I understand there was a bit of confusion when you were here the other day. I want to apologize for the trouble we put you through. Yeah, and if you still want that car, we'll knock $500 from the price. Laura was stunned. The car was going to cost her less? Well, maybe the television news was worth something after all. I'm not sure, but I might swing by with my dad later on and we'll take another look. I'd really like a chance to work with you again. Please ask for me when you come in and we can take care of you. Laura smiled to herself, but kept her voice as even as possible. We'll see. We're going to go out and look at some more cars today. Maybe we'll stop by. Thanks. She hung up and grinned. You'll never guess what he wanted, she told her parents. The trip to the car lot went far easier than Laura expected, and when she drove away after lunch that day, it was in her new car.
The results were in, and Gavin stared at the computer screen, desperately wishing he was wrong. Slightly over $40,000 of charges had been added to clients' accounts over the past 3 years. A few thousand here, a few thousand there, all for supplies that hadn't been used on the homes. Those were the charges he could prove had been falsified. Tara signed off for most of the supplies. Her ex-boyfriend Ryan signed for the rest. Another $15,000 had been funneled off in ways Gavin hadn't noticed until he started looking for them. He could only imagine the supplies had been sold on the side for cash, since neither of the conspirators owned a home. He desperately wished he'd paid closer attention to the books. How could he have let his office manager run things with so little supervision? How could he not have known something was wrong? He knew Jake deserved half of the responsibility, but that didn't make him feel any less culpable. Gavin really didn't want to tell Jake about all of this, not now when his sister's body was being exhumed, tested, and moved to a new gravesite, not while the pain was nearly radiating from the man who'd been as close to him as a brother for decades. But wishes made little difference. They had to fix this problem and make it right before someone else realized what had happened. In the end, he and Jake would have to make good on these debts somehow. His cell phone rang, and after speaking with his client for a few minutes, he rose and grabbed his coat. Christmas was only days away, and he had piles of other things to do, but one of his sites had an emergency, or at least his client seemed to think so. Gavin glanced back at his computer screen and promised himself he'd talk to Jake about the books that night or the next day at the latest. Who needed a happy Christmas anyway?
Jake needed to look up the type of tile Gavin had used on the Mickelson's restaurant project a few months back, since O'Leary loved the tile there and wanted some for his home. There would be a hard copy somewhere, but Jake knew he'd find it much quicker in the computer and sat at Gavin's desk. Before he could pull up the invoice, he noticed the spreadsheet open on the monitor. He recognized the names, but couldn't figure out what the numbers meant. Each entry had a client's name, dollar amount, and what he assumed the money had purchased: tile, lumber, roofing materials, windows, and more. Yet some of the entries didn't jive with his memory. What was going on? He pulled up their accounting program and began sorting through invoices, then noticed the pile stacked on the right side of the desk. Each of the invoices corresponded to the purchases listed in the spreadsheet. His stomach dropped to his feet. It didn't make sense. Why did Gavin have these invoices? What were the supplies for? Was Gavin responsible for all of this? He was still looking at the screen when Gavin entered his office. He saw Jake and came to a dead stop. "What's going on?" Gavin asked. "That's what I want to know. Did you order all these things?" Gavin let out a worried breath and turned to shut the door behind him. It clicked in place, the only sound in the silent room. Then Gavin faced him. "I just finished putting it all together today. I noticed some discrepancies a while ago, but I had to dig through all of our old files to be sure I had the full picture." If Gavin hadn't been responsible, and neither had Jake, that left one person. The invoices were too long ago for Laura to be responsible. But Tara? Surely not. "You think it was Tara?" Gavin dropped into one of the chairs across from the desk. "I can't come up with any other possibility. She signed for some of the supplies, and her old boyfriend signed for the rest." "How much are we talking here?" Jake didn't want to know. He really didn't want to know. Gavin paused for a moment, and when he spoke, it was with great reluctance, though it wasn't clear whether it was the sum or the subject matter that bothered him. "Upwards of 40,000, and that's just what was charged to clients for supplies we didn't use. The total comes out closer to 55. Jake muttered under his breath and wanted to throw something. How did we miss that? We let her take care of the bills. She totaled things up and had us cut checks. We should have kept a closer eye on things, but we trusted her. We'll press charges and start making things right with our clients. Jake picked up the pencil cup from the desk and threw it across the room. Pens, pencils, and markers all flew from it when it hit the wall, raining down noisily. I don't need this right now. Gavin didn't even flinch. I know, that's why I put off telling you until I had full proof in front of me. I didn't want to put any more pressure on you. Jake ran his fingers through his hair and took a deep breath, angry this had been kept from him, even if Gavin had his best interest in mind. He also wished there was another pencil cup to throw. You should have told me. There was a light tapping on the door, and Kim cracked it open enough to see in. Is something wrong? I heard a big crash. There was a short silence. Then Gavin spoke as though they hadn't a care in the world. The pencil holder slipped. Her eyes flickered to the pencils and holder, scattered on the floor near the door, then to the desk 8 feet away, where Jake sat with his hands clenched on the desktop. She looked nervous. I see. I suppose I should ignore any other slipping noises I might hear. That's probably a good idea. Thank you, Kim. Gavin waited until the door closed before responding to his partner. You're right. I should have told you, but I didn't want to bother you if I was mistaken. I had intended to tell you today. So you just realized today that things were off? It wasn't until this morning that you confirmed some of the invoices were charged wrong? He just couldn't wrap his mind around it. How could Tara do this to them? How could Gavin keep it a secret once he found out? Was the whole world keeping secrets from him? Gavin looked very uncomfortable. No, I knew the day after Laura's surgery, and I suspected even before that. I just waited until I dug through everything to tell you. I couldn't blurt it out when you just learned about Adrianna. I couldn't. Jake rubbed his face. Tears threatened, and he bit them back, though it took great effort. Anger overrode the loss for a moment, and he latched on. Anger was much easier to deal with. How do I know that's true? Tense silence stretched between them for a long moment as Gavin stared at him with hard eyes. Have I ever lied to you? Isn't this a kind of lie, though? This omitting the whole truth when I should have known as soon as you even suspected? This isn't like forgetting to mention seeing the girl I like kissing someone else behind the movie theater, Gavin. We're not 17 anymore. This is our business. Mine as much as yours. Maybe I should have said something when I realized things didn't look quite right. But how could I possibly have told you about this then? Do you honestly think I should have tapped you on the shoulder while you were still in shock and said, I know you've got a few things on your plate right now, but just so you know, our secretary stole from us and our clients repeatedly over the past 3 years. Gavin's voice had risen, but mostly it was the emotion pouring through it that struck at Jake, rather than the volume. Would that have been a great time to tell you? He continued. You've been like a zombie as it is, pushing, moving, never stopping for breath. I don't know if you've even seen your wife and son in the past 2 weeks. Do you honestly wish I had laid this on top of everything else? The bit about his family stung because it was the truth. Jake rose from the chair and collected his paperwork, not meeting his partner's eyes. I don't know what I wish. I'm holding on by my fingernails as it is, and it's none of your business how much I've been home. Megan understands. He hurried from the room, slamming the door closed behind him, then shut his own office door before he collapsed into his chair.
Chapter 32. Laura crossed the kitchen to look at the obituary one more time. What would they think if she went? Would it make things harder for Jake? What about his parents? She received the lawsuit paperwork the previous day, pushed by his parents, of course. One side of her said she needed to stay away. That was the side where she heard Danny's voice whispering in her ear. Another part of her wanted to go, to share in the mourning. No, she hadn't really known Adrianna, but after studying the pianist's life so closely, she felt intimately familiar with her, and she felt the family's loss. The desire to call welled in her as she looked at Adrianna's picture again. The only thing she could do was ask. Megan answered on the second ring. "Hey, Laura, what's going on?" "I got legal documents from Jake's parents. I'd hoped his mom would change her mind." "I'm sorry about that. I keep hoping she'll calm down." Laura shook her head and tried to reassure her friend. "I know you didn't want it. I won't deny it has my stomach tied up in knots, but part of that is because I feel so awful for them." She decided to be honest. "Okay, so a very small part is because of that." "I've never seen someone so upset. They arrived last night and she's been digging through all of Adrianna's scrapbooks and journals, sobbing uncontrollably. She's not in her right mind. Try to be patient. After the funeral, we'll see if we can get her to back down. No promises, of course. She still hates me." "I appreciate it." Laura wet her lips and swallowed the lump rising in her throat. "I wondered, I'd really like to be there Friday. I know it sounds weird, but I really want to say goodbye to Adrianna. If I stayed in the background, do you think it would be too awful for Jake if I came?" There was a long silence, and she wondered what Megan was thinking. Maybe it had been a stupid question. "Never mind, I understand." "No, I'd like it if you were there, really." Megan's voice was thick with emotion. "I appreciate your support and your concern for everyone's feelings. I'm sure it hasn't been easy for you, what with the news and all." Laura grimaced. "It hasn't, but I'll live. You don't mind, then? I can wear a wig and use dark makeup to disguise myself." Megan laughed half-heartedly. "It's probably not necessary to go quite that far. Are you going to bring the boyfriend?" "Which boyfriend would that be?" Laura asked in confusion. She and Gavin had only been on one date. "You looked awfully cozy on the news." Then Laura realized who Megan must mean. "You don't mean Danny?" She laughed at the thought. "He's practically my brother. Besides, I'm meeting his new girlfriend this weekend. The way he talks, there are several women he's been seeing, but one in particular, I've never seen him so secretive before. It's either love or a huge mistake." "And wouldn't Gavin be relieved to know that tidbit?" Megan teased. "Would he?" Laura changed the subject and they spoke for another 15 minutes before Megan had diaper duty. Laura pulled into McDonald's after a long morning of errands. It wasn't the usual location to meet Danny, but maybe this someone special he wanted her to meet liked it. That wouldn't say much for the woman's taste. He spoke like she would meet everyone this afternoon, all three of his ladies, as he referred to them, but Laura couldn't imagine even Danny would be brazen enough to try something like that. She pushed through the front door and looked around, finally catching sight of him sitting at the table with a woman next to the play equipment. The woman's back was to Laura, so all she could see was a lithe figure and a shimmer of long red hair. Laura pushed through the door separating the play area from the front and strolled toward them. Danny looked up and grinned, then beckoned her over. "I understand you two have actually met," he told her as she drew close. The woman turned and sent Laura a tentative smile. It was Tia Riverton from the noon news cooking segment. They had met briefly when Tia had come to do a demonstration for one of the classes at the school where Laura had worked. "Hi, Tia. What a surprise. Danny was being so secretive." Laura sat beside her and noticed the multitude of cups and packages of fries. 2 empty Happy Meal bags sat smooshed to one side. "Ah, your girls must be up there somewhere." Laura looked into the play equipment and saw the older girl through one of the windows in the tubing. The younger girl was trying to climb onto the bottom platform, which was thankfully too tall for a toddler her size. Tia introduced them as Teresa and Tristy. "I told you I wanted you to meet my ladies." Danny rubbed his thumb along the back of Tia's hand, which was clasped in his on the tabletop. Laura laughed when she realized what he'd meant. "You said there were 3 of them. You just omitted to mention 2 were so young." She was relieved she wouldn't have to cuss her best friend out for dating 3 women at once. She turned to Tia. "How old are they again?" "Teresa's 7. She's already driving everyone just a bit nuts with discussion about her next birthday, which isn't until next October. Tristy will be 2 in a few months." "And she's into everything, I bet." "Yeah. She hasn't figured out the locks on the cupboards yet, thank goodness. But I doubt she'll make it to 3 before she manages it." "Did you order?" Danny asked Laura. Tristy started to cry out of frustration, and he went over and scooped up the toddler. "No, I came straight back. I guess I should do that. Sorry I was late." "It's no problem. The girls are far more interested in playing than eating at the moment anyway. I'll grab you something." Laura made her requests, then turned to Tia. "He's good with kids. My girls adore him." You noticed how quickly Tristy stopped fussing. She played with her soda straw. "Did he really let you think he was stringing 3 women along?" Laura nodded. "I should have known better, though, because that's never been his style." Tia picked at the pale pink fingernail polish that was flaking off one nail. She seemed uncertain. "You've been very close for a long time, haven't you?" "Since we were in kindergarten." "We didn't always get along as kids. You know how they always fight and make up. But we never fought for long. There weren't too many other kids our age in the neighborhood." "And you don't feel, like I'm moving in on your territory? I mean, I saw the clip of you two on the news." She focused on her hands, not meeting Laura's eye. Laura laughed. "That reporter really did a number on me, didn't she? No, Danny and I are nothing but friends. In fact, the guy I've been dating in Paula. She decided this one time it wouldn't hurt to stretch the truth about her relationship with Gavin. Apparently thought there was something between us from the clip, too. I promise, though, I'm thrilled you and Danny are dating, and I'd love it if things worked out for you." He comes across a bit, cocky sometimes. This brought a laugh from Tia. But his heart is pure as gold. "I wouldn't ever want to give him up as a friend, but I definitely don't want to get in your way either." Teresa ran over then, greeted Laura, stuffed a few fries into her mouth, then hurried back to the playground equipment for more. "I really ought to wince when she does that without washing her hands first," Tia said, and readjusted the sunglasses she had perched on her head so they didn't fall off. "Nah, unless she's prone to get sick. It'll give her a healthier immune system as an adult. Kids are always picking up germs somewhere or other." Laura eyed Tia with curiosity. "So, tell me how you and Danny met." "He's been remarkably closed-mouthed, only said it was fire business," Tia snorted. "Ambulance business, more like. I had an allergic reaction and he and his crew responded to my house. That was before your accident. A couple of weeks later, we went to the station for their open house during Fire Prevention Week. He charmed the girls and fluttered his baby blues at me. Last month, he roped me into helping judge the chili cook-off fundraiser the department organized. I kept trying to back away, but he just kept coming. I saw a segment about the cook-off. Laura hadn't realized how actively Tia had been dating him. And now? Tia grew quiet, and her voice was lower when she spoke. "His job scares me. I lost my husband in the war." When Laura nodded, Tia continued, "I just don't know if I can stand losing someone else I care about like that. Things have been a mess in my life lately, and he's been a rock for me, but—" Danny came back through the door, a toddler snuggled to one side, and a tray of food in his other hand. "So did you miss me?" "You're interrupting our conversation," Laura said. I was just about to tell her about the water weenie incident. He rolled his eyes as he set the tray in front of her. "Then I'm just in time. There are disadvantages to letting you meet my girlfriend. I was so happy to have you alive again. Your penchant for stirring up old trouble slipped my mind." Laura watched him pick up a chicken nugget and hold it out to the toddler. He was so cute with Tristy. It made Laura jealous. She missed Aiden more than ever. "So, did you manage to stop by the school and see your old co-workers?" he asked as he sat across from them and settled Tristy on his lap. "Yeah, it nearly caused a riot. That's why I was so late. Some of the students saw me and came to investigate. Everyone wanted to know if the news reports were true. Anyway, it took a lot longer to get away than I expected. Unfortunately, they have, of course, filled my position. The district doesn't foresee anything else opening up soon." She popped some fries into her mouth and took a sip of Diet Cola. "So, how's the process of becoming undead working out?" Danny picked up the nugget the toddler had dropped on the food tray and handed it back to her. "It's coming. I almost have the paperwork together. Still, it'll be after the new year, before the court rules that I'm actually alive. Then I'll have to contact everyone and send them the appropriate paperwork proving that I'm only impersonating myself and not someone else. Sometime next summer, I may have it all straightened out. She looked at Tia. It's been a mess. How are things at the station? You're still cooking for the new news, I take it? Yeah, it's going well. Tia told her about the dishes she planned for upcoming segments. Danny's always happy to let me test the recipes on him. Laura laughed. I bet. He's always had a bottomless pit. I think it only got worse when he became a firefighter. Hey, I'm a growing boy, he protested. Turning her gaze back to Tia, she nodded toward him. He'll probably still be saying that when he's 50 and has a paunch. She laughed when he touched his stomach, as if to check and make sure his paunch wasn't already growing. It was so good to be able to hang out with him. Chapter 33. Laura had done a lot of waffling on the issue of whether or not to go the funeral. Megan had said she was welcome to come, but not everyone was going to share Megan's viewpoint. Adrianna's mom was bound to throw a fit if she saw Laura, and who knew how Jake would react. Still, there ought to be a crowd to get lost in, and Laura felt like she should to go. Since she needed to apply for some jobs in the area anyway, she convinced herself to go to Kansas City. She wouldn't have to attend the funeral, but she knew she wouldn't be able to stay away. When Laura looked in her closet, she noticed nearly all of the outfits had been Adrianna's. That was fine for Junction City, but there was no way she could wear one of the deceased's dresses to the funeral. An entire afternoon had therefore been dedicated to the search for something new while trying not to dent her dwindling savings account too much. After a ridiculous amount of time was spent on her makeup and choosing a hairstyle that hopefully wouldn't draw too much attention to herself, but was still flattering, Laura stood outside the funeral home. There was no viewing, for obvious reasons, so she didn't have to worry about people milling around. It was nearly time for services to begin, so she squared her shoulders and entered. She had every intention of sitting far in the back, as far from the family as possible, so they wouldn't see her there. Fate had other plans for her, however. Or perhaps it was Gavin who had the plans. He spotted her almost the moment she entered the building and headed straight for her. Megan told me you might come, he said when he reached her. I found a couple of seats off to the side. I don't want the family to see me, she told him. I don't want to cause a scene. You won't. Come on. He took her hand and pulled her to a bench 3/4 of the way back on the right side and slid her between himself and an older couple. The Allens lived in the same neighborhood where Jake and I grew up, he introduced them. It's good to meet you. She was tentative in her greeting, not sure of her reception. You don't need to worry about us, dear, the 60-something matriarch said with a pat on Laura's arm. Gavin explained it. We don't believe those nasty news reports. The woman kept up her polite chatter until the family filed in and were seated in front of a large photograph of Adrianna. Laura stood with her face averted, hoping she wouldn't catch anyone's eye. However, when she glanced at the family after everyone was seated, she saw Brock staring daggers at her. He hates me now, she said to Gavin under her breath. Who? Jake? No, he's angry, but... Brock, she clarified. Did you see the way he looked at me? I'm sure he doesn't. He turned toward Brock and stopped mid-sentence. Well, maybe he does. He'll get over it eventually. If not, who cares? It's not like you'll be seeing him again. She rolled her eyes. Gee, thanks. You make me feel so much better. A man stood and began to conduct the funeral. Gavin picked up Laura's hand and interlaced their fingers, giving her a reassuring squeeze. The funeral was beautiful. The flower arrangements were huge and gorgeous, and the chapel opened all the way to the back. So many people had loved Adrianna. The service was brief and sweet, the music angelic. Laura found herself wishing more than once that she'd been able to talk with Adrianna for far longer than they'd had together. When it ended, and everyone began filing out the doors to go to the gravesite for the dedication, Laura decided not to go. 7%. There was too much of a chance that the wrong person would see her. Coming? Gavin asked as they walked down the sidewalk toward the parking lot. Laura wrapped her coat tight around her, shivering in the winter cold. No, I'd like to, but I better not. No need to antagonize anyone, and Brock will surely pitch a fit if I go. I always stay calm and collected. Brock's voice came from behind them. What are you doing here? Laura let her eyes close in resignation. Hello, Brock, she said as she turned to face him. I'm very sorry. He swore. You're sorry? My fiancé is dead, but you're sorry. I'll bet you had a nice run with her bank account while you were able to dip into it. You can be sure you will be sorry, though. Mrs. Mueller's going to take you for everything you've got. He stepped closer, his face turning red with anger. By the time you finish paying for the pain and suffering you caused this family, you're going to wish you'd been the one to die. Laura's chin trembled, so she was grateful when her voice sounded fairly even. I hardly touched the money, and it wasn't intentional. You know it wasn't. How could I possibly know that? You look so sweet and innocent. Anyone would think you really did have amnesia, but I don't buy it. You just wanted a piece of Adrianna's pie, the money, the parties, the glittering world I could provide you with. The accusation was getting old. Yeah, that's why I worked so hard to seduce you with my charms, she said, rolling her eyes. I wanted what you could give me. And then there were the parties and long days at the spa instead of helping out Jake and Gavin at their business or home babysitting Aiden. I'm obviously just a fortune hunter. Gavin stepped in then, his voice low and angry. She's not like that. I'm surprised, after all the time you spent together, that you aren't aware of what Laura really is. Stay out of this, McFadden. I'll be sure and let Jake know you two were cuddled up together. You probably brought her here to flaunt your new flavor of the month in front of him, as if the family isn't in enough pain. Brock turned to Laura. It's a good thing you aren't coming to the cemetery. The last thing we need is more of your duplicity. Gavin stepped toward Brock, his body ridged, but Laura put out a hand to stop him. Don't bother. It's not worth it. Let it go. Brock stalked off, and Laura watched him for several seconds, regret thick in her throat. Brock had been really good to her, up to the point when he dumped her. She felt bad that he blamed her for what happened, but she felt worse that he didn't believe her. With a sigh, she returned her gaze to Gavin. Thanks for saving me a seat. His eyes softened as they searched hers. No problem. I was hoping to see you again. How are things at the office? His mouth tightened. We're very busy. She lifted an eyebrow. That sounded loaded. Is something wrong? Just some housekeeping we have to take care of. Things that fell by the wayside with our old office manager. We're handling it. Housekeeping? Laura wondered what that was about. I thought we straightened out any filing issues while I was there. It's nothing like that. Everything you did was great. Don't worry about it. He moved so a couple could pass them. What's going on with you? I haven't heard from you for a while. Laura rolled her eyes. Yes, well, my friend Danny was afraid if I consorted with the enemy, I would strengthen their case against me. After he drilled me on the evils inherent in lawsuits, I have hung back a little, even though I know you're not involved. Then I got sucked into everything that was going on with the holidays and the media nightmare, and it has been a nightmare. She closed her eyes at the memory. But you didn't call me either. As soon as the words left her mouth, she wished them back. It made her sound so needy, even pathetic. I didn't know what kind of response I'd get. Ditto. So Danny thinks we're out to get you? Gavin studied her for a moment. What's your relationship with him? Were you dating before the accident? Laura shook her head. Danny and I grew up together, best friends and practically siblings. He's a very important part of my life, but like a brother. We tried dating for a while in high school, but it was too weird. Gavin's eyes seemed to brighten, but the wariness didn't go away. Yet you let him tell you what to do? Laura shivered as a cold breeze permeated her coat. She had the feeling this wasn't going to be a quick discussion, and he had to get to the cemetery. Jake would miss him. It probably looks that way. It was mostly just being insanely busy. And wishing you would call me first. She wet her lips as she tried to decide how to explain. I know you need to get to the graveside. How about if we meet somewhere later? There'll be the family luncheon. You have to go to it. I have some applications to put in here in town. How about dinner? His mouth quirked at the edges. I'm awfully impatient, but you're right. There are so many things I want to talk to you about. Maybe over dinner would be best. He rubbed his thumb over her knuckles. You're applying for jobs near here, then? I'm applying everywhere. I still haven't decided what I'm going to do or where I'll end up. She gave his hand a squeeze, then released it. You have my cell number. Call me after everything's over and we can make arrangements. I will. Good luck today. She burrowed her hand into her coat pockets now he wasn't warming it. Thanks. I may need it. After all, I'm still a dead criminal. They stood for a long moment, looking at each other. I better go, he said, not pulling his eyes away from hers. Yeah, they'll miss you, she agreed, but still not moving. There was so much she wanted to discuss with him. Finally, he stepped back. I'll talk to you in a bit. She said goodbye and watched him walk away. Was it possible he'd gotten even better looking since she'd seen him on TV? And she'd thought the camera just flattered him. She shook her head. Laura found her car and focused her mind on the stops she had to make. There were several decent positions opening up in the greater Kansas City area. Lauren Enterprises was looking for a new office manager, for example. She had been offered a job there during the Christmas party, if only she had been willing to defect. Maybe Amy could be convinced Laura was still a good candidate, though it could be rough, especially now the media had made such a big fuss over the situation. Laura let herself brood about the news reports. Things had quieted down the past couple of days, but she still felt self-conscious. 2 hours later, she delivered her other applications and stood in front of Lauren Enterprises. Of the three, this was the job that sounded the most ideal. It also offered the best pay. Laura straightened her shoulders, putting on her most confident smile, and went in. The interior was decorated in grays and neutrals, except for the bright splashes of color on the wall in the form of framed prints. It worked surprisingly well, she thought as she smiled at the woman at the front desk. Hello, is Amy Lauren in? She is, but she's quite busy today. Can I get your name? The blonde asked. Yes, it's Laura Dunaway. I know her through Mueller and McFadden Construction. Not that she knew me by that name. The receptionist picked up her phone and pushed an extension. Yes, Amy, I have a woman from Mueller and McFadden here to see you. Do you have a moment? There was a pause. Okay, thanks. She hung up and smiled at Laura. It's the second door to the left. She pointed down a hallway. Thank you. Laura felt a tad guilty about not correcting the secretary, but she'd explain to Amy, if she got the chance. The door was shut, but when Laura knocked, a woman's voice called to her to enter. Laura did her best to look confident as she pushed open the door. Amy Lauren stood from her desk when she saw who it was. Well, this is a surprise. I hadn't realized. Come in and shut the door, will you? Grateful not to be kicked out immediately, Laura did as she was asked, then took the chair Amy gestured her toward. I apologize for the secretary's misunderstanding. I'm not actually working with Jake anymore, as I'm sure you're well aware by now. I am. I saw the news reports. Amy's gaze was scrutinizing. Laura worried the woman would use the news to judge her. I'm sorry to hear that, as they were extremely inaccurate, slanderous even. So nothing they said about you was true. They didn't come right out and say I intentionally misled everyone, or that I was a gold digger, but they certainly gave off that impression. It was a calculated misdirection on their part, far more sensational that way. She met Amy's eyes. I promise I had amnesia. I didn't remember who I was or anything about myself. I've come to love the Muellers and hate to see them in so much pain. I learned a lot about Adrianna. I'm very sorry about her death. Amy seemed unmoved. So why are you here today? Laura steeled herself for the likely rejection. You mentioned once that you'd hire me if I could be tempted away from Jake's company. It looks like you have an opening, so I wondered if you'd still be willing to consider me. Laura handed Amy her resume. I know things sound bad on the news, but the situation isn't what it sounds like. Jake is very upset about losing his sister, of course, but I've been told he doesn't blame me. It's his mother who's decided to sue. Amy looked the paper over, then studied Laura. You certainly have the right kind of experience. I admit I was impressed with your organization, and you were good with people, which is a major plus. She set the pages on her desk and folded her hand on it, looking Laura in the eye. I'll have to call Jake to verify that there aren't any problems, and that hiring you won't cause any issues between our companies. Our current plans are too important to treat this lightly. That's fine. I expected you would, Laura said with a nod. I know you'll be working more closely with Jake in the coming months, and I wouldn't want to put you in an uncomfortable situation. Amy smiled, as though reassured. Yours is the most impressive application I've come across yet. I like your friendly, can-do attitude. I'll have to speak with Keith, make a couple of calls, and get back to you. That was a load off Laura's shoulders. All she could ask was a fair shot at the job. Thanks. I appreciate you giving me a chance. We'll see. Now I have one question. The news said you were arrested for identity theft? Was that for being Adrianna? Amy curved one perfect eyebrow. Laura chuckled. No, oddly enough, I was arrested for impersonating myself. I was supposed to be dead, after all. The fingerprint check cleared it up. Amy laughed. I bet that was an adventure? You have no idea. Chapter 34. When Laura pulled into the little family restaurant at 5:30, she could see Gavin waiting for her. The temperatures had been dropping all afternoon, and now it was positively frigid as she climbed from her car and hurried through the cold. The restaurant was steamy and redolent with tasty aromas, though not nearly as warm as Gavin's smile. Sorry if I'm a bit late, she said as she unwound her scarf. It's no problem. They're busy tonight. Our table just opened up. He asked about her day, and she mentioned her interview with Amy Lauren. When they had ordered, he returned the conversation to her interview with Amy. I remember her trying to steal you from us at the party, so now she's going to succeed after all. Laura lifted her eyes to meet his. It's not like I could go back to working for you now. It would be horribly awkward and painful. Besides, you've got Kim. How are things going with her anyway? Well enough. She's organized and friendly. She probably thinks Jake and I are crazy. He grimaced, but didn't explain his thoughts. She keeps her personal life to herself, which is just as well, as we don't really have time to breathe, never mind socialize. Laura played with the straw in her soda, focused on the ice in her glass. And the issues left over from Tara? There was a long silence before he spoke. It seems there were some clerical inconsistencies we didn't catch before. Things we'll have to rectify. He reached across the table and touched her hand. I'd rather not worry about that right now. Tell me about you. I've read all the news articles, mostly with irritation and disgust. He pulled a face, making her chuckle. But I don't know what's really true. Just as she had bullied him into telling about his childhood during their first dinner, he prodded and questioned while she told him about her childhood, family and friends, college, and beyond. They chatted through dinner, lingered over dessert, and then sat sipping their drinks while the other diners finished and vacated their tables several times over. When Laura looked at her watch and realized they'd been hoarding the table for more than 2 hours, she pointed it out to him. They'd probably appreciate it if we moved on. I suppose you have to get back to Junction City tonight, he asked, disappointment on his face. Unfortunately, yes. If the weather were a bit nicer, I'd suggest a stroll before I left, but since it's got to be in the single digits... Yeah. Gavin pulled out his wallet and threw some bills on the table. How long till you'll be back? That depends on how Jake responds when Amy Lauren calls him tomorrow. She hoped Jake was okay with this, prayed he wouldn't tell Amy he'd rather she find someone else to hire, unless I call her first. Gavin came around the table and took Laura's hand. She smiled at him as she stood. Are you suggesting you'd use your clout to help me? One corner of his mouth lifted. Oh yeah, if I had any clout with her, I'd use it. Besides, you'll be good for them. You'll be much better than the man they just let go. They tend toward disorder, and he was worse than them. Don't ever tell them I said that, she laughed. You and Amy seem to be of one mind. She didn't like him much either. He led her out to her car, continuing the inconsequential chatter. When she'd unlocked her door, she turned to him. Call me soon? Tomorrow, probably in the evening. His eyes teased her as he drew near. Will you even answer? Danny won't be there to stop you, will he? I wouldn't want to tangle with your guard dog. No, he's busy in Kansas City. You know he was only trying to help, however misguided. He put one hand on the roof of the car behind her and leaned in, all but cocooning her in his warmth. His voice dropped to a husky whisper. Yeah, well, I don't think I like his help very much. Then his lips touched hers, and Laura let all other thoughts slide from her head. Gavin pressed a long, gentle kiss to her mouth, and Laura reveled in the feel of him close to her. She lifted her hands and grasped the soft leather of his coat collar, as she tipped her head for more. His warm lips were a sharp contrast to the bitter cold around them, and she melted closer to him. When her fingers started to feel like popsicles, she finally pulled away and studied his face. No one else had ever made her feel this rush of warmth and excitement, the acceptance and comfort. And now she actually remembered the guys she had previously dated. There was just something about Gavin that drew her. He moved back a few inches, but continued to stand close, blocking her from the worst of the wind. Their eyes caught and held, lingering on each other. Knowing his friendship with Jake was every bit as close as hers with Danny, she felt it necessary to voice her remaining concern. It had to be broached. "So, what are we going to do about Jake if he holds a grudge?" Gavin's grimace was barely perceptible. If she hadn't been looking for a reaction, she doubted she would have caught it. It seemed to break the spell, though, and he pulled back. He's not going to be happy when he finds out we're still seeing each other, but he'll get used to the idea eventually. He reached out and took both of her hands in his. She studied his face. "You've been friends for a long time." "Yes, but we'll deal with this. He's a little raw right now." His thumb caressed her knuckles and he gave her hands a squeeze. "But after he's had time to shift gears, everything will be fine. Trust me." Shivering from the combination of the cold and his touch, she realized he talked like he expected their budding relationship to last a long time. That reassured her, even if she wasn't as complacent about Jake's response as he was. Megan, she had no worries about. "I'd better go before it gets any later. Call or text me when you get home so I know you made it safely?" "Sure," she grinned as he brushed his lips over hers again, briefly, then pulled back and got into her car.
Gavin looked over the blueprints for a new home he would build on the south side of town. It looked right to him, just what the client asked for. But he'd have to see how Weston felt about the layout. The front door slammed hard enough to be heard through the building, drowning out most of the ringing of the front bell. A moment later, Jake stalked into Gavin's office, shutting the inner door nearly as loudly as he had the outer one. Gavin looked at his partner expectantly. Jake's face was red and his eyes hard. Can you believe it? Of all the twisted things to do, Laura applied to work at a business she knew about only because of her work here. He put his hands on his hips. "And what's this about you cuddling with her during my sister's funeral?" Gavin calmly rolled up the specs and put a rubber band around them. If he acted like he wasn't ruffled by his friend's temper tantrum, it would end sooner. Though Jake was generally hard to rile, Gavin had known him long enough to know how it would go. We sat together. We weren't cuddling. And was it Lauren Enterprises? Yeah, I suppose she told you in between whispering sweet nothings in your ear. I knew they had an opening. They advertised it in all the usual places people look for jobs, and I know Amy was trying to steal her from us at the office party. She needs to work somewhere. The Laurens would be lucky to get her. Calm, placid as a lake on a windless summer morning, he reminded himself as his friend's attitude rubbed him wrong. He wanted to jump up and defend his relationship with Laura, but all common sense told him to downplay it just a little longer. "So, how did you find out? About the funeral or about the job application?" "Whichever. Both, I guess. Not that he didn't already know, but he wanted to hear it from Jake's point of view." Amy called. Jake sat in the chair, irritation pouring from him. She wanted to make sure things really were okay between us and Laura, and that there wasn't something more serious going on, as if Laura had pulled a Tara or something, and to make sure there were no hard feelings, so if she did hire Laura, it wouldn't cause trouble. "And what did you tell her?" Gavin asked as he set the papers to the side and focused on his partner. Jake blew out a breath and ran his fingers through his hair, visibly calming already. "I told her it was fine, that Laura was a good employee and I had no reason to believe her memory lapse was faked. I don't want to be the reason she doesn't get the job if she's their best candidate." He shook his head. "But man, I'm not ready to deal with her on a regular basis." There was a long moment of silence since Gavin really didn't know how to respond. "How's your mom doing this morning?" The poor woman had been heartbroken beyond consolation. "I don't know. I think having the funeral out of the way helps, but she was raging last night about Laura showing up. Brock had my mom all on a tear. I wish Laura had just stayed away. And then there was you, making goo-goo eyes at her through the whole thing, and I didn't even notice. Megan said she called to ask before coming, and my wife told her to come, as if she were just some woman down the street. I didn't make goo-goo eyes at Laura, I hope. The funeral was beautiful. She cried through half of it. What do you expect when she spent 2 months trying to understand Adrianna, learning as much about her as possible? She felt the loss too, only from a different perspective. I just don't like it. Bitterness coated every word. Are you going to have a problem working with her? Gavin had to know. If Jake couldn't even deal with occasional contact through work, how would he ever accept their relationship? I usually talk directly to Keith anyway. I'll deal. Jake pressed his lips together in a tight line and visibly worked to calm down. Then he seemed to notice the specs on the desk. Are those the plans for Weston's? He pointed to the rolled pages. Yeah, if they approve them, I'll submit the paperwork to the city this afternoon. They talked some more about business. Then Jake went to his own office. Gavin stood and grabbed the plans. That went considerably better than he had feared, but they were far from out of the woods.
Chapter 35. It had only taken one day for Amy to call and offer Laura the job. The following Monday, she showed up at 8, ready for work. Amy explained basic procedures, but with the front door seeming to revolve with people coming and going, and the phone ringing off the hook, Laura hadn't had a moment to breathe. That didn't stop her from snatching looks at a rental guide and newspaper ads during her breaks. She planned to search for an apartment on the border of Kansas City and Olathe after work that evening. It was fine to spend a night or two at a hotel, but even at the reduced rates she'd wrangled, her money wasn't going to last very long. Her mind was only partly on her work when the phone rang, yet again. Lauren Enterprises, Laura speaking. How can I help you? Laura, how's your first day on the job going? Gavin's voice brought her to full attention. Busy. Lots of calls, lots of visitors, and I'm still trying to figure out where everything is. It's just been insane. You should be getting off soon. Want to grab a bite? You still owe me Indian food. Her mouth began to water and her stomach growled. It seemed like forever since lunch. Oh, don't tempt me. She paused for 2 beats. Well, all right, I cave. He laughed and she smiled, already feeling less stressed. I have to do some serious apartment hunting tonight, though. I'd love to help you, if you don't mind. Since that suited her just fine, she arranged to meet him at an Olathe restaurant after work. This time when Laura pulled in front of the restaurant, Gavin waited for her outside. He stood with his hands in the pockets of his brown leather coat, which was zipped against the cold. He smiled at her as she came around the hood of the car. Has it really been less than a week since I saw you last? Seems like forever. She felt herself blush at the look in his eyes, but hoped he'd mistake it for the cold. 5 days. I know it's hard to live without me at the office every day, she teased, but you seem to have held up pretty well. She studied him, rejoicing in the fact that he was near. They had spoken several times on the phone, but it wasn't the same. You don't look sickly. Oh, I am. He reached out and pulled her close. His head bent toward hers and his voice was low. You'll have to feel my temperature. Apparently, he thought his temperature could be taken through his lips. Since she found them warm and soft and utterly perfect, she thought it might be an accurate enough way to check. His kiss was soft and caressing. Everything she'd been missing, and she returned it with equal interest. When he pulled back, she felt a little sigh of disappointment escape her. What do you think? He asked when there were a few inches between them again. Definitely warm. Perhaps we'll have to check again later, to see if you get warmer or cooler as the evening progresses. He grinned down at her. That sounds like an excellent plan. Come on, you've got to be starving. I know I am. He tugged her hand, leading her to the restaurant. The food was hot and spicy, at least the selection on Laura's plate. After she ribbed him about ordering something mild from the menu, Gavin joked that he already had a fever and didn't need spicy food to help it along. Conversation flowed easily between them throughout the meal, even if they didn't linger this time. She had appointments to see a couple apartments that night. When they emerged into the parking lot again, Gavin took her hand. "Why don't we take my truck? I know the city better, and I have maps for areas I'm not as familiar with." "That sounds great." Laura was grateful for his offer. There was little she hated more than to keep up a conversation while trying to figure out where she was driving. With a smile, she let him assist her into his truck. "So, how's that bookkeeping issue you refused to talk about last time?" The way he brushed off her previous question had made her curious. She tried to keep her voice mild so he would feel he could avoid the subject again if he wanted to. Gavin's mouth firmed into a grimace. "Tara spent the past 3 years stealing from us and our clients. I realized she hadn't been completely honest about the time you came to work for us, and then you found those invoices stashed out of the way. But it wasn't until your surgery, the most recent one." He turned to eye her when he stopped at a light. "It was your most recent one, wasn't it? You didn't suddenly need a gallbladder removed last week? I don't see a cast, so you couldn't have broken any bones." When she shook her head and rolled her eyes at him, he continued, "That was about the time I couldn't deny it anymore. Needless to say, we're very upset." His hands tightened on the steering wheel. "What are you going to do about it? I mean, she lives in another state now. You can press charges, but what are the odds you'll find her?" "I don't know. We've filed a report with the police department, and we're working on a loan to straighten out the client accounts. I'd like to think they'll catch her and we'll get some of it back, but I seriously doubt it. We'll have to consider it a costly mistake on our part." He looked more than a little grim as he said it, though. "I'm sorry you got dragged into the middle of that and have to make it up to your clients." She touched his arm, hoping he felt her support. "I'm sure they'll appreciate your honesty, though. Most people probably would have fumed, but kept it quiet so they wouldn't have to pay back the money." Her opinion of him rose another notch. She wondered how many more levels there were between him and the man of her dreams. But that was a consideration for another day. "It's no worse than what you've been through lately, with the accident, mistaken identity, another surgery, then becoming undead." He flashed a grin at her, but it lacked the wattage of the previous one. "Now, what was that address again?" Laura told him, and he asked what she was looking for in an apartment. Though Laura didn't forget the hurt she'd seen in his eyes or the self-recriminations, she didn't bring up the office problem again. Laura wasn't impressed with either of the places they saw that night. The first smelled of mildew, and the second had holes in the walls and stank of cigarettes. The next day, she checked another apartment during her lunch break, but didn't like it either. It wasn't until later that day, after she spoke with Gavin, that she admitted to herself it was on the wrong side of the city, too far from Paola. She groaned and glanced again at the apartment guide on her desk. She was going to wait until the day was over to start calling again. Gavin picked her up from work this time, and Laura gave Amy, who looked surprised when Gavin arrived and curious when they left together, a wave goodbye as he led her through the front door. "So, where's our first try today?" She showed him a listing and climbed into the passenger's seat. The next couple of nights followed the same pattern. Gavin met Laura after work. They looked at apartments and ate dinner. Their evenings were filled with conversation or laughter, and by the time she found a nice little apartment in a decent neighborhood, she knew the something special between them wasn't going to go away. Laura didn't see or answer any calls from Jake at the office that first week. When she and Megan spoke on the phone, they talked of Aiden, the business, and how relieved Megan was to be out of school for good. Jake had stayed a taboo topic, even if much of the conversation touched on him indirectly. After waiting for days for their first encounter, Laura had no idea how else to think of it. Jake walked in. There was no reaction from him when he saw her, but then she realized he must have expected to see her. "Hi, I need to leave these for Keith. Could make sure he gets them?" His face was impassive. He neither greeted her like a friend, nor scowled at her for the memories she must have evoked. She could have been a robot for all his reaction. Good. I don't want him to treat me any different than he would any other person who might have been hired to work here. She was lying to herself, though, and she knew it. It was worse than if she were a stranger. With a stranger, he would have smiled and introduced himself. Apparently, she didn't rate even an acknowledgement that they'd met before. She gathered her composure and accepted the envelope. "Thank you. I'll be sure to see he gets them." "Great." He said this low under his breath as he turned back to the door. Their second encounter wasn't much better, or their third. Laura watched him turn and leave without a word of greeting or parting each time, aching because they'd been friends. They'd chatted comfortably together so many times, but that had been before she discovered who she really was, she reminded herself. Now he saw her only as a painful reminder of his sister. She met Megan and Aiden for lunch one day, and she and Gavin continued to spend time together several days a week, but Laura couldn't feel completely comfortable with the lawsuit hanging over her head, or Jake's anger roiling beneath the surface whenever they met. Chapter 36. "Aren't you going to get any real furniture?" Megan asked as she sat at one of the 2 stools parked at Laura's kitchen bar. Laura got the ice cream out of the freezer and turned to the cupboard for bowls. "I do have plans for more." The television, which was perched precariously on a plastic tub, and her 2 stools comprised all the furnishings in the room. The bedroom boasted only a bed and dresser. Owning next to nothing meant she had little clutter, but though simplicity could be nice, she really wasn't into such extreme minimalism. "Gavin will look for one on Saturday?" "Didn't you say that last weekend? You don't appear to have picked up much of anything." Megan's eyebrows lifted meaningfully. A smile played around Laura's lips. "We walked through a couple of places after lunch, but nothing suited him." "Nothing suited him? I thought you were supposed to be shopping for your apartment." Laura began filling the bowls with brownies over the moon ice cream. "We were. There wasn't anything that really appealed, and those items that I thought looked reasonably nice considering my budget, he didn't like." Megan helped Aiden into the booster seat she had brought with her. There was no chair to attach it to, so they had to set it on the floor. But since it had its own tray and he was getting ice cream, Aiden didn't seem to care. "You don't think he has an ulterior motive, do you?" Her eyebrows waggled. "I hope he does, but I can't convince myself of that." Laura passed over Aiden's bowl. "I want him to feel the same way about me that I feel about him. I want more than what we have right now, but we really haven't dated all that long yet. I can understand that." Megan sprayed some whipped topping on her finger from the pressurized can and licked it off. "Things are still going well, then?" Laura thought of seeing Gavin the previous day and smiled. "Very well, it couldn't be better." She noticed Megan's frown. "What's wrong?" Megan shook her head and seemed to return to the conversation. "Sorry, I spaced out. Everything's fine, I guess." "You guess? That was hardly convincing. How's Jake doing, really? He can barely stand to look at me." A sad look invaded Megan's face again. "It's been really rough. When you were in the hospital after the accident, especially before you woke up, he spent most of every day by your side. He was anxious and worried, didn't eat well." Tears pooled in her eyes and her voice grew rough. "Now, though, he's like a ghost. He leaves for work before anyone else is up, pushes hard through the day until way past quitting time, then usually comes home after Aiden is asleep. If he doesn't stay up late dealing with office paperwork, he falls into bed as soon as he eats dinner. He looked pretty haggard last time I saw him." Laura felt the weight of responsibility for his pain, regardless of the fact that she knew there was no one to blame. "I'm so sorry about everything. Gavin says it's like Jake's trying to make up for all of those weeks when I was in the hospital, picking up all of his workload and more. I don't suppose the whole mess with Tara helped." "I'm sure that's weighing on him on top of everything else." Tears escaped Megan's eyes and slid down her checks. She wiped them away and gave a desperate laugh. "I can deal with his guilt and anger. I just miss him. I feel like I've lost him every bit as much as we've lost Adrianna." "What do you think? Ugly green couch or ugly brown couch?" Laura asked Gavin as they wandered through the furniture department at a local thrift store. She sat on the olive green option and frowned as she sank so deep she wasn't sure she'd get out again. "Well, not this one." He sat across from her on the brown sofa. "This one isn't all that great either. But then, how long do you really see yourself using it?" He stood and reached out to help her up. When she stood, she realized they were only a few inches apart, and she looked up into his eyes. Her heart raced. I don't know. It'll take a while to replace all my things. She felt a little breathless with him so close, but there was nowhere to go, except into his arms or back on the man-eating sofa, and he wasn't giving an inch. She set a hand on his shoulder and nudged him away. He stepped back, but took her hand in his. She thought she knew what he was hinting about, but she didn't want to guess. If he wanted something more than what their relationship currently offered, something permanent, he would have to speak up. She really wanted him to speak up. That plaid one isn't too bad, she said when he didn't respond. It could be worse. At least blue and tan are hard to mess up. He threaded his fingers through hers, and they continued their leisurely pace through the store. You know, there might be other options available to you, he said as they rounded the corner and headed down the next aisle. Laura looked at him out of the corner of her eye and saw a smile lurking around his mouth. Really? I didn't know there were many other thrift shops in Kansas City. If you know of one, I'd like to check it out. He opened his mouth to answer, but her cell phone rang. Just a minute, that'll be Megan. It's Aiden, Megan said, her voice more than a little hysterical. He fell down the stairs. I've put him in the back seat, but I can't reach Jake. Meet me at the hospital? Of course. Laura started pulling Gavin to the outside door. Gavin and I will be there right away. How's Aiden doing? She could hear his wails in the background. He's crying. He won't stop. Her voice hitched. I think he broke his leg. It's all my fault. The gate. I forgot the gate. She paused to murmur reassurances to her son. I can't handle this alone. Don't worry. We'll meet you there. You concentrate on driving. Okay, thanks. Megan hung up. What's going on? Gavin asked as they approached his truck. Laura filled him in. The drive to the hospital seemed to take forever, but with Gavin pushing the speed limit, they made it in less time than usual. The length of the drive gave Laura enough time to consider the kind of reaction she might get from Jake when he found them in his son's hospital room. On the other hand, she needed to be there. She loved Aiden so much, and not being able to see him regularly had been terrible. When they arrived at the ER, a member of the hospital staff directed them to a room on the left. When they peeked in, Jake was standing beside Megan at the bedside. Gavin pulled Laura with him toward the door, but Laura held back. He turned and shot her a questioning look. What? She was torn. Jake was not going to be happy to see her, but Megan had called. You know he won't be happy about me being here. Gavin paused. No, but if anyone belongs in there with them, it's you. Laura moved to the doorway and studied the occupants. Aiden lay between his parents, his tiny head wrapped in bandages, and an IV line leading up from his left arm. His right leg was splinted. His eyes were open, but Laura got the impression he wasn't completely alert. She wasn't sure if that was better or worse than hearing his cries. Jake reached out and stroked his son's hair, his voice a low murmur. Laura teared up and turned into Gavin's embrace. She missed being part of this family. She loved her own and was grateful for them, even more since her accident. Still, she felt like she belonged here too. Anna. The tiny voice broke through the noise of the busy ER. Laura glanced back to see Aiden looking at her, his hand extended, his fingers opening and closing, beckoning her closer. What are you doing here? Jake's question was like a bullet shot in the room, breaking the peace. I wanted to see Aiden. I was worried about him. She tried to keep her voice level as she turned to meet Jake's gaze. I don't want you here. How did you know about Aiden? His scowl deepened. Megan called her, Gavin intervened, and you were together. Jake's face turned red and hardened as he stared at his partner. A nurse nudged her way past Gavin and Laura to check Aiden over again. Could some of you leave the room? She asked. It's a little crowded in here. We're nearly ready to apply the cast. We're going to have a talk, Jake said to Gavin and headed out the door. He didn't look at Laura as he brushed past her, but the look he threw back over his shoulder at Gavin demanded that he follow. Gavin paused to press a reassuring hand to Laura's cheek on his way out. Megan enveloped Laura in a hug, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry about Jake. I reached him right after I talked to you. Thanks for coming. It was so awful. Aiden's been doing great with stairs, but you know I always put the gate up. I guess I didn't this time. The second I turned my back, he zoomed up the stairs. She stopped talking, visibly working to keep her voice calm. When I saw him up there, I started over, but he lost his balance and fell. She buried her face in Laura's coat and sobbed some more, her words muffled against the coat. I heard his leg break, I'm sure of it, and he's got a concussion. He's already been to X-ray. Laura held and soothed Megan for a long moment, all the while wondering what was happening between Jake and Gavin. Would the discussion end in a fistfight? Jake had looked ready to hit someone. After a few minutes, she was able to step back and offer to check on the men. She kissed Aiden on the forehead and promised to return quickly, then left. "Excuse me," she asked a nurse at the check-in desk. "Two men just left this room. Did you happen to see which way they went?" "Yeah, they headed toward the waiting room down that hall, but they could have gone outside." The brunette pointed the way before turning back to her paperwork. Laura didn't even reach the doorway before she heard the angry voices inside.
Chapter 37. Gavin followed Jake from Aiden's room, though walking at a much more leisurely pace than his friend. He'd been putting off this discussion, though he'd known it was inevitable. Jake stalked into a waiting room down the hall, and Gavin joined him. Jake paced the room for a long moment before turning to face his partner. "I can't believe it. I just can't believe you brought her here today when you know how I feel about her. You knew it would upset me, but you didn't care. How long have you been seeing her anyway?" Though he knew he wouldn't be able to hold on to his temper for long, Gavin grabbed tight onto his feelings and lifted an eyebrow in mock surprise. "I thought you'd remember. We had our first date back in December. You were there when we left. You said you had no problem with us dating." A growl was his first response. "I thought she was my sister then. She's not. She's just some imposter. Having her around reminds me." He stopped and pressed his lips together. Pain flashed across his face. When he spoke again, his voice was hoarse, but anger continued to radiate from him. "You have no idea how hard it is for me." His fists tightened, turning his knuckles white. "So you've been seeing her all this time? More or less? And you kept it a secret?" Megan knew, but making an issue of it with you didn't seem prudent. Gavin hurt for his friend, but he wasn't going to back down now. "It hasn't all been hearts and flowers for her either, you know." "I don't care what it's been for her. It's like a living nightmare for me. The only people who mean more to me than Adrianna did are my wife and son. Do you have any concept of what it was like to go through all of that confusion and worry, and then to find out she wasn't my sister after all? To learn my sister had been dead for months?" His voice hitched, and he turned to face the far wall. The way his shoulders shook suggested he was crying. "It wasn't her fault, Jake. You know it wasn't. You've even admitted it. How can you punish her for the rest of her life because of some accident?" Jake whirled back to face his friend. "Accident or not, I can't be around her. I don't want her around my family either. After everything she's done for you and your family, you can still say that? She deserves better from you. It isn't her fault." Gavin kept his fists at his side, desperate to keep himself under control. "Well, it has to be someone's fault. You know better than that. Sometimes things happen and they're nobody's fault. She's a good woman. The best. But does that mean you have to keep dating her? Seriously, Gavin. Could you do anything worse to ruin our friendship?" Jake's face was more pleading than angry, though his voice was still loud. "You have to stop seeing her." The silence throbbed between them as the ticking of the wall clock became audible. "I can't do that." Gavin knew it could jeopardize things with Jake, but he couldn't deny the way he felt. He'd been desperately trying to find the right way to broach this subject with Jake. This didn't seem right to him, but if it was how it came about, so be it. Why not? How can you risk 2 decades of friendship over her? We're as good as brothers, partners. It took a few seconds to calm down so Gavin could speak matter-of-factly. They were as good as brothers, which only made the tangle worse. "I can give you time, not bring her up in conversations and hurt you any more than necessary, but I can't give her up. I love her, and I want to marry her." Gavin spun when he heard a gasp at the door and found Laura standing there. He wondered how long she'd been listening in. It wasn't the way he'd imagined telling her that he loved her, but it was too late now.
Laura had been listening to the conversation for longer than she should have. Her heart sunk and pain blossomed in her chest as Jake asked Gavin to stop seeing her. Would this be the end of everything? Gavin's response had stolen her breath and nearly stopped her heart. He loved her? She had hoped, even thought he might have been hinting in that direction at the thrift shop. But she hadn't dared believe it, and she hadn't told him how strong her feelings were, either. Jake said something under his breath, too low to understand, but Gavin ignored it and approached her, apology in his eyes. That wasn't how I meant to tell you. He studied her face for a few seconds, his uncertainty clear. Been here long? He reached out and pulled her into a hug. His warmth surrounded her, reassuring and electrifying her all at once. Just for a minute. Her voice was hoarse when she spoke as emotion filled her throat. Do you really? She reached up to touch his face, running her fingertips along the contour of his cheek. He was such a sweet, thoughtful, wonderful man. Her voice hitched. Oh, I love you too. Tears began to fall and she pulled him close, burying her wet face into his neck. Fabulous. That's just perfect. Jake pushed past them. Before he walked out the door, he called out, You have to choose Gavin. It's her or me. She heard Gavin sigh in frustration, but he only snuggled her tighter as she cried silently for a long moment. How could Jake have given them an ultimatum? Something clenched in her chest, and despite the way he held her now, she worried Gavin might not choose her in the end. The fact was that either choice would cost him too much. Chapter 38. Tensions were high, as they had been over the past couple days. Things hadn't felt right since Jake had given Gavin the ultimatum. Gavin reassured Laura of his choice, but the sadness never seemed to leave his eyes. She worried that it might become too much for him. He'd split up with someone he was serious about before because she didn't mesh with his other goals. Who could say it wouldn't happen again? Normally, she would have turned to Danny to discuss her problems, but the man had troubles of his own, and he already disliked Jake after the newscast fiasco. Megan would also have been a great sounding board under any other circumstances, but she already had to deal with her husband's emotional problems and didn't need to be stuck in the middle more than she already was. The only solution Laura could see was to get Jake to listen to reason. So Laura called the construction office and found out where she could find Jake, then got off early to talk to him. Facing off inside the house while he was working was almost guaranteed to ensure onlookers and antagonize him further. She parked her Accord next to his truck, then got out and leaned against his bumper to wait. She wrapped her coat tighter around her to combat the chilly breeze that kept trying to escape down her neck, and hoped he wouldn't take too long. Over half an hour of shivering passed before Jake showed up. Since he didn't look surprised to see her, she knew he must have glimpsed her from the windows, or maybe the sheetrock guy who'd come out to the porch for a smoke earlier had reported her presence. He met her gaze for the first time in ages. She held it, keeping her expression as calm as possible, despite the whirlwind in her belly. What are you doing here? We need to talk. Gavin's choosing you. We'll split the company and he can go on his way. You win. There was a tinge of bitterness in his voice, though he tried to pretend he didn't care. No, if you make him choose, we all lose. She refused to stand, even when he stopped 2 feet away, towering over her. We all lose? How's that? He shifted his hands to his hips. Come to think of it, I think I win. You'll be out of my life. Her patience snapped. Quit being such a jerk, Jake. Gavin's your best friend. You've been through a lot together. Don't throw it all away now. I'm sorry you lost Adrianna. I'm sorry I lived and she didn't. I'm sorry my living turned your lives upside down. I'm sorry, okay? If I could change things, make them better, I would. She stopped herself and reconsidered. No, I don't know if I could bring myself to change any of it, except for the pain you've had to deal with. Living with you guys changed everything for me. You all became my family, and as much as I love Gavin, I love you guys too. Don't do this to us. Don't make Gavin choose. The anger had all drained out of her until her voice had turned pleading. Don't punish Megan for being my friend. The muscle in his jaw clenched, and he took a long moment to respond to her. His voice was onyx-hard and almost as full of pain as it was of anger. I'm not making Gavin do anything. She folded her arms over her chest. which felt as if it would explode if she wasn't careful. Most of the fight had gone out of her. You keep telling yourself that, and you're going to find yourself alone. You keep your nose out of my relationship with my wife, he said. Better yet, keep your nose out of my life altogether. Now if you'll move, I have more stops to make. She stayed for several long seconds before shifting out of the way, headed back to her car. Your grudge isn't helping Adrianna, Jake. Laura just finished this proclamation before he slammed his truck door shut, blocking her out. Gravel flew as he pulled out of the parking lot. Laura watched him go, then climbed into her car. She'd tried. Was there anything else she could have done?
It was late when Jake came home from the job site. For the past several weeks, he had been working himself until he could hardly see straight. It made it easier to sleep, not having that time to lie in bed, thinking about his dead sister. Of Gavin dating the imposter who had taken Adrianna's place. The accident scene played over and over in his head, just as it had after it first happened. The reporters had interviewed the passengers, and from their descriptions, he could vividly picture the bus falling on its side, people and belongings being thrown around, the sound of metal twisting, glass shattering. It haunted his dreams. It haunted his waking moments as well, which was why he filled them with paperwork and finishing details on the homes they were building. Anything to blot out the thoughts and memories, and the guilt. Though he knew it was ridiculous, he still felt he should have done something, stopped it somehow. On top of that, how could he not have known his sister well enough to be fooled by Laura? How could he be so stupid? As Jake came in through his home's garage entrance, he flipped on the kitchen light. He blinked in surprise when he found Megan sitting at the piano. Adrianna's piano. The dang thing had to go. "Hi, honey," she greeted him, though she didn't rise and approach. "Long day." She glanced toward the clock, and he noticed it read 11:32. "Yeah, I'm surprised you're still awake. You're usually in bed by now." She nodded, but said nothing. Jake turned from the sight of his wife at the piano. He would call someone tomorrow. Anyone. He didn't care if they gave it away or trashed it. It couldn't stay in his house. It hurt too much. Fighting back the overwhelming anger and loss, he opened the refrigerator and found the plate Megan had saved him from dinner. Her feet were nearly silent on the tiles, but he sensed her behind him before he turned to her. "Thanks. It looks great." It was better fresh. More guilt. She took the time to make a nice dinner every night, and he never returned home to eat it with her. He'd known it wasn't fair to her and resolved once again to change that. If only he could be sure the resolve would stick this time. I'm sure it was. The silence stretched and yawned between them as he tried not to acknowledge the pain radiating from his wife. The whole situation was tearing his family apart, starting with him. Finally, he couldn't help himself. "You might as well say what's on your mind. Silence isn't going to make the conversation easier." Jake, her voice was little more than a whisper, but since she stood at his elbow, he could hear her just fine. "Why are you punishing yourself and me, Gavin and Laura? Why can't you accept it was Adrianna's time to go, be thankful for what we got in return, and move on?" "You don't understand." He fought the tears, staring at the numbers on the microwave as it heated the food on his plate. "You're right. I don't. But I want to. You're miserable, and you're trying to make everyone else miserable. Don't you know how much we all love you? Do you have any idea how it kills me to see you like this?" Her hand touched his shoulder with the lightness of a butterfly, moved away, then settled there, warm and accepting, inviting him to answer. Her words broke the dam, and he found himself pouring out his feelings. "How could we not know? How could I not know she wasn't my sister? She lived with us, and we didn't have a clue. Are we really that blind?" "You didn't have a clue?" She turned his face toward her, though he refused to shift his whole body in her direction. "Come on, Jake. I know better than that." Deep inside, you knew something wasn't right. She was too unlike Adrianna. He opened his mouth to argue, but she hurried on. "We all knew something was off. It wasn't that you were unobservant or clueless. You wanted her to be Adrianna, hoped there was an explanation. We all did. Even Laura wanted to be your sister. And despite what the news reporter said, it wasn't about money. She loves this family. She cares about you. I've spoken to her. She's worried about you and what you're going through. Megan slid her arms around him as the microwave dinged. She pulled him close, rested her cheek against his shoulder blade. We all are. Don't push us away anymore. You're hurting everyone, but mostly you're hurting yourself. Adrianna wouldn't want you to punish yourself like this. Laura was a blessing in so many ways. Pain filled his chest, and he struggled to speak around the lump in his throat. Was she? Or do we just keep telling ourselves that to try to make it all better? You tell me, Jake. Was she more than passably helpful at the office? Did she take good care of Aiden? Did she support me in my schoolwork, allow me to get through my finals without worrying about the house and dinner? Didn't her being here take any of the stress from our lives with work and school and family? I know there was plenty of added worry and stress because we couldn't figure out what was going on. But don't you think the good she did for us outweighs that stress? I can't just forget her. Letting Laura be a part of our lives doesn't mean we're forgetting Adrianna, Megan said. Realizing that she helped us and accepting it doesn't negate the wonderful person your sister was. His heart broke as he listened to her enumerate everything Laura had done for them, not to mention how happy Gavin had been having her in his life. Didn't he deserve happiness too? And was it Laura's fault this all happened? No, he knew it wasn't. But letting go of the hurt and anger would mean accepting that Adrianna was really gone and there was nothing he could have done. Even more than that, the way you're holding on to the pain is hurting us, Jake. You're like a shell, moving through the motions, but not living. You cut yourself off from the rest of us, as if that will keep you from feeling. Again, he opened his mouth to protest, but she didn't give him the chance. Don't argue with me. You know you're barely functioning. We never see you anymore. I feel like I'm married to a stranger and your son is always sleeping when you're home. You used to be a great father and husband. Her voice dropped to a whisper. I miss you. Tears poured down his cheeks as sobs flowed through him. He turned and clung to his wife. He didn't know how he would do it, but she was right. It was time to quit ignoring his pain and pushing others away. It was time to start healing.
Chapter 39. Gavin heard the ringing of the bell on the office door, then the sound of the door closing. Jake's voice was a low murmur as he spoke to Kim. It had been a very uncomfortable 3 days while the two men had circled around each other. Both avoided talking unless it was business. Laura had given Gavin an update on Aiden's progress, since she spoke often to Megan, but he wished he could sit and have a casual conversation with his oldest friend. He saw Jake pass his office without a glance. When Gavin looked back at his computer screen, it was with frustration. He reminded himself Jake was his best friend and would calm down eventually. He would wait. Not 10 minutes passed before Jake stepped into the room and shut the door behind him. Gavin studied his face, then settled back in his chair. The anger had disappeared from Jake's eyes. He might not be happy, but he wasn't fuming anymore. After a moment, he took his customary seat. I hear Aiden's doing well, or as well as a kid his age with a broken leg can be doing, Gavin said to break the ice. Jake nodded, but a long moment stretched between them before he spoke. I want to thank you for dropping everything to come to the hospital. Again, you've always been there for me. It works both ways. Gavin tried to smile, but was sure his attempt wasn't very convincing. Jake's lips quirked. Yeah, it's supposed to. He took a deep breath. I'm sorry for the way I've been acting about Laura. I know she's not responsible, and I'm not mad at her. I've just been angry in general. It was such a shock. He ran his hand through his hair and kicked his feet out on the carpet so he leaned back in his chair instead of sitting forward. The past few days I've been going over it constantly. I can hardly think about work. He gripped the armrest of the chair, his knuckles turning white. I'm sorry. I like Laura. I think you two together will be great. You've been really happy lately. I'm not completely over it, but I'm getting there. I don't want to make things harder for you. Gavin was relieved to hear those words, and the look in his friend's eye said he really meant them. I'm sorry for keeping you in the dark about Tara. I should have gone about things differently, but I didn't. We already covered that. Don't worry about it. Jake waved it away. I just want to say you aren't the only one who screwed up this past few months. You think we can put it behind us? I guess it would be best, seeing as how we're running a business together. Jake pulled a pen from his shirt pocket and flipped it end over end in his hands. I'll track Laura down at the end of the day and apologize to her too. A moment of silence passed before his eyes focused in on Jake, a curious gleam coming into them. So you two, you're serious? Gavin grinned. Serious enough, I made a special purchase last night. He relaxed and told Jake what he planned.
When Laura finished up at work that night, she was exhausted. It had been a rough day, and with everything stressing her, she just wanted to go home, eat, and go to bed early. She hiked her purse strap further onto her shoulder after locking the office door and turned toward her car to see Jake standing by his truck, which was parked next to her car. She paused for a second, wondering what she should do. He was looking right at her, and he didn't seem upset. Did that mean he wanted to talk to her, or was she reading him wrong? Their encounter a couple of days earlier hadn't gone well. She made her way over to him, stopping a few feet away. He never took his eyes off of her. It was the first time he had really looked at her in weeks, so she hoped it was a good sign. "Hey," she said. "Hey." He looked away, shoved his hands into his pockets, then focused back on her. "I wondered if we might talk for a minute." The crazy thought that he was going to ask her to stop seeing Gavin sped through her head, but she pushed it away. She couldn't see it, not after the scene at the hospital, and it didn't seem like his style. She adjusted her purse strap again, just for something to do with her hands. "Okay, do you want to stand here, or did you have somewhere else in mind?" He shrugged, and one corner of his lips tipped up. "I guess that depends on how much you're going to make me grovel." She smiled in relief. "I might not make you grovel too much. I guess it depends on how well you do it." His lips quirked. "If I grovel well, you'll make me do it longer? You are tough." "I used to work for this contractor. Man, he was a slave driver. He taught me everything I know." She allowed the smile to stay this time, wanting him to know she was kidding. The wind blew cool between them, causing goosebumps to form on her neck. When he didn't speak, she suggested, "Assume I'm going to allow you to get away with minimal groveling." He swallowed, making his Adam's apple bob. "I'm sorry I've been so hard on you. I know it's not your fault, and blaming you isn't making it better or easier on any of us. Please forgive me." It was like a benediction. They always say that the person hurt worst by an unforgiving attitude is the one who refuses to forgive. But this one time, Laura thought her own load was lightened nearly as much as Jake's. "Of course. I know what a difficult time this has been for you, and I care about you and your family." Her voice cracked slightly as tears rose in her eyes. He smiled and scuffed his boot on the ground. "I can't stop Mom from filing her suit, but I'll do my best to defuse the situation. In any case, I think you and Gavin are real good for each other, and I don't want to get in your way. And I know how important your friendship is with Megan, too." Laura unlooped her purse strap from her shoulder and set it carefully on the trunk of her car so it wouldn't slide onto the slushy ground. Then she closed the 2 steps to him and pulled him into a quick hug. "You're important to me too, Jake. I love all of you, and your friendship means so much to me." After a moment's hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her waist. "You could never take Adrianna's place." "No one could," she said firmly as she pulled back. "But I'd be pleased to call you my friend." Tears spilled onto her cheeks, and she couldn't stop from smiling. "I've been wanting to tell you that I finally remember the accident. Bits and pieces have been coming to me for weeks. I put it all together a few days ago." He stuffed his hands in his pockets and his eyes skittered away from her. "Yeah? Is that a relief?" "It is. You know, Adrianna and I spoke a couple of times during the trip. We sat together at lunch and she chatted about her life, how excited she was about marrying and moving to New York. On the way home, just before the accident, she showed me her family pictures. She was so proud of you, and it was obvious how much she loved Aiden." She set a comforting hand on his arm. "You were all important to her. She wouldn't want you to struggle with this so much." He blinked rapidly and nodded. "Thanks. It means a lot to hear that." She squeezed his arm, then let her hand fall away. I think Megan would like it if you and Gavin came over for dinner sometime, he said. I just need you to make me one promise. What's that? Her mind raced as she thought of what kind of conditions he might ask. If she asks you to bring dessert, promise me you won't cook it yourself. She burst into laughter. You have a deal. Chapter 40. Laura was nearly to Paola when she received the text message. At the first stoplight, she checked it and saw it was from Gavin. It told her to meet him at his place, listed the street address, and the location of his spare key. That intrigued her. Over the past several weeks, they spent a fair amount of time at her apartment, but she still hadn't been to his home. She was curious, since Megan told her he'd built it on spec a couple of years earlier, then decided to buy it himself when the economy tanked. Now she would finally get to see it. Laura wondered if she'd like it. The stone facade and neutral browns appealed to Laura right off. The front walk was curved into waves, with bushes poking up through the inch or so of snow along both sides. Once she found the key tucked in a hidden lip between the stones and the window near the door, she went inside. She thought she had died and gone to heaven. Slate tile floors flowed through the front room and into the dining and kitchen areas. Everything was natural woods and stone, while thick rugs covered the centers of floors. His home was nearly as minimalistic as her apartment, though he did have some leather sofas in the great room, which was more than she could say since they never finished their shopping trip. Laura wandered from room to room, unable to help herself. He had mentioned on the text for her to look around if she wanted. She wanted. Though she should have been overwhelmed with the size of everything, it didn't seem all that imposing from inside. The rooms were spacious, but not ostentatious, and with a nudge in the right direction on furniture purchases, it could be warm and inviting, a family home and not just a showplace. She liked the idea of raising a family there. When she returned to the great room, Laura saw headlights flash across the window as his truck pulled into the drive. Her pulse jumped at the thought of seeing Gavin again. Though they spoke on the phone constantly, she hadn't seen him since the day Aiden was hurt. Gavin came through a door in the kitchen and a smile stretched across his face. Hello. Been here long? Not too long. 10 minutes or so. You have a beautiful house. She met him halfway across the room. He tugged her into his arms and pressed a lingering kiss to her mouth, making her knees weak and her heart race. When he finally pulled back, he wore a satisfied expression. I'm glad you like it. I could use some decorating help. I might know someone who can assist you with that. She breathed in the scent of cologne and man and wanted to snuggle even closer. He kissed her again briefly, then released her. Are you ready for dinner? I'm starving. You're always hungry. Must be all that brain power you use to coordinate your subcontractors. It wasn't the first time she'd teased him about spending more of his life at his desk than on the job site. My other muscles work hard enough too some days. Come on, even brain power takes energy. You should be well aware of that. Gavin took her hand and led her out to his truck. So where are we going tonight? She asked when they were on their way. I thought we'd go back to the Chinese place. You liked it, didn't you? Yeah, it was great. Dinner was tasty, the conversation never stopped, and Laura wished they could stretch out the meal longer, but the restaurant was busy, and they'd need the table for other customers. It was with some reluctance that she watched the waitress return with Jake's credit card and the little black tray they used to bring out the fortune cookies. Gavin thanked the waitress, who set the tray on the edge of the table, then moved away. Go ahead, he told her. Take the cookie. She glanced down at the plate and realized it held only one fortune cookie, which was about triple the normal size and wasn't wrapped in plastic. She met his gaze. What's going on? It's time for you to open the fortune cookie. He looked at it pointedly. Excitement and curiosity combined in her chest. She reached out and picked it up, then cracked it open. As she pulled it apart, a diamond ring fell out. Her heart stuttered as she fumbled the ring and it fell to the tabletop. Gavin reached out and scooped it up, then held it out to her. The princess-cut diamond faced her, twinkling in the lamplight. I don't think these are supposed to contain an actual treasure. His voice turned husky. But I'd feel like the most fortunate man in the world if you'd marry me. Laura looked from the solitaire to his face and saw the love in his eyes. A smile burst from her, and she jumped up and slid around to his side. He made room for her on the bench and put his arm around her as she scooted closer to him. She brushed her fingertips over his face, enjoying the light stubble from the day's growth, and gave him a direct look. I can't imagine anything I'd like better. She wasn't sure who kissed whom, but the moment lingered before he finally slipped the too large ring on her finger. Does this mean you and I are going to have to agree on furniture for a change? She finally asked, when the kissing and ring inspecting had wound down. As long as we look at things you aren't planning to throw out in a year or so, I think we might be able to reach a nice compromise. She laughed and pressed her lips to his again. Chapter 41. Jake groaned as Laura slid another 50-point word onto the Scrabble board. We should have known all along you couldn't be Adrianna. You're way too good at this. Laura tried to keep her smile from turning too smug, since Jake was being a good sport about it all. She had a decisive lead over the other 3 players. Gavin lifted another slice of pizza from the box on the counter and set it on his plate, then came back around, pressing a kiss to Laura's cheek before taking the seat on the other side of her. I think she's been studying the dictionary in her spare time while recovering in all those hospital beds. Someone as accident-prone as her is bound to have spent plenty of time in one or another. You caught me. I always wanted to be the Scrabble champion of the world, but my rise to power was thwarted by an ill-timed trip to the hospital for a broken femur. I fell from Danny's motorcycle when we were barely 18. By the time I was healed, the opportunity had passed me by. She heaved a dramatic sigh. That's not true, Gavin said, nudging her with his shoulder. You'd never let a little thing like a broken leg stop you from becoming Scrabble champ. I bet Danny never even had a motorbike. His lips curved before he pressed them to hers. Shows what you know. April 19th, our senior year, on the corner in front of the pizza place. Some motorist wasn't paying attention and plowed right into us, even though we had the right-of-way. She felt herself tingle inside when he shot her another one of his teasing looks. March was rushing past, and their wedding date was only a few weeks off. Laura was more in love with Gavin than ever. I had to hobble up the platform to receive my diploma. Megan slid her own letters into place on the board. She turned to liberate a tomato sauce-covered Aiden from the high chair. Is there a bone you haven't broken? I think there are a few in my hands. Laura grabbed a chip from the bowl to her right. She hadn't been quite that accident-prone, but thought she could put most stuntmen to shame. Jake's cell phone rang and he groaned, glaring when Gavin muttered something about no rest for the wicked. Hello, this is Jake. Gavin deliberated over the letters in front of him, then lifted his tiles into place. That's wonderful news. Yes, sir, I appreciate the call. If you need any more information, let me or my partner know. We're happy to help. Jake hung up, then poured himself a tall glass of soda, while everyone waited for him to explain the glee bubbling from him. He seemed to enjoy stretching out the suspense. You or your partner? What was that about? Gavin finally asked. Oh, that was the officer assigned to our case against Tara. She and her boyfriend have now both been caught, and an account with over $14,000 has been seized. Gavin leaped from his chair and high-fived Jake. Yeah, it won't exactly pay off the loan we took out. But it'll sure make a dent, Jake finished. Laura grinned as Gavin hauled her into a hug and smacked a kiss to her lips, his forehead tipped against hers. Honey, I say we should celebrate. How about you and me meet at the altar in a few weeks? We could have cake and pictures, the whole works. How does April 22nd sound to you? She asked, then kissed him again. Do you think you could stay healthy for that long? I think I could manage, she answered breathily. Then it couldn't be more perfect, he muttered, and covered her mouth with his.
Jake finished hauling the last box of Adrianna's things from his truck to his parents' house. The funeral was 3 months in the past now, and they had finally been able to dig through his sister's belongings. There had only been 4 boxes once Megan sorted through the clothes and papers. It was depressing to see his sister's life reduced to so little, most of which would remain in his mom's keeping, though a few mementos still held places of honor in his house. The grand piano still sat in the living room, where it would stay. He set the last box on top of the others, then headed down the hallway to where the rest of the family sat talking. They'd just arrived for a 3-day visit. Aiden's cast had finally been removed, and he ran all over the place on his little toddler legs. Jake's mom scooped Aiden up as he rocketed past. She handed him an ever-present cookie. That made Jake smile, remembering Laura's mention of impending sugar shock when she heard about their trip. "So, we have some news for you," Megan said as an update on his parents' business finally came to an end. When she had everyone's attention, her hand moved to her stomach. "We're going to have a baby next fall." His mom called out her delight and passed hugs around to everyone in the room, giving double to her grandson, who giggled then wriggled to be set down. "Oh, if only Adrianna had been around to see this day," she said. That remark cast a pall over the room, and Jake settled beside Megan on the couch. He put a hand on his mother's knee. "I'm sure she's up in heaven telling our child how excited we are to have him or her join us." "I wish I believed that." Her voice changed from wistful to disgusted. "That Dunaway woman is still running around as if there hadn't been a tragedy." Jake debated letting it go for now. He didn't want to cause problems and hurt feelings for the next 3 days. Then he decided he might as well broach the subject now. "About that, Mom," he saw her face harden, but pushed on. "I wish you'd let that lawsuit go. We all grieve for Adrianna, Laura included. She's paid back what little she used of Adrianna's money, and it wasn't much to begin with, and I don't think Adie would want us to hurt her out of spite. She wasn't like that." Tears poured down his mother's face, and Jake was hard-pressed to keep his own at bay. In the past several weeks, he had finally been able to let go of the last of his lingering resentment to see how happy Gavin was, how good Laura was for him. With their wedding rapidly approaching, he didn't want this problem to hover over them. "But she took my baby's place. Addie should have lived. She had such a bright future, so much going for her. It shouldn't have been that way." She took in a shaky breath. Megan kneeled in front of his mom, placing her hands on the older woman's knees. "No, it doesn't seem quite right, does it? But how can making Laura pay for living help you feel better about losing Adrianna? You know it doesn't work like that." His mom sputtered. "This stranger, she just came into your house, took over everything. That doesn't bother you? She even touched your son." Megan took a deep breath, then looked into her mother-in-law's eyes. "Laura was a godsend to us. She helped at the office when Jake and Gavin needed a hand. She took care of Aiden while I finished my degree. Without her, we would have struggled much more to get through that few months. If we'd just lost Adrianna without Laura's help, do you honestly think we would have been able to cope with everything that was thrown at us? We couldn't." Jake watched his wife with admiration. Prosody rate equals 7%. It had taken him quite a while to see it that way, but he would never have mentioned it to his mother. When he saw the anger leave his mom's eyes and she buried her face in Megan's shoulder, he knew the battle was won. It might take a while for his mother to be able to fully forgive Laura for the mix-up, but the lawsuit issue would be resolved. Now he could let Laura and Gavin know that Axe of Doom had been removed.
Epilogue. Laura let out a sigh of relief as she said goodbye to the last guest in the line. The number of people who had come to the reception had seemed unending. She was sure the line hadn't been so tedious when she had been bridesmaid for 2 friends and Sandra. Then again, she hadn't been standing beside the most handsome man in the world, while not daring to sneak away with him for a few minutes. She looked over at Gavin in his dove-gray suit and wanted to swoon. It wasn't the first time that day she had felt that way. He looked over and caught her gaze, a smile blossoming on his face. Though she'd been sure she couldn't smile anymore, even if she needed to, she found herself grinning back. She caught her mom's wink from where they spoke to another couple milling among the crowd. She scanned the room and found Danny and Tia talking with Sandra and her husband, their kids creating a corner of chaos. Jake walked over, pulling an envelope from the breast pocket of his suit jacket. Over the past weeks, he had become so much happier than Laura had ever seen him. "Hey, Jake, you haven't given up and gone home yet?" she asked. It had already been a very long day. "In a bit. First, I wanted to give you a wedding gift." I could swear you already gave us one, Gavin said, no doubt thinking of the cruise tickets they would be using for the next week. This one isn't really from me. I arranged for it when we were in Nebraska last week. Laura peered at the envelope as Gavin took and opened it. He unfolded the sheets of paper and she craned her neck to look over his arm. Wait a minute, she said, goggling at Jake. Is that what I think it is? We talked with Mom. She was really upset, but after a while we convinced her you weren't to blame, and she agreed to drop the suit. I just got these in the mail yesterday. Tears shone in his eyes. Laura threw her arms around him. Thank you. I can't tell you how much this means to me. I love you guys. He hugged her in return, then after releasing her, slapped Gavin on the back. I wish you both the best, and try to take it easy on your honeymoon. I'm going to be a real slave driver when you get home. He winked at Laura and headed back to his wife. Laura hugged Gavin again and welcomed the quick kiss he pressed on her. What a great present, she said. He looked her over, studying her in the flowing white gown. Did I mention that you look beautiful today? Once or twice. She felt herself blush. It had been many more times than that. He looked to the left and smiled when there were no new guests to greet. I guess we made it. He took her hand and led her out onto the dance floor. A string quartet had begun playing 15 minutes before, right on schedule, even though the line of well-wishers had still snaked out the door. I guess we did. She felt her breath catch as he swung her into his arms and the music changed, switching to a soft love song. Did you request this? Yeah. When I made final arrangements for the night, I asked if they could play it. I heard it on the radio, and it reminded me of you. He pulled her close, one hand on her waist, the other clasping theirs between them. His cheek brushed hers as he began singing the lyrics for Billy Joel's She's Got a Way About Her. Tears began slipping down Laura's face as he sang it just for her. When the music ended, she looked up into his smiling face and accepted a perfect kiss. Thanks for listening to Blank Slate. Please like this story to help others find it, and subscribe to be notified when I post other sweet romance or romantic suspense stories. Hope to see you soon.